Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good
Evening!
how you doing?
Hi guys! How are y'all? We're back. Can't get rid of
Back.
us that quickly.
Oh, no.
We
You had a
still
good
got.
week?
Yeah, I had a good week. I was busy this week, but I had a good week.
I'm glad you had a good week, to be
I had
fair.
a couple really awesome moments, and it was all exciting. I told you about at least one of them.
Yes. Oh,
It
I'm
made me
waiting
so
for
happy.
the other ones as well, to be fair. Unfortunately for me, I had a bit of a bad week, to be fair.
Yeah,
Bad week.
I know.
Unfortunately, I had COVID since Monday, so and still got it.
Yeah.
So I'm okay. I'm okay. I don't want to get the podcast down and dusted because we've got a fantastic guest with us, Trans. To be fair, absolutely fantastic. She is absolutely amazing. She does a lot of the streams, to be fair, and I cannot wait for her to join in on episode 11 of
I
the podcast.
know. We're over halfway. We're over halfway there. It's
I know.
crazy.
I bet you can't believe that, can you? With that,
It's kind of crazy. Like season 2's blasting by, but then we haven't had any like weeks I've had to leave.
Well, yeah, that's true. To be fair, but hopefully we'll get smoothly. Like I said, she is absolutely amazing. I cannot wait for it because this is going to be amazing itself.
Yeah.
So we have to wait no longer because the lovely Nat Bram. How you doing? You okay?
Hi.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very well. Doing very well. You
Good.
nervous?
Sorry about the Rona.
Oh no, don't worry. Don't worry. Keep plowing on, and that's all that matters as well. But
Exactly.
how are you anyway?
I'm
All
good.
right?
I'm good. Yeah, been looking forward to today.
You've been looking forward to it. Ooh.
Yeah.
Don't obviously, guys. I gave Nat a bit of an update to find out how it all works and stuff. So hopefully the nerves went from sky high to low sky. Or low sky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or sky low, shall we say. But it's all good, to be fair, because
Just
be a
chill
classic.
out, be yourself, and have fun. That's all we
Yeah.
do. That's what we
Exactly.
get paid. We don't get paid. I was about to say we
I
get
wish
paid
we
to have
did.
fun. I get paid to have fun at my job, but I'm just saying. I mean, we just every week we do this and we just have fun. That's all we do.
Absolutely. Absolutely, to be fair. Should be an absolute classic wherever happens. So, have you done anything much this week, Nat?
Not much really.
Haven't
Not
you?
much at all, to be honest. I've had quite a chilled week. Just the usual grinding, relaxing, housework never ends, and that was
Fair
about
enough.
it.
Fair
Yeah.
enough.
That's
Fair
true.
enough.
I'm constantly doing housework. My days off is like aren't really days off because like on Saturdays, see, I usually only get Saturdays and Mondays off every week. Mondays because our facility is closed except for like a few people who are answering the phones or whatever. And
Yeah.
Saturdays because I do this and my boss knows and she lets me have the evening for that unless I need to be there. But I only get Saturdays and Mondays off, and Saturdays aren't really a day off because I gotta get everything prepared for the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I only
Yeah.
get Mondays off, and then I usually stream. So I
Yeah.
really don't get days off. And if I'm not doing that, I'm doing housework, laundry, dishes, whatever,
Oh, fair dues, fair dues. And like I said, guys, I think this is going to be an absolute amazing episode, as it always has each and every single week. But I think this is going to be a classic wherever happens. Hello,
Hopefully.
hello, Anxious. How you doing?
Hi, Anxious.
How you doing? You okay?
You? Welcome
That's
to
my
the
bestie.
podcast.
Oh, class.
That's my bestie. Hi, bestie.
Oh, ledge.
Bless her.
I bet she's won't be anxious now to join the podcast.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm anxious. No, she's anxious.
I could just feel that this is going to be a classic wherever happens today.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. So,
it's a yes or a hell yes.
Always.
She's
It's
took
always
my
yes or no
copyright.
yes.
She's took my copyright.
No, there is no copyright. There's not even a copyright for our show. Come on.
Did you trademark it?
That's in the works. To be fair. But yeah, thanks. Nat, she's absolutely amazing on that one.
We're doing good, Anxious. Thank you. Glad you're having a good one too.
Nice one. So, what's going to happen in the podcast? If you've never been on the podcast, where the hell have you been?
I know,
I don't
right?
know.
Don't know. Where have you been? But yeah, so
Don't
normally
scare off our guests before we even get started.
know.
No,
Oh, someone's shouting me.
Hi, Wes. Nice to see you. Welcome to the
Hello.
podcast.
So like I said, what we do in the podcast is we're going to have at least 4 segments today. Normally we have the first segment, which is the PC console news. So there should be like about 3 or 4 articles at least to talk about what's happened during the week. Second segment is the main discussion topic, which should be hopefully probably about half an hour or a little bit more of that one topic itself to hear everyone's thoughts. Segment 3, which I'll be doing this week, can't wait for it because this is going to be epic. It's the interview with the streamer of Nat.
Which means I'm doing the news and discussion, guys. So,
Absolutely.
as there's been a lot of times this season, so.
Absolutely. And then we've got not the side notes, I don't want to call it side notes, but it is normally, I have to call it another 4th segment now of the updates on GTRP.
Which is its own segment. It's become its own segment. It's become its own thing now, Mel. There's not a lot to report today. It's not been much going on in the city. Hi, Stelly. Hi, Wes. Nice to see you guys.
Hello.
Thank you. All the love to you guys. All of y'all, including you, anxious for being here. Thank you, guys.
Nice one.
We appreciate it.
And then the last segment of the evening is the Ask Us Anything. So basically, you could ask either me, Trans, or Nat, or all of us to hear what you want to say to us, or we could ask each other questions. So it can be anything you want on the stream itself, but obviously nothing too personal, guys. Please, that'll be fantastic.
I'm drinking coffee, by the way, guys, for the time being. I've got sodas over here, but I've got coffee here, so I was like, I need to have lots of drinks for if we get hydrates.
Oh yeah, so if you do a hydrate at any point during either my stream or Trans's stream, we all have to take an hydrate. But obviously we're doing the normal drink, so we're sorry about that. If it's not alcohol, tough.
It's all good.
It's all good. So should we get started?
Let's do that. That sounds great. I love it.
So here we go. So the first segment of the evening is the PC console news. So this is, as I said, there'll be about 3 or 4 articles at least to hear what we're going to be talking about and what our thoughts are. And if you want to get your thoughts in as well, guys, if you're in the chat or hearing it from outside of the audio stuff, just let us know, and we'll try and get your thoughts in as quickly as possible. So Trans will do the segments 1 and 2. So over to you, Trans.
Nat, do you have access to the notes? Did he send you that document?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So you can follow along with the bouncing ball. There is no bouncing ball, guys. I'm sorry, I lied.
I was looking for a bouncing ball, and why did you do this? I was like, I've missed a widget. Oh no.
Anyway.
He sent me a dud. No.
At the top of our news today is actually the most recent news, surprisingly. The top of the news segment is our most recent news. Today, yesterday, actually, E3 2022, the digital and physical versions have both been officially canceled. This comes from IGN. They originally reported on this to begin with from the original article. The article I saw it from was actually from The Verge, and then it credited the IGN article, so I used that one as the basis information. So a tweet went out earlier this week from Razer PR lead Will Powers saying that an email had been received announcing that the digital E3 event was officially canceled for 2022. The ESA initially announced an in-person event this year, which was then canceled in January, but was unable to make a statement on whether or not the digital equivalent, such as in 2021, like it did last year, was going to still happen. Sources speaking with IGN at the time said discussions about the event had been questionable throughout the year, with many third parties who were usually involved frustrated with the ESA's ongoing silence on the matter. The last part of the article was an update that they had just added like the day before. The ESA has shared an official statement with IGN confirming E3. This actually comes from the article, by the way. Quote, update, the ESA has shared an official statement with IGN confirming E3 2022's cancellation and announcing that E3 will return in 2023 with a reinvigorated showcase. We will devote all our energy and resources to delivering a revitalized physical and digital E3 experience next summer. Whether enjoyed from the show floor or your favorite devices, the 2023 showcase will bring the community, media, and industry back together in an all-new format and interactive experience. We look forward to presenting E3 to fans around the world live from Los Angeles in 2023. The ESA adds that the 2022 showcase has been canceled so the organization can focus its resources, quote, on the 2023 show. So it's canceled. They did an update saying that they're going to come back next year stronger than ever. So I was looking forward to E3 because last season when we did the first season of the podcast, our third episode was on E3. So I was like, yay, E3's coming. We can do another cover on the end. No.
Yeah. It's a shame though, because obviously they like to hear what the latest games or anything like that come out and stuff.
Yeah.
But again, I don't know why they didn't tell us the original reason at the start. Like, when they originally stopped it, and then all of a sudden they stopped it again. So they probably know something's going on and stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd rather it be weighted and make it the best one ever, rather than rushing it and then find out it's just a piece of garbage or a bit of shit and that type of stuff on E3.
And if I'm not mistaken, EGX was canceled this year too, right? Because you were going to go, right? We talked about that on the podcast.
Yeah,
So it was canceled for this year.
Just the Birmingham one, which is the one of them. There's one coming up in London, like later in the year. But the one I wanted to go to was in March, I think it was, or the beginning of March.
Yeah.
Or Feb, sorry. And it confirmed, like, last minute, they cancelled it as such. And it was because, I think it was they did tell us the reason. It was like, majority of the companies weren't comfortable coming to England, like in Birmingham, with where majority of the COVID is kicking in again. They didn't want to risk it, which is understandable, because the last EGX I went to in London was it wasn't great at all. There was only like one or two stands, but they weren't like the big ones, like the PlayStation or Xbox or Nintendo. They weren't even there at all. They weren't even there at all. So it's a bit awkward itself. But I mean, from how about you, Nat? What's your thoughts of like E3 in general? Like, you wanted to see the latest games or hear the latest games for this year? Found out it's
I think it's an important event, like any kind of like gaming related or computer related event. It's kind of important for this industry. If you're in the streaming or gaming industry, whether it's a hobby or a business, like, you kind of want those kind of things. I've personally never been to E3, and I wasn't too familiar with it, but obviously I'm familiar with similar ones, and it seems a little bit sus to me. I don't know why you'd cancel last minute with no explanation, you've got fans that are waiting to basically come to these events. You can't just suddenly dip out and say, oh, but we're making it better next year. Well, no. It's like, we've had COVID for 2 years. I think everybody needs those social experiences. And I think it's very important, if you do need to dip out, you have a reason why. Otherwise, you're going to lose that fan base. And then next year, going to go, well, do we really want to go to that? Or do we want to take and get tickets somewhere else that's a little bit more reliable? The likes of COVID is completely understandable, but especially in the UK now, that's pretty much non-existent now. We're getting on with our daily lives. Like, none of that could impact it. I can understand internationally other countries maybe not wanting to travel over here because they've still got restrictions and we haven't. But if that's the case, then just outline that to the people that would have been going. That's my thoughts.
I wonder if the hold off has to do with what's going on with Microsoft this year, with the acquisitions they're taking on, between the Activision acquisitions and some of the other stuff, since Microsoft is the one that effectively sponsors E3 every year. It's Microsoft Bethesda's E3. So I wonder if it has something to do with that. Maybe that might have been something that they might have discussed earlier on, and with everything that's changed since they last talked about possibly having a digital but not going any further on it, maybe that might have changed things a little bit.
But it's still the fan. You got to think about the fans.
I agree.
The fans is the ones where we're paying a lot of money for a game, or finding out if it's going to be one of the best games ever in eternity, or it's going to be one of the shittiest games ever. I don't know, but that's what the companies need to understand. It's the fans that been looking forward to it. They want to find out what's going to happen, and I mean, it's just annoying because if you don't know the answers, they'll be like, well, we'll forget 2023, we'll forget 2024. we're never going to do one again because of SIDS or blah blah blah. But they won't tell until they
communication.
Yeah,
communication's
totally.
key, and I feel like all of these places are not transparent. Like, if there is something going on, they're like, again, if it is to do with Microsoft, why not just hold your hands up? It's broadcast all over the news, everything that's going on. So why not just say, do you know what? We think it's a good idea to give it a miss of everything that's going on, and we'll come back next year. Like, it's the secrecy and it's like the hiding things from fans and not being public about things that really annoys people. Like, I would rather any company that's had any kind of like scandal or anything like that, I would rather them just hold their hands up and say, do you know what? We don't think it's a good time. Our reputation's in the dirt. We'll come back next year and we'll prove to you all that, you know, we're serious about it. Don't just fob us off with that's, you know.
Yeah,
no answers.
I mean, I agree with you. They should have at least said something or given some sort of reason instead of just, you know, waiting it out and saying, okay, we're going to have a physical event, and then saying, no, we're not in January, because we reported on that earlier this year too. We talked about that. How they had said they were going to put physical, and they said, no, we're not doing a physical event, but there was no more information on it. It was just pretty much they shut the door and left it alone and didn't speak about it, which is why in the article they were talking about people who are normally, you know, involved in the planning of these type of events. They were also pretty much in the dark as well with everybody else. And so the Razer PR, he said, he when he posted the tweet, I read the tweet. It said he's like, I got mixed feelings about this. So, I mean, you know, with everything that's going on, I mean, if that's what it is, then at least say that's what it is. There's too much going on right now. We'll come back stronger next year. You guys can expect to see us next year, and that's about, you know, all they could done with it. At least tell the fans and the people who are wanting to see the games and who are waiting for the showcases and waiting to see what's coming up in the year, you know, hey, we're gonna have to hold off this year. We've got a lot happening. We'll come back stronger, we promise, and at least give them something, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad this did say we'll move it back, but at the same time, communication is just key for fans. To be fair, so
I might have to change the setting on the secondary monitor. It's like bright.
Oh. I was going to say, it's like, oh, there's a brightness.
Like the backlight on my face is insane. What the heck?
And I could just see that's Angel type.
Get lost. We weren't going to talk about that. Wow. Just threw me under the bus there. You've not seen me like wiggling to try and hide it, and now we're just, you know what? We'll just let it shine. Here we go. Yeah. Everybody have a little look.
She's got her own little halo. It's great.
Yeah. It's a wrong shape for a halo, though. It looks more like I've got some sort of cyborg that's staring at me.
Well, that'd be kind of cool too, I guess. In a way,
I guess. It's friendly.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say with that. I think that just sums
No, it serves you right.
Yeah.
You tried to throw me under the bus and that backfired.
Yeah. Do you want to carry on the articles as well, Chance, for this?
Yeah.
So moving from one Microsoft discussion to another, well, not necessarily Microsoft, but Activision Blizzard. Judge approves Activision Blizzard's $18 million harassment settlement, and this comes from The Verge. The two organizations struck the deal back in September, which we did report on, but it's now finally being signed after the attempt by California state regulators to intervene in the deal. From the article, as quote, as part of the consent decree, Activision Blizzard will establish an $18 million settlement fund, which will be used to compensate victims of harassment and discrimination. Employees who have worked at the company between September 1st, 2016 and Tuesday, March 29th can submit a claim for sexual harassment, pregnancy discrimination, or related retaliation, end quote. Yeah. The company will also require all supervisory employees. Now you got me all kind of tongue-tied. What the hell? Will require all supervisory employees to attend harassment and discrimination trainings, and quote, will expand mental health resources available to the employees. The decree remains in effect for 3 years, and the full document, if you'd like to read that type of stuff, because you might be interested in that, can be found embedded in the article that we are referring to. The DFEH said the decree could potentially harm its case against the studio, which is still ongoing, by the way, and tried to intervene by asking for a stay on the case, which was denied by the judge. They said they plan to appeal the decree. Also, last bit from the article, quote, the agreement we reached with EEOC last year reflected our unwavering commitment to ensure a safe and equitable working environment for all employees, Activision Blizzard CEO Bobby Kotick said in a press release. Our goal is to make Activision Blizzard a model for the industry, and we will continue to focus on eliminating harassment and discrimination from our workplace. The court's approval of the settlement is an important step in ensuring that our employees have mechanisms for recourse if they experience any form of harassment or retaliation, end quote. Blizzard.
Have you got your tongue twisting sorted now, Trans?
Not anymore. I'm actually usually really good at tongue twisters first. Thank you.
I can't believe you said
we
pregnancy.
proved this. We proved this last season, Mal. I'm actually pretty good at tongue twisters.
I'm surprised you said pregnancy description. Is there a discrimination? What are you trying to say?
I don't know.
I thought that's news to me.
I'm winging it here, guys. We're holding it together by a thread right now. Not really.
Absolutely. My thoughts. I've said this every single week. I mentioned about Activision Blizzard. Yeah, just have to wait and see how everything goes. But Blizzard, I always say they sort their shit out, which they did with Microsoft at the time. But I just feel like they should have sorted this out. I said this at the start. I've said this before, didn't I? Translate with this.
Mm-hmm.
They should have sorted this out like ages ago. It's just not fair for the employees and everyone that was worked there during that time, and they're getting nothing out of it. And now they are getting the settlement, which I feel like it should have been a lot more because of the damage of the credit.
Now you're the one with your tongue tied.
Yeah.
Can you all get your tongues under control? Come on.
Hi, Vanilla. Vanilla goes, depends on how you twist your tongue. I love it. Hi, Vanilla, buddy. So good to have you here. My people are showing up at the time I accidentally said at 3:30. So, yay, y'all are here. Thank you, guys. Hi, Reese.
They'll probably think, how dare they start the podcast this early?
On time this week. What the hell?
Well, on time as well. But yeah, get my tongue twisting moments wrong, shall we say. But from that perspective of Blizzard, I mean, people who love the Activision Blizzard, like the Call of Duty stuff, that's fine. You know what I mean? And I know, I was going to say this to you now, I know you love Call of Duty. But I'd like to hear your thoughts of Blizzard in general.
First, we have a hydrate from Reese in my chat, guys.
Oh, okay. No worries. What was saying that?
From last night.
Crush.
My orange crush. Crush.
Okay. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So basically, you love Call of Duty, don't you? Nah, with your streams itself.
Yeah.
But I'd like to hear your thoughts of Blizzard, like as a perspective from yourself. And you hear these news about it, doesn't that put you off a bit as well?
It's a tough one because obviously I'm female, so any form of harassment, sexual harassment, anything directed towards females is unacceptable. It's as simple as that. And especially from a company perspective, like I think it's a little bit too late to be saying we're going to send everyone on courses, the supervisors on courses of how to deal with this kind of thing. Like, is that not the bare minimum of a company? Like, that should be in your embedded morals of it's a no-go. And, the fact that so many reports were made and they were just disregarded and they were basically shrugged off is disgusting. Like, this stuff happens. Sadly, it is the way of the world. It will happen in companies. It shouldn't, but it does. But it's how you deal with it as a company. And I feel like for all of this to be coming out of such a huge company, that should be nailed down. That should be something where if anybody comes, it is taken extremely seriously. It is squashed before this happens. But from a gamer's point of view, personally, I play the game for the game. I don't play the game for the company. So I'm not going to stop playing a game that I enjoy and that pulls me closer to my friends and my community and provides good content purely because of a scandal. However, I won't put any financial money into Activision personally because that would be lying in the pockets, whereas playing the game, it's a free game. I know it's still giving them exposure, but that's going to happen regardless. So people might cancel me for this, but one person isn't going to make a difference. So like me stopping what I'm doing, me stopping playing the game isn't going to make a difference to their pockets. It's not going to make a difference. They're not going to feel that hurt. If there was a nationwide rally together where we all boycotted the game, then yeah, I'd jump on board because it's important, and it's these kind of things really, really need to be stopped and shouldn't be happening in this world. But little old me, you know, sat there with my, 10, 12 viewers, isn't going to make a difference if I go, I'm never playing Call of Duty ever again. I'm never playing a single Activision. The only person that's going to hurt from that is me, because I'm then down a game that I play a lot and my community enjoys a lot. So it's a hard one. It's head against heart at the end of the day. My heart says, I'd love to cut it off and be like, I don't want anything to do with it. But it's how it's dealt with, and like you say, it took far too long for the compensation to be put in there. But if this wasn't such a huge company, would anybody know? Like, how many small companies have these scandals? But because it's a small little company of like 10 cafes, it doesn't get blown up all over the news. So it's like it happens everywhere, and it is disgusting, and it shouldn't happen, but it does. So it's like you can't boycott every single company that something like this happens in. Otherwise, you're never going to do anything ever.
Lucky Luciano. Hey, Luciano, by the way, all the love to you. Thank you for joining us. As said, they only care about good PR if they can achieve that with these initiatives. When they are satisfied, they don't care about tackling the issue head on. That's a good point. Honestly, I mean, unless a zero tolerance policy is, enacted, it's going to keep happening. You can give people harassment workshops all you want, but until a zero tolerance policy is completely enacted and actually enforced for harassment and any of that stuff in the workplace, it's going to keep happening over and over again. But I agree with what you're saying, Nat. Yeah, if it was a small company, would anybody have known? Would it have been something that, was brought up? Probably not. But because it's Activision Blizzard and because they have such a massive foothold on so many popular games, it was brought to the surface last year and has been ongoing ever since. And even the articles we've went through, Malk, the countless articles on Activision over the last few months have said that, harassment, and discrimination in gaming, the workplace of gaming, is not a new issue. We talked about Rogue with this. It's not a new issue. It's something that's continuous. And until, a zero tolerance policy is enacted with that company, it's going to keep happening. And sure, Kotick might say, oh, we want to make this better. We want to make it better. And yeah, they might make it better for a little while until something else happens and then just comes to light again and saying, nothing was really changed. So I haven't personally played Call of Duty or any Activision Blizzard games since all this happened. That's just my personal standpoint on it. I didn't feel comfortable, supporting them when even when I was still playing Call of Duty. I didn't feel comfortable supporting the company with everything that's been going on, because that was just my personal view. And everybody has their own opinion. They're all, entitled to their opinion, But I agree with you. Unless like a massive boycott of like millions and millions of players goes into effect, it's not going to make a difference, and the company's just going to keep going and going. So
I mean, I'll be interested to see what happens now. I feel like it's been such a hugely like worldwide broadcast thing. Like, it will be very interesting now, and it sounds awful, to see how many other big gaming companies, because it's already started, there's employees from other companies that are going, well, actually, I had this done and I didn't think it was a big deal, but now I know it was wrong. So it's like a snowball effect of like, where is it okay if it's only one person, because it happens a lot of the time, or is it only because there's so many people clubbing together about a whole company? And I don't have any doubt that, and again, controversially, people won't like me saying this, but like the very, 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 very top people who run these companies might not even be aware of it, because there's a hierarchy.
We did talk about that.
The people that it's reported to and that dismiss it, the bosses probably don't have any idea. So then when it's brought out like this, I have no doubts that they are standing there and go, whoa, we need to make this okay. But it's a bit too late. You send people on a workshop. These are probably the same people that have dismissed the allegations that are going to go to the workshop. They're going to tick the boxes. They're going to say, yeah, we know, it's wrong and we're going to do better, blah, blah, blah. They won't. They're just going to be able to say, well, I did a course, so I know what is and what isn't harassment. No, it doesn't work like that.
We got a few more people joining us. Kel says hi. He's been here. He's just been busy at work. All the love to you, Kel. RTK as well is with us. All the love to you too, RTK. Vanilla still here with us. Rooftop Korean goes, most of their recent games are mediocre at best, so you're not really missing out on anything by boycotting them. Vanilla says the sad thing is punishing a game won't punish those who deserve it. They'll just scuttle off somewhere and all the decent workers will be out of jobs, which is a good point as well.
I mean,
it should be like prosecutable. It shouldn't be a case of, hey, us as a company are going to pay $18 million. Like, what has happened? What I want to know is what has happened to the people that actually were the people that did the harassment, the people that thought it was okay to make sexual comments towards someone in a professional. Like, I'm the worst person to ask because I am such a resilient person. Someone could say something that would probably classed as sexual harassment and I wouldn't take it that way because I'd either A, tell them, yo, don't speak to me like that. That doesn't fly with me. Or I would just laugh along with it and it would be okay because I've built a rapport with that person I work with. Like, I've worked in pubs, so, you're used to it. I had all my little old regulars, that were a little bit perverted. And they used to make little comments if I was 40 years younger and you just laugh it off. But, realistically, and it is down to what you perceive as being acceptable and isn't acceptable. But if somebody reports that they've had something that is unacceptable, take it seriously because they should feel comfortable in their workplace. It's as simple as that.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah. Luciano also added, it is very likely that the higher-ups know, however, because the rampant issues on the work floor don't affect them directly or affect their profits, they won't bother. That's possible, too. I mean, people can pretend that they don't know. They could play dumb, or they could actually, know what's going on, or actually not be in the loop. But if somebody is, my take on it is this. If someone really truly is not in the loop on what's going on in your business, then they heard about it and it came to light, like even over, a minor issue that was brought up, and it came up to light, especially when it's like a court case, they would instantly be like, this is not acceptable. We need to make this change now. Like, this is something serious. We cannot have this in this workplace. We need to make these changes now. And they would waste no time in making as many changes as they could to their business because it's their reputation on the line and their money that's on the line. Because the business isn't making money, they're not going to make money. So, I mean, it's their reputation, their business on the line. So, if they truly didn't know about it, they would most likely jump in and say, hey, this is not cool. We can't have this happening. We've got to make these changes. We've got to make these adjustments, and we got to do it now. For example, do you guys remember the Starbucks upset with I think it was racism? Comment was made by Starbucks, race at Starbucks, and somebody, took, I think they didn't bring it to court, but they reported it. Yeah, it was years ago.
Oh, okay.
But Starbucks instantly, as soon as it came to light, Starbucks is like, no, we're not having this. And they literally shut down their facilities for like days to do a whole new retraining and to deal with the problem and fix it. And they reopened eventually after a little while and said, okay, we've got all this ready. We're going to try and make it better now. I'm not saying it went away completely, but they actually acted like right away to try and make a stop to it as quickly as it came to light. And it may hit
publicly.
The news. Yeah, and publicly. And as soon as it hit the news, like within days of it hitting the news, all Starbucks were instantly closed to do retraining and to go over the issues with their people and to try and fix it and put it in a straight line. They instantly went to work on it. So, I mean, it really depends on how the company handles it,
But as you rightly said, the higher bosses, then, as I said, they don't know. It's just going to take a while for them to clear everything down, as such, and just to get everything back to normal.
Vanilla says Starbucks is that company you fear to piss off. They have the caffeine to get shit done. I will drink to that.
But it all boils down to accountability. Nobody, as humanity, nobody likes to be accountable for their actions. And I think anything that happens below you, even as far as to go in Twitch, my community is I would say it's a resemblement of me. Do you know what I mean? So if they go out and they go in someone else's stream, they behave like an asshole, they get pulled into line. It's like, bro, don't do that. You've come from my community. If I've raided someone and you start acting a certain way or speaking a certain way and offending people, you represent me and my community and our community. So you get one warning unless it's something really bad and you're out. I don't care if you supported me for 14, 15 months. It is as simple as, and as a company and the head of a company, that is exactly what you should be doing. You should be saying, look, I didn't know about this, but it's still on me. It's my company. It's my job to make sure that I know these things. And nobody wants to hold their hands up and say that. And that's what's wrong with the world, in my opinion. I would respect them a hell of a lot more if somebody stood up and said, you know what? This is squashed. They're fired. They're fired. They're fired. We will never have anything to do with them again. I'm really sorry to the families. Here's a settlement. It won't fix anything, but, you know, I hope it'll, you know, give you some faith back in me that this isn't okay. And then, like I say, implement a zero tolerance. It happens again, you're out. Simple.
Yeah.
Can I hire you? Get that sorted. Everything like
that. Now I'm president.
Yay!
Yeah. Sorted.
I'd support you. I'm not even in the UK.
I'm just gobbing and opinionated. Just super opinionated.
RTK, so remember, fellas, it is morally correct to cyberbully CEOs of major companies.
Yeah.
No, I mean, but yeah, it really is defending. And I have to say that I'm lucky to have a really great community as well, too. Some of these people have been with me since the beginning, RTK, one of them, and quite a few of my followers have been with me since the beginning or since the early days.
Back in the day,
I know, right? Like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
But they've been with me since the beginning, and and I've made it clear, like, I have like 5 rules in my chat, and that's it. But I make sure that those rules are followed, and like my mods are not afraid to put the ban hammer down.
We love a good ban hammer. We do. But like you say, it's the fundamentals. You know, like we have a very open door policy of, like, you know, a lot of sexual innuendos, like a lot of flirting, a lot of banter. That's fine. But there's a line that you don't cross. Anything to do with being discriminative to genders, race, religion, everything and anything. Like, people should be comfortable to be whoever the hell they want to be without being judged or especially commented. Everyone has their opinions on things, which is right or wrong, but don't be stupid enough to voice it and upset somebody. It's as simple as that. And that's the way that we tend to roll in my community. Everything else goes pretty much.
That's why we got.
You guys have my rules, don't you? You guys in the chat, y'all have my rules. I think there's only like 5 of them, but they're very specific rules. Like I think one of them is agree to disagree. One of them is we may be mature content, but we're not immature, so we can.
We're immature. We are immature. I'll hold my hands up there. We are.
No, so it's like may be mature content, but doesn't mean we have to be immature.
Yeah. Don't be petty.
Like yeah, exactly. So, like, I mean,
one of mine is don't be an asshole. Which, you
don't
know,
be a dick.
If I think you're an asshole, see you later. That comes down to personal opinion.
That's why Weza has just commented saying #vote for Natalie. Get that trend going. Get that trend
there you
going.
go.
Got it.
Get it on Twitter, Wes. Get it on Twitter.
We'll be like, what the hell's going on here? I'm getting shit.
Yeah, but you know, it's got to be vote for Natbrum, because you know there'll be another Natalie trying to steal my thunder somewhere, going, "Oh, that was for me." No, that was mine. I made it.
Sort it out.
Just tag you. It's great. Yeah. It works out. That way they know it's just you.
Yeah. Absolutely. But yeah, I mean, I'm glad that Blizzard is finally get to that point now. To be fair, like, as in try and get everything. Hopefully, there's a light with Microsoft stuff now, but I do feel bad for the women's side as well, because they don't want any of this shit at all, like every single day, and especially in the workplace as well. And I agree with what you two are saying. Like, you have to be very comfortable with like other people, like what they do, and what Nat said spot on is there is a line. You can go up to that line, but don't cross it, because Nat will kick your ass out. Basically, that's what it would be.
Pretty much.
It's what you deem as unacceptable. It's such a hard thing to teach, because what one person thinks is unacceptable. If you've got someone who's quite, and I use this term very lightly, I don't mean to offend anyone, but quite prudish, you know, anything that is said, you know, can be deemed as unacceptable. So it's like, that's where you need someone who can say, they go with a report and say, "Oh, he told me I was pretty today." Like, personally, I don't think that's sexual harassment, but some people would, because why do you need to comment on someone's appearance? But for me, I'd be like, oh, thanks, hon, and I'd go about my day. Do you know what I mean? Like, but there's a line that people don't understand. Like, it's down to what you've been brought up as being able to handle as well. Like, what some person thinks is harassment, some people just thinks is a compliment. You know, there's a line. If someone calls you pretty, is that okay? But if someone calls you sexy, it isn't. And it's kind of like, well, they kind of go hand in hand. So just because it has sex in it, it's
the weirdest thing about it too is in the United States. I know that it's true because we had to take our sexual harassment course on it. In the United States, it can be deemed harassment if you feel uncomfortable with the comment, and it can be anything that could be.
How does one person that's giving a comment know if it's uncomfortable or not? That's the hard bit, and that's where the line gets blurred. Like, unless you all sit in a room and say, okay, this is what I'm okay discussing and this is what I'm not okay discussing. How, if you're nervous, like, I talk a lot when I get nervous. If I start a new job, banter is my forte. Like, that's how I get to know people. And you know, there's probably people, as awful as it sounds, that I might have made feel uncomfortable. But unless someone tells you that, how are you supposed to know? And I would be devastated if someone then went, not behind my back, but if someone then didn't feel comfortable enough to talk to me and then went higher up and reported it, I'd be like, whoa, why didn't they say anything? Because I would have stopped it there and then. Which I think most of these women will have done in the moment, said, well, that's not cool, and it's carried on. But some people don't. Some people go straight from 0 to, I want to make a formal complaint, and there's no middle ground there.
Yeah.
Steely, shut up. That's my daughter's dad. Just ignore him.
Luciana was in a chat, and Kel said, not immature, jokes on you. I'm always immature. Kel, you hold yourself pretty well. I'm not going to say you don't. Vanilla says, that's the pure ambassador. I'm inclined to agree, and says, not worked in a pub. Don't tempt her to put a foot down.
Don't push me.
Shit. Let's go straight to the article, quick. Let's go straight to the article.
Just bear with me while I quickly message Steely and tell him to shut his mouth before he gets...
+1.
+1. I'm all about it. Okay, so anything else on that particular article, or do we want to do the last one for this week?
I am all good. All good.
All good.
Awesome. So last one we have is yet another one about sexism and bullying, but it's a different company, so it's a little bit different. No, I honestly did. This is what I found this week. I'm not even kidding.
They've gone, well, we'll get the most opinionated person we could possibly find, and we'll give her the real nitty gritty stuff, and we'll see if we either get her cancelled or we get Ali trended on Twitter.
I'm all about it though. I'm seriously all about this. Seriously. State of Decay studio Undead Labs faces allegations of sexism and bullying. This comes from PC Gamer. We love you, PC Gamer. Surprised we didn't have more from them this week, but that's who we had this one from. State of Decay 3 was announced in July 2020, but a report from Kotaku the other day says the game remains in pre-production due to struggles with mismanagement, burnout, and workplace toxicity after its 2018 acquisition from Microsoft. So this kind of mixes the two. So the Kotaku report is from 12 anonymous interviews with current and former employees. So as a disclaimer, it should be noted that the feedback, although upsetting, may not tell the whole picture of the studio's current state or history. Since the Microsoft buyout, Undead Labs doubled in size, but when Jeff Strain, the studio founder, left in 2019, a leadership void had been created. Microsoft took a hands-off approach, which was good because the company culture was not changed, but bad because it led to the ultimate detriment of the company, according to a former employee. There's a lot from the article on this one, guys. I tried to make this as short as possible, but there's a lot from the article. From the article, our collapse came from within, and we could have used Microsoft's help, the former employee said. Strike teams were created by developers to try and test new features, but there was little communication and oversight, and team members were moved from team to team, so there was no consistency and direction. A former employee said the QA concerns were ignored by management in favor of showing artificial progress, quote, in the game. Also from the article, milestones consisted of a pile of disjointed features that were less about making a fun video game and more about checking off a list, a former developer told the site. 9 of the former employees also had complaints about misogyny, bullying, and discrimination at the studio. Employees were told of a, quote, studio in transition that was making diversity, equity, and inclusion a top priority, when in reality, women were ignored, dismissed, interrupted, talked over, and blamed, even in small matters, and even women in director-level positions. Meeting etiquette was put into effect, but that did not help. Many of the employees interviewed said that Philip Holt, Strain's replacement as head of the studio, was to blame. Also from the article, they accused him of fast-tracking friends from other studios to lead new Undead Lab offices in Florida and Illinois, and also claimed that he helped push out 2 women in high-level positions by failing to adequately support them and hiring men for higher-placed positions to absorb their roles. It was really a pattern where women were uprooted and men were protected and helped, one current employee said. Microsoft denies these claims and says that in recent years, the changes the studio has seen include an entirely new leadership team, in quotes, and new hires of 2021. Of the new hires, 42% were female or non-binary, and 29% were from a visible minority, as well as new training from managers included a sexual harassment workshop. Holt is still with the company, and many of the interviewees still see this as an issue. Many of the current and former interviewees say they felt positive about aspects of the studio. Some said there is room for improvement, but it's generally a good place to work. One current dev said the changes may mean that State of Decay 3 can finally start making progress forward. Last thing from the article, quote, interestingly, Strain, the founder of Undead Labs, has been vocal about the game industry's need to increase workplace safety and inclusion since his departure. In August 2021, he called for unionization across the industry, and in October, he co-founded a new studio, Possibility Space, with a specific commitment to treating employees, quote, fairly and equally. So, yeah, that was a lot. That was a longer one. So let's only have 3 articles today because we have one long one.
I'm going to say, holy shit. Mm-hmm. Jesus Christ. Again, that's just really bad concern from the studio itself. But absolutely mad, to be fair. It's just the same as what we discussed about the other one as well with Blizzard itself, and it's just not fair for the when they're getting the allegations of the sexism and the bullying as well. Mm-hmm. I just don't get it. It's just don't do it. Don't be a fucking arse. Do you know what I mean?
That's a good point, Mel. 100% common sense. Will Wheaton says this. Number 1 rule: don't be a dick. That's all there is to it. Don't be a dick.
Two, don't be an even more dick or a fucking bastard on that one, to be fair. It's just common fucking sense. It's just like, just be equal. Just be equal.
See, that shit winds me up more than the first article. That winds me up more than Activision Blizzard, because that's like, there's a difference between people maybe misconstruing communication and crossing a line, and then there's that. There's that where it is females are not shit, they don't get jobs, they're getting pushed out, and anybody, like, it's so frustrating how they every company does this as a scandal, and then they go, but the new hire is, we've got 50% that are female and 30% that are non-binary. What? And that makes it okay? Just because you've hired that people, how are they going to be comfortable at work? All they've done there is say that they've opened the opportunities to, different sexes, different, non-binary females, etc., but what are you doing to make sure that they're actually safe at work and are equal to opportunities along with everybody else? And the guy, whatever his name was, Jeff Strain, I really, 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 really like State of Decay. Steely will even say that was one of the games that we played years ago. We used to smash State of Decay all the time. It's such fun games. But like, that infuriates me, because how can this Jeff Strain or whatever his name was, so he was the head of
the original founder of the lab, of Undead Labs.
Yeah. So how do you know that there's a problem and you up and leave? How do you know that there's an issue and you up and leave and go, well, I've done this to get a union? No, why didn't you do that in your own company? Why didn't you do that to start with, to iron it out, instead of upping ship and going, I've done it better in my new place because you can't get a grip of the one that you had? Like, it's just so frustrating. I feel like it's a very much tit for tat, like, I've left and I've done this on my own. It's like, well, you should have really thought about the people that were in the situation that you were hopping away from. Simple as that.
He left in 2019, though, and State of Decay had been announced in July 2020.
Yeah, but he said, there was a bit there, and it said something about being vocal about the game industry.
Yeah.
In August 2021, he called for unionisation. That's only 2 years after he left. So it's like he was obviously aware of something going on, which is why he left.
Yeah.
And I just think that this is the way of the world. And as a female, it is actually infuriating because this happens in so many companies. They don't want women because we have to have babies. We have to go on maternity, you know, and 9 times out of 10, I'm sorry to the guys, and this is going to come across a bit sexist, but women work fucking hard, damn hard. We take our work home with us. Like we're troopers. We juggle home life. We grow children while we're still working. Like I don't get how it can be such a thing of being like, oh, women are dismissive. You know, are we back in the 16th? Like, are we back in way back when, where we have to go way outside and, you know, we can't go to work, we can't vote? What? When is it going to change? When is it going to be an equal for everybody, regardless of gender, race, religion, sexuality? It doesn't matter. Everybody is a human being. We all bleed the same. How is this still going on? I don't get it.
I think what you said. We have to get you for Miss President now.
Totally.
No, because I would be lining people up and shooting them. I'm sorry. I would be going, okay, you can't live in this world. Bang, there you go. See you later.
Return of the firing squad.
We would just be left with the only good in the world. That's it.
Well, definitely. To be fair, I do agree. It's just more. As I said earlier on, it needs to be equal terms. I mean,
yeah.
Look, like I said, everyone should be equal. Everyone should have the same rights. No one should be like, oh, men should be higher than the women, or the women should be higher than the men. It should be equal terms, regardless of whether you've done a lot of work or less work or anything like that. As long as there's equal terms and everything like that, then that's the equality itself. That's all. I back the equal. I keep saying equal because it's just like a repeat record.
Yeah.
Maybe if you keep saying it, maybe it'll actually bring it into
maybe
actual,
it'll happen.
life.
Yeah.
It'll happen. It'll actually happen.
By a click of a finger itself.
Willing it into reality is what it's called.
I'm going to manifest it tonight in my sleep. I'm going to play it on repeat and a loop.
Yeah. And then I'll be getting messages like, shit, this should be sorted fucking now. On
yesterday.
Yeah. Surely yesterday or the day before or 20th, 19th, 18th century, whatever bollocks itself. But they need to get it sorted itself. And I do back everyone on the equalities, you know.
Yeah.
Just be equal. Don't fucking mess up like what they've done. That's too.
But they do it all wrong. They do it all. Yeah. All they're doing now, like, is saying, yeah, we've employed more females, we've employed more non-binary people. Like, what are you doing about the people that were knocking these people down in the first place? Until they are made examples out of, there is bad in the world, and there is people who are racist, there's people who are sexist. There's always going to be them people, and until they are held accountable, put the name on blast. I know it's like data protection, blah, blah, blah. No, it should be this person was an arsehole. He's been sacked. He's ongoing court proceedings. Like, I don't get it. It's them people are probably still working in that company now, and they've probably had a slap on the wrist and told, don't do that again. Oh, I promise I won't, and it'll still happen. And the thing about giving your friends jobs and blah, 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 that's the way of the world. It's not what you know, it's who you know. And that is the sad reality of it. And it shouldn't be a thing, but it is. I've worked in companies where, you know, they're a bit pally-pally with someone who's applying for the same position and they get it. And you know fine well that you can do the job better than them. And it is purely cliquey. Everyone wants a happy workplace. Everyone wants to work with the pals and have a laugh. But realistically, until somebody's actually doing something about it, it's going to carry on. It's always going to be there.
RTK said the bar is so fucking low, which I understand where you're coming from on that, RTK. Vanilla says the concerning part is that the women with higher positions were pushed out of their positions. As far as we know, the 42% women non-binary workers now probably have much lower positions, which
They've
is a
probably
good
got all female cleaners. But because they're under their employment, they're probably getting paid half the wage of what the guys do. 100%. Or they're on 0-hour contracts, or, you know, they don't get as long a break. So that there'll always be something. Always.
I have to say that, I mean, at least some of the current employees said that it is getting a little bit better. There's still room for improvement. And there's always room for improvement no matter what. But overall, generally, it's a good place to work, which as long as they're making some changes and trying to fix the issues, then, I mean, that at least shows some sort of attempt at progress and some sort of attempt at, you know, breaking the cycle just in general.
So how much of them are probably being paid to say that? probably
That's
got a
true.
cheeky little bonus on the side, or a men, or the people that have actually been doing it have gone, it's a really nice place to work. We got all the promotions. Dickheads. Sorry. As you can tell, this is something I get a bit passionate about because I hate
That's
anybody
okay.
feeling pushed
I love
out.
it.
Like I have non-binary friends. I have gay friends. I have, like people of color as friends. I have so many different friends from different walks of life, and I just want everybody to be comfortable in who they are. And this shit does not belong in the world. It's as simple as that.
Luciana, this is becoming a political episode. It's not meant to be, I promise.
No.
I swear, I was
we're
going
all
through
petitioning
articles.
for president. Okay,
Telling
I'm
ya.
going for president. I'm telling you, mark my word. 5 years time, that will be me. I'll be standing there going, "If
Get
you're a
your
racist, you will get shot."
Get your
Shit.
signatures now from Nat,
Yeah,
so that you have them in the
Yeah.
future.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's just. I think that we just put that disclaimer. This is what happened in the podcast in the political episode, which I'll probably call that.
This
now.
is why, just for the record, this is why we don't discuss these things in my stream. I can't be trusted. I'm far too opinionated.
Reject tradition, embrace progression. Luciano says.
Honestly, I'm getting all hot because I'm getting all frustrated, getting all angry.
You'll be okay.
Uh-oh.
It's okay.
Are you okay? You okay now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine.
That's good.
I just
That's
get
good.
very passionate about these things.
That's a good thing, though. I like it when our guests are passionate about something. Like some of our best episodes have been guests that are passionate about the topics we're talking about for that week.
I'll watch this back and cringe.
We'd be like, power to the people.
I'm like, it's all Mal's fault. Hyped me up too much.
Vanilla says, at the end of the day, we're just commenting on the article. We have no idea what's factual or not.
Exactly.
That's very true, Vanilla, 100%.
Absolutely.
The media has a way of portraying what it wants us to see, as we've seen with many things over the years, and I think it makes you very, like, personally, it makes me read these things and just go, that's a nice story. And I find it very hard to take any actual stature from them because I just think the media, obviously these are reliable sources, which is absolutely fine, but I still think, who are you interviewing? And the fact that it really infuriates me, and I get not everyone's comfortable, but it infuriates me. It's like, how many anonymous, why are you anonymous? Why, if you genuinely want change, why are you anonymous? Because you think you're going to get sacked or you're going to get pushed out? Like,
maybe.
If anything, you're going to be more protected because you've got it there on pen and paper. So if anything happens to you, you can go, oh, I spoke up and look what happened. So it's, people are wet wipes nowadays. Nobody has the balls to, everyone wants change, but no one's happy enough to do something to actually get change. And that's what infuriates me. Everybody hides behind their anonymity and nobody knows who I am. Just come out with it and say who's an arsehole and who isn't.
Good point.
Take the consequences.
I mean, that's the only way that anything is going to actually get better is if people speak up and say, yeah, this is a problem and I'm this person and I can vouch for this problem. And I can vouch for these people being the problem. So, I mean, that's a big thing. With the guy still being with the company, though, that might be their concern. I mean, some businesses have a no retaliation, and I think it's supposed to be federal here in the States. You guys correct me.
I'm pretty sure it's law. I'm sure it's law. If you speak out, it's whistleblowing, isn't it? You're not allowed to then punish someone for speaking out.
Yeah.
Luciana says the anonymous people are usually the ones against change, though. That's a good point too. If they might be concerned about their job. They might be, just telling their stories from their viewpoints, and it all comes down to, like, the truth is in the gray area, right? I mean, you got one side here saying this happened and one side here saying this happened.
Yeah.
The truth is really always in the gray area of the
Send someone undercover. Get on undercover bosses. That's the only way. That is the only way you will get the true answers. Is someone going in as a little mole and going, you're a dick, you're a dick, you're a dick. I've seen it. I've video recorded you with my little eye thing in my tie. And that's the only way that you will get because you'll always get tit for tat. And those that are high up and respected will always be listened to more than the cleaners and the ones that are shit shoveling and doing all the nitty gritty stuff. It's always going to be like that, sadly.
Yeah. Of course.
Guess what happened with the undercover stuff? It happened at Blizzard. And look what happened.
They had the undercover and they broke it up, which is really good. Yeah, because that's where it originally happened.
They should always have. You should have a little team. Every company should have a little team that no one knows about. They're moles, basically. They get paid a little bit extra on the side, a bit of Christmas bonus. You record it, you come tell me what happened, you give me physical proof, they're gone. And it should be then allowed to be used in court. Because there's all this can't be used in court because it wasn't, there's all sorts here where like certain things can't be used in a court of law because it wasn't consented to and all that shit. No, if you're being a dickhead, it doesn't matter if it's consented to or not. There's a video recording of you being horrible to said person for said reason. There's your proof. Off you pop. Shouldn't be protecting the bloody data protection and all that shit. Go away.
This is
start your own company, Nat. You should start your own company and have your own team of moles to check out what's going on in your company.
Yeah, maybe I should just start an actual company that just provides moles.
Vanilla says, NDAs scare me. Sometimes it makes people unable to speak up. That's a very good point. They might have had to sign an NDA, so they might have had to be anonymous when they made this announcement. And NDAs are a big thing. I've had jobs where I've had to sign NDAs because
they shouldn't be legal
coming out or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it shouldn't be allowed. It should be a case of why do you need a non-disclosure? Like, what are you hiding that you can't disclose? It's as simple as that. Like, if I went for a job and someone went, "Oh, just sign this non-disclosure agreement," unless it outlines that it can only be about like product or, I don't know, if it was about like a recipe, for instance, that you didn't want someone to get, fair enough. But if it's about work and it's about employment and how the actual like management works, I ain't signing that. Not a prayer. Not happening. Because I would walk away and I would say, nah.
RTK is a labor union of spies. I like it. We should make it happen.
A little army of spies.
A labor union of spies. Great. I love it. Good plan.
Nice.
Make it happen, RTK.
Just us three. We'll just group together and we'll just go from one job to another. Our CVs will look appalling, but we'll change the world, so it don't matter.
Yeah.
I'll work for free. I don't need paying. They'll be like, what? And I'll be like, ha.
That'll be it. Sorted.
Oh, just pay me in food and I'm fine.
Pay me in food and I would work anyway. Simple. I love food.
Me too.
We'll have to talk about that in the Ask Us Anything part as well. What food?
Okay.
Because I think that'll probably come back, wouldn't it? Remember that food episode?
A lot of food is acceptable to me.
Thank you so much for that follow, Wes. I just saw it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All the love to you. Welcome to the Trance Nation. You are amazing. I'm glad you're here with us hanging out.
Thank you for the follows, guys.
Got a million of shit. It never pops up during the podcast because we're going through the cloud, so it never shows.
Yeah, absolutely. And I forgot to say, actually, if you've done any redeems on my channel, like the voices, they don't work on the podcast, it's only from like my own streams, but I know that Anxious has just done one with the Jim Carrey one. There's alrighty then. But that's what it should be. But if you got
that was a very, 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 very bad impersonation.
Yeah.
He usually does a better one. That was kind of half-hearted. He's usually better at it than that.
It's not right.
Yeah, blame the COVID, whatever.
I can vouch that it's usually way better, guys.
I'm only joking. No one attack me. I'm not bullying anyone. I'm sorry. Sorry.
This is unbelievable.
Video proof.
Video proof.
Delete the mod. Delete the mod. Wipe the mod.
Okay. RTK goes a reverse Pinkerton detective agency.
Lol.
All about it.
Class. I believe, has anyone else got any more with the article itself? Last bit?
Nope.
Or we're good?
That's all.
Basically, big companies are dickheads. That's how we'll wrap it up. Big companies are dickheads. Don't go work for them. Find a nice little indie game.
If you take nothing else from this podcast, take that away from this podcast. Yeah.
You don't want to be up there, bro. You don't want to be up there. You want to be down here. Middle ground.
They'll be listening to the podcast thinking, shit, better not have any.
All these people that are putting applications for these high companies are going, can I just take that back, please?
Yeah.
I didn't mean it.
I
retract it.
No,
retract it.
we'll take
Or
it
be
back.
a mole.
Power does corrupt. That's a true thing. That actually has been proven that power can corrupt. You gotta let it not corrupt you. It's very hard willpower.
Yeah.
Ledge. Oh no. That was the first segment, which is like an hour. Try to get that right. An hour and 7 minutes of the stream.
Well, we started 10 minutes after, so it's actually like 10 minutes off of that would have been 56 minutes. So
quick maths.
Yeah, I think that's good. I'm good at the math.
I'll say it again. From the first 57 minutes of the first segment of the PC console news is completely done and dusted, to be fair. So it was absolutely epic. And to top it all off, big companies are dicks. That's what I've been told.
That's how we'll wrap it up.
Deserve to burn.
Yeah.
Vanilla.
Sims lives
matter.
Lol. So what's going to happen next, guys, is the main discussion topic, which we got one article that may link. I'm hoping not, because we already ended it with that last statement. Hopefully not. It might be a different topic anyway.
It's a different topic.
Different topic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you read the notes, Milk?
Yeah, it's there. It's there.
Honestly.
I deal with this every week, Nat. Every week.
I don't know how you do it, honestly.
I don't know where he'd be without me, honestly. I don't know.
Honestly, we know who the organisation is behind this, don't we?
I am not commenting anymore with that because she does do all the work with the notes, to be fair. So fair play to her with that.
One wouldn't be without the other. So
that's true.
We
both make the show.
Yeah,
that's very true.
That's true. Anywho, let's get back to the main discussion topic. So Trans will talk about the main discussion to hear our thoughts. Well, to our thoughts of what's going to happen on this anyway. So Trans, I'll let you do the honors.
Okay, so this originally was going to be one of the articles I was going to cover in the news segment, but then I read through it and I was reading through the article and I was like, this makes a better discussion. So I wanted to actually make it into more of a discussion topic instead of a news segment topic. So it kind of plays into a totally different thing, which I think we kind of all need after that intense conversation with the news. So our discussion today is about mob density in games and the reason why, how we feel about that. And the reason why is because I came across an article while I was trying to get the news together about Tiny Tina's Wonderlands players want the game's mob density to be increased. That's our reference article for this particular discussion. This comes from Game Rant. And they were talking about how there's a post on the game subreddit that reached top when it showed that a player going up against a huge wave of enemies saying that it reminded them of Borderlands 3, and other players are saying that the amount of mob density shown in the post is rare to the game. So it was actually like a post that was done by someone in the Reddit, and they were saying, this is how I remember Borderlands 3 being, please up the mobs in Tiny Tina's. The point that the player was making was that it reminded them more of how the mobs were in the game. Of course, Tiny Tina's is supposed to have that same universe and that same concept, that same feel, and how it's more satisfying to them that than the current mob density in the game, which is like little to nothing. Sometimes players will say they'll run one side of the map and kill 2 mobs. This is all in-game material, by the way. Run to one side of the map, kill a couple mobs, run to the other side of the map, kill a couple mobs, and it's just a lot of, waiting for mobs to show. To be fair, however, to Gearbox, there are some players that do like the current density, and it has been said to clear up the screen space and give a better combat clarity. But I was reading this, and I was like, well, we can discuss this, because any of us who have played games that have waves of mods, like Borderlands or Dark Souls or even Outriders, when I played that, any of us who have played any of those type of games where there's like mob waves coming, how do we feel about density? Like, do we feel like more mobs make it more satisfying, or do we feel like more mobs cause more problems for us seeing what's going on the screen? So I want to get you guys' opinion on that, and you guys in chat too, feel free to interject with your opinions as well. So I'll let you guys start off the discussion.
I'll let Nat decide. Let Nat discuss.
Damn.
Yeah.
I honestly think variety is the spice of life. I think I've watched some of Tiny Tina's Wonderlands, and as much as you do get the mobs, I didn't get the impression that it was from the developer's point of view. I didn't get the impression that it was supposed to be similar to Borderlands. Mm-hmm. So I feel like if it's advertised by the developer as wanting to be similar to Borderlands, then yeah, you should be having similar sized mobs and, trying to kind of base it off the same kind of theory. I personally don't really like massive mobs. I'd rather have something where you can be interactive. So I'd rather have like a normal anxious. Mobs, I think, is like waves of enemies, like in Borderlands, where it's like big groups, like, and you have to fight them all off at once rather than having like individual bosses as such. It's like in Borderlands, where you're kind of stuck in a corner and you've got wave after wave of like huge amounts of enemies. But for me personally, I would rather have something where you can interact. Like, I kind of like a game where you can kind of go to a section of the game and choose that mob, choose to then have the wave after wave after wave. I don't really like the games where you kind of wander around and suddenly you've got 1,000 people around you and you're like, whoa, leave me alone. I just want to get over there. So mobs can be stressful, but as far as content creating's going, like, they don't provide much content really, like as far as posting content on other social medias go. Playing them can be quite fun, but I don't think that they're as enjoyable as like having a big boss that you have to go and fight, basically. So I think having a balance of the two, you know, people saying that it's very rare to have a mob of that size, like on the subreddit, I kind of understand, but if that's what the game's meant to be made, I think we live in a world where people are never satisfied. People will always say, I want more mobs, and then someone else will be going, I don't. I'm really struggling with this. Like, so maybe having like, going forward, game developers could have like different settings, maybe like an easy setting and a hard setting, because in the old retro games you always had easy, medium, and then like super hard. And I feel like all these games today, like Elden Ring for example is one, it's impossible, it's bloody solid. So like, I would like to have an easy mode and then a harder mode so that you can familiarize yourself, and those that are experienced gamers can then pick the harder setting. That's where I stand on it.
Well, also, like I said, this is all based on the in-game content that they were talking about. There's a couple locations in the in-game content that they're complaining about, and this is one of the things that they're talking about. Now, personally, I'll get a couple of the comments in chat in just a minute, guys. I'll get to you guys in just a minute. I played Outriders, and when you jump from level to level in Outriders, because you get each level depends on your difficulty, and you can jump to the next tier. So I played Outriders like all the way through, and there are times when like going from like tier 2 to tier 3 was like a huge jump. Like, I mean, as opposed to dealing with, you know, a bunch of mobs that are easily killed, you were dealing with a bunch of mobs that took a little while to go down.
Yeah.
So it was like an imbalance during those couple of tiers, but then you had to constantly, you know, work to get to the next tier. And some people were staying low tiers because they didn't want to actually, you know, deal with how difficult the game got the further you went along. So they had the chance to stay in there, but they couldn't get the rewards that they needed if they didn't jump up to the higher tiers. But you did get more bonuses, and you did get more XP for killing the monsters that way, and more drops and all that stuff as it went along. In game, I feel like, and this could just come from playing the massive amount of RPGs that I've played. I feel like if you're at the point of in-game content, some people enjoy the OP feeling. They like the feeling of, you know, being the most powerful thing in the world. Some people don't. So, I mean, they like to have a challenge, and if they're too strong and they can just wipe out the mobs, and there's not that many mobs coming, they're just waiting around for more mobs to come. Yeah, and
games should be challenging.
Yeah,
they shouldn't be easy.
And Tiny Tina's was when it was advertised, it was talking about like a cross between D&D and Borderlands type thing. It's in the same universe of Borderlands, same company that makes it. The gameplay is a little bit different, but they kind of crossed it with D&D. And even in D&D, like when you're doing tabletop D&D, like there's times you're going to have like a shit ton of undead coming at you, and you got to take these guys out. Now, of course, obviously it's up to the DM's discretion as to whether or not they want those massive amounts of undead to be easily killable or not as easily killable. Balance between how many come at you and how easily the team takes them out. Also, when it comes to the bosses, same thing. But I mean, personally, I don't like the feeling of being overwhelmed. I like being able to see the screen, and there are times even in Outriders where like it got chaotic even for me, and I had like AoE that I could do and take out people quickly, you know, with massive amounts of damage. But when I got to those higher tiers, like I didn't like the fact that I was like so clustered, and I wanted to feel challenged, but there was a couple points where I just died over and over and over and over again, and I had to keep doing that same mission over and over and over again until a friend actually helped me, and we did co-op, and we finally cleared the mission. But I was like, I think I played that one mission like 10, 12 times before I got help with my friend at least. So personally, since I don't ascribe to the OP-ness. I don't like being OP at all. I like to have a challenge, but I don't want it to be overwhelming either.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like striking a balance, and
Middle
that's
ground.
a very delicate balance. Yeah. So Luciano says if the entire game has the same NPC spawn rate, it's a problem, which seems to be the case here. So if they do tackle this problem, they should up the spawn rate in certain areas where it's suitable, and that makes sense. I agree with you on that, Luciano. Vanilla says, hard to say. I like a bit of balance. Sometimes I got to be double teamed, or other times I had to be handled by a dense crowd. And we know where Vanilla's mind is with that comment. Kel says, I like more mobs, Law. Killing a large group at once with a single spell or clip of armor, that's just satisfying to see all the currency and XP flow in. I feel like it's, like I said, striking a delicate balance in the game, like you kind of like we were talking about, Nat. It's striking a delicate balance because there's a point where it's too easy, and there's a point where it's too hard, and you got to find that middle ground, that central point where the balance is just right, where you feel challenged and you feel like, okay, I feel accomplished in this mission. But also at the same time, you don't feel like you're going to die a million times to like swarms and swarms and swarms of bad guys coming at you.
I feel like Luciano's nailed it there, to be honest. I feel like if they could have it, if it's like kind of like an open world game, if they could have certain areas that you can opt to go to, and it has maybe like a little warning that says like, warning, this is a tough mob, and you can avoid it if it's an open world, and you can go around it, or you can avoid it if you want to. I feel like that would be perfect because you don't have to change the whole game. You've just then got little sections for those people who, maybe are just narcissists and just love having the shit beat out of them all the time. And you can go and you can do it, and you can constantly evolve. It's the same with like the likes of Elden Ring. Some of those bosses are near impossible, but because it's open world, you can kind of go, I'm not dealing with that guy. I'll come back to you next week when I've got, I've upped my level a little bit. And I feel like that's the way to do it, is to have little sections on the map where it's like, this is going to be tough. Are you sure you want to go into this? And if you don't like it, you can opt out and you can walk the other way and go to a bit of an easier mob. That would probably be the way to do it, in my opinion.
It'd be like abilities or like extra stuff like to add on before you get to the mobs and stuff. So you at least you have to be at level 10 or level 20.
Yeah, level based,
level based ones. Bloody hell, Vanilla. Jesus Christ.
I just keep seeing these comments.
Yeah.
I love those comments. They're the best.
Basically, like, it should be based on level as well, I think, anyway, personally. Like, didn't they used to do it like on like World of Warcraft and all the other stuff as well, where they did like different levels? Like,
sometimes you have to level up a certain amount to be able to like go into a certain dungeon or a certain enemy, or that would probably be a good way to do it.
And at one point in the World of Warcraft map, and Kel can agree with me on this one, at one point it had like the regions that you would look at when you look at the world map, the regions would show what level you need to be for that area, what level the mobs were in that area. And so you knew what the difficulty was going to be before you actually set foot into that space.
But that's what it should be, to make it easier for to know, like, oh, sorry, it's been too much for me. I'll come back until I upgrade my gear and all the other shit and stuff. But
Luciano says, no, I don't agree. Games should not be difficult. A lot of people only have little time to play. They want to relax, not bump into a wall every 10 minutes because the game is so hard. That being said, games should have the option to make it hard ASF, but should not be the standard, at least not in the entire industry. Soulsborne games are popular in their own niche of folks who want a challenge, and that's not everyone, and that's fine. 100%. I'm with you on that too. Yeah.
That's why there's different categories of gaming, though. I feel like you wouldn't go and play something like Elden Ring if you want a nice, relaxed, like easy to play game for an hour. Do you know what I mean? It's that's subject to category, but as a standard, a game shouldn't be easy. You shouldn't be able to complete a game you paid £60 for in 4 hours. It's just not feasible. You're not getting your value for money there. That's why games are so long. If they're easy or they're easier, they're normally a bit longer. There's more of a story. There's a lot more prologues to drag it out for that reason. It shouldn't be impossible. But I feel like there needs to be some sort of universal like leveling system for the difficulty, because I got Elden Ring and I know Souls games are very difficult. But it was my first Souls game and I've probably played 2 hours of it because I just don't I can't do anything. I'm literally just getting aped by every single enemy that I come across. And that's fine. It's not for me. But I kind of wish... I mean, people told me how hard it would be before I got it. So that was my fault because I kind of went, that was stupid. It's a game. And I was like, oh, okay, this is near impossible. But it would be nice to have some sort of like lighting system, like an red, amber, green light of like how easy a game is overall. So if you do want something major laid back, you can go for a green. And if you want something that's really challenging, you go for a red. And it would be nice to have, you know, they give a brief description, but it never really like indicates how long or how hard the game is. You have to then search the internet for like Tiny Tina's Wonderland average completion time. You know, you have to kind of look for that yourself. And that's based on how good you are at gaming, really, and that niche of games.
Kel says, yep, and now WoW includes instant leveling, so now mobs and areas will level up with you as you quest in those areas, so you can complete quest lines if you want, instead of leaving an area unfinished if you're not ready to move on yet. And even in Stardew, like, there's times when you're in the mines and you're fighting the monsters in the mines, there's times when you'll get a notification at the top saying this area is dense with monsters. So it's like, hey, just so you know, you're going to have a fight on your hands.
Do you want to continue?
And you can come back, and it doesn't always be the same area each time.
Yeah.
It's all RNG. So if you decide to leave the mines at that point, and you're like, I'm barely surviving as it is. Yeah. I don't want to chance it. Even if it's only level 5.
Yeah.
Even level 5, like, is the mobs get crazy on level 5, even at that point. There's these little flies that come at you, and they're the most annoying things, and I hate them.
Even the flies in game annoys me. So hard to hit. Go away. Get on the floor. Put your feet on the floor, and then fight me.
These bugs fly at you from different parts of the caverns in the mines, and they'll come at you, and you'll hear them come, and you'll hear the buzzing. But when they come at you in multiple times from different angles, you're constantly swiping at them to clear them, and they take a lot to kill at that level. So unless you've got a really OP sword that you picked up because you had enough gold to get it from the Adventuring Guild, you're not going to get jack shit done in that room. So, I mean, but it does give you a notification, and it also has like a visual screen thing where like it goes green when there's a whole bunch of mobs to notice that there's a whole bunch of people here. You got to fight through the monsters. But and that way you can say, okay, I can't handle this level today. We're going to leave, go to sleep, come back, and maybe we'll take it on tomorrow. Maybe we won't be luckier. It won't be as full of monsters next time. So, I mean, it kind of gives you the chance to continue on that particular level and keep going through the mines if you want, or take a break from it, come back and do it again. Because you might get a whole nother setup with a whole nother matter, and you might not have to deal with the dense mobs in that particular level. So, I mean, Vanilla says, so essentially Souls games are a BDSM club. If you enjoy it, you enjoy it. Enter it at your own risk.
It should come with a health warning. Like, people that I know that are... I don't know if either of you have played Elden Ring or watched gameplay, but people that I know that are very, very chilled have broken things on that game. Like, that tests you. Like, I don't have the mental capability to be dealing with that kind of stress. I'm sorry. My life's already a bit stressful. I just want to have a nice time. And I thought I was going to ride around on my little horse, and I was just going to have fun swinging my sword around. And then I think I was stuck for like an hour on the first boss. And I was like, do you know what? I ain't got the time or the headspace for this. Like, I am done. And then I was like, well, that was a waste of 60 quid. I will really come back to it eventually, but I don't know when.
What's really crazy is like all the articles that we've talked about, because we've covered the release of Elden Ring since E3 last year. So all the articles that talked about Elden Ring said that it's still a Soulsborne game, but it's the easiest in the series up to this point.
Well, I mean, I remember watching Nicewig, who obviously I normally watch play Apex, and I mean, he was stuck on this boss for 3 hours. And like, credit to him, he didn't back off. He was like, I am doing this boss. And he'd get it to like that much health, and it'd take him down. I mean, how he held it together on stream, I will never know, because he looked like he was ready to erupt from the inside. Like, it was... And he was like, this is so hard. He was like, why is it so hard? Like, the developers are sickos. And it was
my community wants me to get it. My community wants to get it to see me rage quit it.
See, I'm not very good at the movement. It's very much, you know, you have to like flippy, what's it called, like roly-poly and like swipe and then roly-poly back.
Dodge,
I'm not about that. I just want to smash something. I just want to you know, give me a club and just...
That's why you get a big old Warhammer, like a massive two-handed Warhammer.
Yeah.
And just go to town.
You do that and you can't get near them because they've all got these swipey tails or horses or like, oh my God, it was... Yeah, that was it. Margit. Margit was impossible. Horrible. Crazy. But it's like one of the first bosses, so you're meant to be like higher level, like you say, but it's there straight away, so you assume, oh, I'm ready to fight this, and then, you know, the game quickly says, no, you ain't. You want to come back in a few hours when you've leveled up a bit.
Well, it's even like in Skyrim, right? Like, even in Skyrim, like, there were the wandering giants, and you had to watch out for the wandering giants.
Yeah.
If you were
These are
leveling
everywhere
yourself
in
up,
Elden Ring. Everywhere.
you were like, oh my god, I can't run into this giant or I'm going to die.
Yeah. And there's no pause button either. I learned. I paused to talk to chat, and the next minute I had these like weird looking monster bats trying to attack me, and I was like, bro, I'm paused. And it was like, yeah, there is no pause in this game. I was like, oh, okay. Best find a campfire then to sit down and rest.
Yeah, honestly. Skyrim was like that too. Like, you didn't have a pause. Like, you get it in your bags, and they would keep attacking you. It didn't matter. You're like, I need to get this potion, like, now, I'm gonna die. And then they just keep attacking you, and you die anyway. So Luciano said, I bought Elden Ring, but I haven't touched it in a while because a session can only be fun if you at least play more than an hour. But I made a promise to myself to become a true gamer by finishing this game as my first Soulsborne
You got it. I believe in you, Luciano. Watch a lot of guides. A lot of guides. That helped.
And you made the comment about Margit. And Vanilla said, I admit I love watching gamers deal with my favorite infuriating bosses.
Hi. You're a bad person. It's not like, struggle.
This is Vanilla.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're meeting Vanilla now.
Good. Luciano, the irony in the name.
I watched a lot of vids on cheese tactics and how to make it easier for you, and it helped me dramatically. I'm level 39, but I'm not challenging Margit because he's a scary fellow.
He's like, and all the monsters terrifying. Have you seen the hands? But there's like a pair of hands like, isn't it? It's like a spider, but they're just huge ass hands. Like, if I ever saw hands that big, I am running. It's just one. You're squashed. Nope, I'm out.
Wow.
I haven't gotten Elden Ring. I've been wanting it. I love the game. I wanted to play.
Wait till it's on the offer. Hard. Yeah, because I was a bit disappointed in paying like £60 and it being that hard because I've just not got the time or the patience. Like, it's there and I will eventually play it. But I would say maybe see if you can get it on special offer or something like when it's reduced a little bit.
Yeah, and like I said, with Outriders, I dealt with that too because it just kept getting. There was a couple places that just kept getting pummeled. The monsters just kept coming at you. The people just kept coming at you, and it was like so hard to even focus on killing one of them because you got 10 other ones over here coming at you, and you're trying not to die. And like I said, it took me and my friend doing co-op to actually get through it. And we finally, and the reason why is because he was a lot higher level than I was. But of course, it does. I think it's level cap for you when you play with somebody who's higher level than you. But because he had the stronger abilities and because he had already built his tree, we pretty much were able to finally start going through the game significantly and making major progress. And we wound up ending the game in general together. So it was really nice. But yeah. Luciano says, my biggest achievement is beating my first Elden Ring boss in one try, though my spirit summon wolves did most of the work.
I don't know how strong you guys' bladder is, by the way, but I'm just going to run to the bathroom one second because I've drank too much Coke. 2 minutes.
Kel says, well, the way I feel Zola in the Soulsborne series to people is it's like a homebrew D&D campaign where the DM just absolutely hates you. You mean one of Matt Mercer's impossibly difficult monsters? Is that what you're talking about, Cal? Because I know you're watching Critical Role right now.
I mean, to be honest, I've never played Elden Ring. I've seen people commenting about the game itself, and I mean, I was thinking of getting it because it's something different to what I love with the sport itself, but I just could not believe there was no pause button as well. That's what shocked me. I was like, how the hell do you pause a game when everyone else pauses a game? You pause a game? It's just not right. But
well, it's like I said, and even in Skyrim, it was like that. Like, you couldn't really pause the fight. You could get in your bags, which would normally pause the fight, and the monster wouldn't attack you for most games. And you're getting your bags, and this dragon is still attacking you while you're trying to get something to kill the dragon with.
Yeah. Or try and find out some more guys just to say, how can I get from A to bloody B? Itself.
Like, I mean, I had multiple times where I was fighting a dragon that was just pummeling the shit out of me. And I had to get in my bag to get, like, you know, a potion or something to keep me from dying. And I barely made it because I was a sliver of health when I hit that potion, and I had to hit another one instantly afterwards. It was crazy. So I get it.
Absolutely mad. Luciana says the no pause mechanic can be very annoying. Absolutely. 100. No, sorry, not 100. 500% freaking answered itself. It's just stupid. It's just common sense.
You've got to be able to pause. We're all adults. We're all, it's definitely an adult game. I can't see a 12-year-old playing that game because, God, their whole house is going to be trashed. Their parents are going to sue.
But
you need to be able to pause. Anything happens, you've got to, or have the ability to rest a bit closer together because there's sometimes quite a big gap between them, and you think, 5 miles till the next fire.
Yeah.
Vanilla says, if any of you want a good time, watch people fight Lady Freed from Dark Souls 3. Luciano says, some Soulsborne purists may disagree, but having no actual pause and a pause moment is not a good thing, and you can't put that under the disguise of being challenging.
It's just stupid. Yeah. But yes, anyone who's obsessed with Souls games will say the opposite. It's not supposed to be a pause button. Well, have a setting that you can turn it off then. God.
Absolutely. It's
it doesn't affect the game. You can't pause mid-boss and go, actually, I'll just change the setting. No, you just need a breather sometimes, or a second because the dog's eating something it shouldn't, or the kids, smearing paint all over the wall, or something. Something will happen. For the record, my kid doesn't smear paint all over the wall. She's 7. She's quite well behaved.
That's good.
Or you need to get a snack or toilet break.
Yeah, you need a wee. Getting slammed by Maggot with a big ass tail and.
Wes says, I'm not getting Elden Ring because I'm so stubborn, so I know I won't be able to sleep if I'm stuck on a boss.
It's true. Wes will not sleep or eat for 3 weeks if he's stuck on a boss. No, honestly, I've never known anyone as stubborn as that guy, and I'm stubborn, but no.
Kel, no pausing, we die like men. What the hell, Kel?
Wow.
Bloody hell,
hey,
Kel.
look, okay, I just finished watching The Magicians, okay? And one of the main characters in The Magicians is Margot, and her phrase is ovary up. So, there you go.
There we go.
I love Margot. She's so great. She's amazing.
God save
I don't
Vanilla.
want to pause during a good time.
It's not a good time though. Imagine getting like beat downs, and imagine if you were getting like somebody physically kicking the shit out of you, and you could go, "Can I just take 2 minutes?" Like, how much nicer would that be? You could just gather yourself, have a little drink, a little snack, and then be like, "Okay, continue."
Luciano, I don't think Vanilla will deny that one bit. Vanilla was all about the gimp suit on Xander, so I don't think that Vanilla will argue that at one moment at all, Luciano, so it's okay.
Vanilla will be calling Margit daddy in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Bloody hell.
I've made it an hour and 35 minutes without mentioning anything resembling daddy, so we've done well.
Hey, first one for the season for your episode.
Yeah.
Good job.
Yeah, an hour and 35, an hour and 36, kicking in and be like,
there we go.
Again.
I like Xander in the suit, not me.
Lol.
Did you guys see Did you guys see that? Did you guys see Xander in the game at all? Were you guys there? Have you guys seen any of the streams where I played? And I haven't played a lot with him, but I'm talking about y'all. I'm talking about the chat. But I mean, Xander's a good looking dude. Not gonna lie. I mean, everybody. Well, not everybody. I'm not gonna say everybody because there are some really jacked up faces in GTA. But
Jacked
I mean,
faces.
most people will go with the attractive people in the game, just in general. Like Olivia is.
I look like a prostitute. My gal is walking about with her bum out and everything. I'm living my life via GTA. That's me.
Olivia is hella sexy. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Olivia is hella sexy. And since you got all the mods, you can change the face a little bit. But I made her that way for a reason. I wanted her to be beautiful. I was intentional. So Vanilla goes, Xander spent half the session without a shirt. My God. Very true. Matt is getting sus because I'm here.
It's true. Let's go away. Who told you about the podcast? Get out of here.
No,
Wes is potentially the best Call of Duty sniper I have ever seen in my life.
Oh shit!
No shit. So that's yeah. Based from Sweden, so he's a bit weird. He says chicken instead of chicken. I don't know about that.
Chicken. Can I have some chicken and rice?
He's like, I'm just going to go get myself some chicken. I'm like, some what? Some chicken.
I thought you said shitting or chicken or chicken.
They just talk funny.
Yeah.
Love you, Wes. It's like an ongoing thing. He bullies me for I always say bro all the time.
I say bro a lot too. I do.
Yeah.
Luciano, I made my Elden Ring hero a waifu. I stole a character creation YT video. God. Nice. Vanilla, since you all brought it up after the podcast, I'm watching people fight Lady Freed. Looks like there are some new victims playing.
That is Wes's emote as well. It says bottled water because we don't pronounce our teas.
It might be amongst Hispanics, but that's because the CH in Spanish.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just accent, isn't it? But like when you're good friends with someone, I feel like you kind of find that again level of boundaries. And like one thing we take the piss out of each other is our vocabulary. And like sometimes we'll be talking and they'll be like, hang on, let me just Google translate what I'm trying to say. Because it's some words are so different. And you're like, how do you call that? And it's like, it's one of the things that blows my mind is like, whoever looked at a car and said, you know what? That is called a car. Like, who does that? Who made the names for everything? Anyway, we won't get into that because I'll be here all night and I won't sleep.
I mean, honestly though, Nat, I've thought about that multiple times. Something is called something because someone said that's what that is.
Yeah, I get inventors. The person who invented the car named it. But what about like a carrot? Someone was just walking around through the woods one day and went, "Oh, what's this sharp orange thing? Crunch. Oh, it's nice. We'll call it a carrot." Like, who does that? I don't get it.
I've gotten into like sometimes I think about that just because I think about random shit, guys, random philosophical shit, and I'm like, everything is called everything because somebody thought to name it something.
Yeah, you should. There you go. Car is called Bill in Sweden. Bill here is a person. We have a Bill down the street. Like,
and that was
if he was like, I'm gonna go get the bill. Like, are you getting the bill in a restaurant? Are you getting the bill that lives 3 doors down? Are you getting the car? How are you supposed to know?
You get the cops itself when you send the bill itself. So.
Vanilla's like, I thought car stemmed from motor car, maybe even hails from caravan. Linguistic is crazy. 100%.
Yeah, I don't get it. I have quite bad anxiety and I have like crippling insomnia. These are the things that keep me up at night. And one of my friends used to send me this guy off TikTok and he literally comes like running in a room and he's like, wait. He was like, do doctors self-diagnose or do they go to other doctors? And I'm like, great, there's me for 3 days. I'm not sleeping now till I know the answer. And I had to contact one of my friends who is in medicine and say, can you self-diagnose? And they were like, no, you have to go to another doctor if you need any like medicine or treatment or anything. I was like, cool. And then I have to know the answers to things and it infuriates me. So please don't give me anything that we don't know the answer to of the unknown because I will be up for days.
We won't talk about some of the weird linguistics then. Like, you know, where you park your car being a driveway, but you drive on a parkway.
Yeah, like the whole America v UK thing makes me laugh as well, because obviously we speak English, so we speak the same language, but it's slang, isn't it? Essentially, like what you call things like garbage, trash, rubbish. Like there's so many different, and like my daughter watches a lot of YouTube and a lot of like American kids on YouTube, and she's always like, Mum, what are you doing on the couch? I'm like, it's a sofa, okay? We're in Britain. It's a sofa. And then she's like, oh, Mum, do you think my baby nephew needs his diaper changing? I'm like, it's a nappy. And she's like, well, why do they say it? I'm like, because they live in America. And I'm like, you can't be rocking about here, like, talking like you're from America because people get confused. She went to school and said, someone didn't know what I meant by a pacifier. I was like, that's because it's a dummy. It's a dummy, Esme. Dummy.
I understand where the concept came from that, though. I do. Because Malk and I have had this conversation too, haven't we? About multiple times. We've had this conversation about the differences between our cultures, and I'm like, it's so weird how things here in America are so different than things over there. Some of the things are just completely ridiculous, and even sometimes when he says something, I have to like think about. I'm like, wait a minute. What's the American equivalent of that? Yeah. What's he talking about?
And sometimes the American word makes more sense, but sometimes the British word makes more sense. Like it's like what is rubbish? Why do we call it rubbish? Like trash makes sense. It's trash. It's you don't want it anymore. But like who went? No, it's not trash. It's rubbish. What? What even is a word? Like it blows my mind, honestly.
auto in Dutch, but technically it's English. It's automobile, but we call them we call them cars.
Yeah.
We're usually more than often not. But unless
Automobile hasn't been around since like the
general.
70s, I don't think.
The early bird catches the worm, but the early worm gets eaten. Sun Tzu, Heart of War. Oh, that's so weird because I grew up watching the BBC, so I referred to so many American things by UK terms, and I started doing that too. Malk, you've had an effect on me. I've started doing that too. Like, I don't say couch as much as I used to. I now say sofa, and I call the love seat a sofa, which is weird because it's a love seat here because it's 2 seats as opposed to 3. But I mean, I still call it a sofa because that's what comes to my head first.
It is a lot to do with society, and like your social circle affects a lot. Like Wes will say, like the amount of times that we've spent like recently together playing games, etc. Like he's picking up a lot of British things, and then like he'll talk to some of his Swedish friends, and like, what the hell are you talking about? It is called a torch. Oh, we're not having this argument again. It's a torch. God's sake.
RTK, the naked man fears no pickpocketing.
True.
Philosophy.
You can't get pickpocketed if you don't have pockets.
That's true. Vanilla, so many of my classmates were like, what the fuck is a trash bin? What's a rubbish bin?
Just a bin. Why don't you just take the first bit away and just call it, everyone calls it a bin, right?
Which
probably not in
sense to
Sweden.
me.
They probably call it like a ball or something.
What is a ball? What is a rubbish ball?
What do you call bin in Swedish? In fact, I can Google translate it.
You should. I mean, I understand why it's called a bin. That makes sense to me. But I still call it a trash can. I mean,
but again, you understand that it's called a bin, but why do you understand that it's called a bin? Because someone told you what bin means.
Well, yeah. I mean, I have a lot of friends in the UK, just in general, and I see Malk every week. So
yeah.
That's a thing.
Why are you giving me Spanish? I don't want Spanish. Hello?
Hello?
Americans have no idea what a bin is. That's very true.
Apparently. But why is it? Why do you have to
American
make it?
Spelling is the next argument. Luciano.
Colour and colour. Colour and colour. Favourite and favourite.
Yeah.
Prioritise, or like with the Z, or what is it?
No.
Organise, like with the Z.
Yeah.
So
one that blows my mind. Why does a fridge? Is it a D or a G? I'm pretty sure it's a D.
It's
Why
DG.
does a fridge have a DG and refrigerator doesn't? When a fridge is a short version of refrigerator, it makes no sense.
I'm in America.
Look, we've lost
Malk.
Malk. Look, he's lost. Google refrigerator. It's not spelled like you'd think the fridge was in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's just blown his mind.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those words that's like misspelled all the time because of that.
Yeah.
Because we called a fridge when it's short as DG and fridge.
No, Shadow. Put the D in. Oh, I'm not gonna say.
Frige. I was like Frige. I like it. It's now the Frige, Luciano.
It's missing the D.
Wes says it's
yeah, that's what a bin is. That's what a bin is in Swedish. Like, the words are just so long. Like, I feel like saying hi, how are you is 4 times the length in Swedish. You just make more work for yourself. Why?
On that note, and RTK can agree with me on this as well. When you say hello, Frige with a Spanish pronunciation, or French, it could be Frige. You never know. But you saying hi when you're saying it formally, because when you say it formally in Korean, it's annyeonghaseyo, which is hello. Annyeonghaseyo. Annyeonghaseyo is how you say annyeonghaseyo. But when you're saying it short, it's still just annyeong. But it's still longer than hi.
You say
onion? Yeah.
What?
Sounds like it. Onion.
Annyeong. No, onion.
Oh, but it's a bit more. Onion. Onion.
I'll tell you.
I will forget. No, I'll forget this. I'll butcher it.
On like Anna. On.
Onion.
Oh, onion.
Onion.
Sounds like onion to me, just with a funny accent.
Yeah.
Thank you, RTK.
Onion.
I'm saying onion now because I
yeah,
heard that.
Me too. Me too.
Give it a high
five. You are 100% right, Kel. Yeah. It is 6 languages in a trench coat pretending to be one language. It's like those stacked up people trying to be a tall person in the trench coat. 100%.
Absolutely mad, to be fair.
But yeah, and it's still longer than saying hi, but that's the equivalent of hi is onion.
You saying
Why not just say
onion?
hi?
You're saying onion again?
You are saying onion. You are.
am
I don't care I don't care what you tell yourself. You're saying onion.
RTK, am I saying it properly? I should be saying it properly. I spent weeks learning this. I should be saying it properly.
It doesn't read how you say it though, because that to me is an yeong. An yeong. They probably said something really offensive there. I probably just called someone a dickhead. Sorry.
Yes, you're right, RTK. It's very weird. Luciana, when you get invaded by Romans, Germans, Vikings, and
No,
French.
that's not how you spell onion. That's union. Onion's got an onion, not an onion.
I will say that I do say union. I say union. Like I make the U definitive. Like you hear the U
in what? In what? I'm so confused. Yeah, but he's trying to say onion. He just doesn't know how to spell it.
That's how you say it.
No, it's not. No, it's onion actually, but we say onion because we're British and we don't say it properly. But it's onion technically.
Onion. Yeah.
Which sounds very weird.
Why do I say onion? You can't do it without doing a funny face.
One thing I will tell you: if you try and I found this out when I was learning Korean, I still have a long way to go, but I found out that for my band geek, stay with me, okay? Your embouchure needs to be smaller, like your mouth needs to be open. The mouth, like when instead of having like where you're enunciating and have a wider placement of your mouth, it would be smaller, so it's more closed. So embouchure is
I have a big mouth.
Your mouth.
Are you trying to say pouting? Like
No. Like instead of if you try and over enunciate, like if you say onion, it sounds wrong. But if you close your mouth a little bit when you say it, onion, and you close your mouth,
you just look like you're a ventriloquist. You look like you're not speaking. I can't do
it. Is more closed mouth. That's just in general. I found that out. Japanese is just the same, except they got 3 alphabets on top of that or something.
I'm lost. I speak one language, and that's English, and that's like I'm thick when it comes to anything else. My boyfriend
speaks like he can conversate in quite a few of them, but he understands parts of 7 different languages. But he can conversate in most of those.
I barely understand all of the English language, to be honest. There's so many different bloody variations. Don't even send me to London. Jesus Christ. They all talk roadman there. I don't know any of that.
I have to tell you the Midlands phrasing.
No.
As well.
No.
No, it means yes, it means no. So technically you would like to hear it as well next time.
Hey, Dom.
Hi, Dominique.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. I'll be right
Welcome
back.
to the podcast. Second. We're just talking about words. Linguistics.
Yeah, we've come right off topic. I don't know how this has happened. We were talking about bloody State of Decay, and now we're talking about onions. Onions.
It happens all the time on this show, Nat. Like no question. Like seriously, it happens all the time.
That's how it should be.
It's great. I love it. I love the flow of conversation. It's amazing.
All good.
Are you back, Milk? That was really
cool. You didn't even leave. You literally didn't even leave. I think your arm was still in focus when you came back.
Yeah, I just got
oh my God.
strawberries and stuff now. So it was just
who's bringing you snacks? I need me one of them. Oh, there's no one here. It's just me.
It was like, it's just like I can't just move at the podcast. I can't reach.
Thanks for reminding me how bloody lonely I am. I thought this was a nice, safe space.
I have friends all over the world, and Irish heavy accents. I used to watch like Irish people try videos on YouTube.
Irish accent
is very heavy, and I have to like listen to it a few times. I had to put on a caption just to understand it. Same thing with Gaelic too. Like it's like people like when I was looking at, because I was trying to study Gaelic at one point, and I didn't really get very far on it. But Scots, when they have people in Scotland, they have very heavy accents as well too. And I have a couple friends that I play with.
But they have their own language. Gaelic is a different language completely. Because I always thought it was just Scottish people that I couldn't understand, and it's actually a different language.
There's Scottish Gaelic and there's Irish Gaelic. 2 separate.
No, Dom, you're from Newcastle. Why are you, man?
Vanilla.
That's the only accent you'll get out of me. Oh my
got told I
God.
sound Irish, Scottish.
Yeah, I love the Irish accent. For me personally, that is such a beautiful accent. But I can't understand a word they're saying, but I don't need to because I'll just stare and be like,
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
cool.
Yeah, the only things I
Thanks.
hear, from
What'd
the
you say?
Irish is just the Guinness. That's all I heard, and that's all I.
Heard Guinness.
not only
We're
that,
good.
yeah.
It just makes me
I know
think
what
of
that is.
Snatch. That's all
Yeah.
that comes to mind of Irish.
Snatch. Yeah.
Oh, Vanilla. Irish
a
accents
film.
are my weakness.
Yeah, I agree,
There you
Vanilla. I
go.
feel like me and Vanilla should be friends.
Welsh
Welsh,
beats.
Gaelic, and Irish. Really?
No, I can't stand the Welsh accent. I just find it irritating.
Ooh.
Yeah, no offense to anyone who has a Welsh accent. Everyone has like accents that they tolerate more than others, and it can't be helped.
Yeah.
But there's some that just rub me up the wrong way.
Yeah, there's a few accents that I'm like, like when my boyfriend uses them because he's lived in a few different places. But when he speaks with a Scottish accent, because if he's okay, we've been watching a lot of Outlander. Okay, so now he's gotten to the point where like certain parts when he's telling me about what's going on in the show, they've already seen the whole thing, by the way. Certain parts he's telling me he kind of slips into a slightly Scottish accent. And I'm like, huh. Oh, okay. Because I like it when he does that, but I also like his Australian accent too. We went
Good
to
job it's after
Outback
9 o'clock. Jeez.
We went to Outback once, and like we went to Outback once, and he started talking with an Australian accent just in general because of the atmosphere of the place, and I was just like, yeah, sure, that sounds great.
I will agree to anything you say.
Whatever you say right now. Seriously. I feel
like it's a female thing more than a male thing as well. I don't think men really give a shit what accent you have as long as you're speaking.
They have certain accents that they're weak for.
Yeah.
Too.
I don't think not as much as women though. I think women are so soppy for accents. We're pathetic, really, aren't we? Let's be honest.
A lot of my UK male friends like my accent. Yeah. I don't know why.
I have a lot of American guys that gush over the UK accent, and I'm like, I'm not a UK accent. I'm Yorkshire. I'm proper like off to shop, eh? Like, like, and I'm like, how's that attractive? I sound like a man.
Luciana goes, you don't like the sound of rambling? And Welsh flag the best,
no.
RTK says. For whatever reason, my brain confuses Australian and English accents unless they're yelling or arguing. I don't know why I can discern every other accent normal, but those two just short circuit my brain. Listening to an English accent, Malk, every week.
Hi.
And other people I've had from the UK. Listening to their accent and comparing it to an Australian accent, it's different. Like the Australian has a different feel.
They have more accentuation on the words.
Yeah. And sometimes their words are more extended as well. Like you guys speak like I guess more clipped. Does that make sense? More clipped words sometimes. When I hear you guys talk,
and like stern,
like shorter and faster, and it's different. And so like it's a little different for me to hear somebody because I can tell the differences between the two because especially if I hear them back to back, I'm like, okay, I can get this difference. I get this difference.
Yeah.
So. But yeah, Australian accent is a little, like you said, it's more accentuation, and like sometimes their words are more drawn out in ways. So it's that's how you tell a difference. That's seriously how you tell a difference, Vanilla. RTK goes, it's deemed attractive for a woman to have an Eastern European accent, but when a guy does, it's not. You like when I say chicken?
Chicken. No.
As a proper lad, I would say staccato. You're right, Luciano, staccato, but I didn't want to use that term. South African English accent. Don't get me started. I have a friend who's from South Africa, and he does have a very nice accent. I'm not gonna lie. I do have. I
feel like South African's quite short as well. It's quite similar to like the British accent. I feel like it's quite to the point. Like I feel like in the UK, especially obviously England, like we just use as less words as possible. We're lazy. If we can cut a word out of a sentence and it makes sense, bro, we're doing it. Especially in Yorkshire, like we don't say I am going to the shop. It's off to shop. That's it. Off to shop, and you just string it together, and you know what it means. Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense to me. I mean,
yeah. Well, it does because it makes sense. You're just missing a word out. You just sound like you've just skipped you're like buffering through a sentence.
Which is why it's one of the cool things I learned about when I was studying Korean. I haven't done it recently, but as I was, like in Korean, and I read this in one of the books that I have. You can organize the phrase however you wish, as long as the words are there, it can be understood. Like you can say I'm going to the store, or say store I am going to, or store going to I am. It doesn't matter how you phrase it, as long as the words are there. That's it. And you're good.
Yeah, you fill in the gaps, don't you? You kind of you know what should be there, so it's easy to kind of string along with.
Try to understand a Baltimore accent. Oh my God, Luciano, you are 100% correct. I've heard people in Baltimore talk. They don't have R's in their language. Like, and they agree with you on this. I've had people from Baltimore tell me, yeah, you're right. They they don't say car, they say ka.
Yeah, we don't have
There's
T's.
no R.
Yorkshire doesn't have T's. Unless I'm talking proper, like if I'm on the phone and like talking to like a doctor or like someone quite to do, then I can put it on and I can be like, you have a duty of care. Whereas like when I'm talking to my friends, I'm like, duty of care. There's no tea, bottle, water. It's just
Vanilla just hits me differently as someone who hunts ASMR accents. Chef's kiss. I get it. Argue with a guy who has a New York accent, then kiss afterwards. I get it.
New York accent's hot though, because I feel like it's associated with the gangster. That's why I think it's so hot, because it's associated with that like bravado, like, me man, I'll shoot someone in the head for you. Like, okay.
Southern accents linked with British accents? What do you mean? I mean, I was saying a lot of my male friends in the UK like my accent just in general. Oh, rude RTK.
Hey, I'm walking here. Yeah, that's pretty Yorkshire. Yeah. Oi, that's another Yorkshire thing. Oi.
That was A. I'm walking here. Yeah.
Oh, that's New York.
Hey, I'm walking.
Yeah. I just think of is it Scarface? Tony Montana.
Yep.
That gangster thing.
Nice.
I get it. I get where the connection comes.
Yeah.
Okay, we've gone off track a lot. So we had a great conversation though. I'm all about it.
It's
I love it.
Great. It's great.
Hey, it's me.
It's great.
Hey, it's you.
It's me.
It went from the main discussion topic to language barriers of understanding of what onion is. Onion, yeah. I am. What a kid.
I didn't read that. I didn't read that as walking. I'm just gonna say that read differently. You missed an L. Could be an L and it could be another letter that was something else.
Yeah.
And trust me, it's probably Wes. It's probably not walking.
I just caught it, Nat. I just caught that. It took me a second, but I just caught it. Like my mind filled in the gaps.
I feel like Mark's lost. I think he's trying to work it out.
No, I know. I know.
Okay.
But I'm not saying one word with that afterwards.
No.
I mean, honestly, I don't know, Luciano. I mean, I really don't
Luciano,
know.
I'm English and I don't have a clue. I am so bad with history. Like, I don't care about the past. I'm just like forward facing. But probably.
Most likely. It's a good possibility. Especially
Everyone's
considering
linked
that
somehow.
Especially considering that in the history with so much British occupation in the southern states and stuff like that during the wars, that's a good possibility that it could be.
With
and
wars, I feel like everyone crosses. We're all a mismatch of each other.
100%.
Absolutely. This is mad. It went from the main discussion topic to language barriers and understanding how the barriers of like the onion and all the different wordings and stuff.
It's not onion. Oh my god.
It's onion.
No, it's not.
You're 2v1. You're 2v1. It's onion. It's onion.
I'm just throwing my hands up on this one. I can't win. I can't win, guys.
You can't win. To be fair,
I'm not going to do it. He says I just want to hear it with a Brooklyn accent. I get it. I get it.
Right. This is the best part of it all. We've just done the first two segments, which is like the PC console news and the main discussion topic. The third segment is the interview with the streamer, the lovely Nat. Yes. I did pre-warn her that, it's nothing. I will say this on the stream every time on the podcast. I say this every time. These questions are streamer-related questions, and these are not, and I will say this again, these are not personal Data Protection Act, those type of questions itself. Because It's it's more to do with the streamer and how they got to where they are now and what they achieved, what their goals, etc. If those questions come up, we're not asking, "Oh, can we have your number?" or "Where do you live?" That type of stuff as well, and it's nothing like that. So we did pre-warn a couple of times, didn't we, Nat?
You're not going to ask me for like my national insurance number or my address or my phone number.
Nope, absolutely not. During this podcast,
That's like, damn it.
Luciano, you're right. Going off topic is better content than staying on topic. You're right, 100%. OnlyFans? RTK. Crazy, man.
We do apologise for any technical difficulties from the chat itself, mainly from Trance's chats.
They're so stuck on the discussion about the accent, so I'm okay with it. It's fine by me.
So, are you all set, ready to go, Nat?
Yeah, as ready as I'll ever be.
Cool. So, the first question, so what we did was we got Nat to pick 8 numbers out of 15. You might have heard these questions before. These are not the newer return questions. These are the brand new ones.
The original ones,
the original ones, yeah. So
chances are very good that those of you who've been with us for a while have heard these questions before. But they're always different because it's always a different streamer.
But the answer will be different. Yeah,
absolutely. 100%. Okay, so first question is, what game made the biggest impact on you when you were younger?
I mean, I feel like we're gonna get deep. We're gonna get into the nitty-gritty straight off the bat.
Carry on. We've got all night. We've got all night with this. So.
Actually, we don't have
this is probably gonna be an unpopular one. Chances like, I couldn't wrap it up. This will probably be one that won't be talked about much because it wasn't a huge game. For me personally, it would probably be Time Splitters. Because, again, going into a bit of deep background history. So, like, growing up, we had a bit of a rough upbringing. My mum had us very young. She had me at 17, and by, like, 22, had 3 of us. My dad was an arsehole, so she was then basically on her own raising 3 kids. So, when she reached a certain age, obviously, she never really got to live, her going out life, as we all probably do in our 20s, because she was tied down with 3 kids. So my uncle was a few years younger than her. So basically, when she started going out and living her life, when we were a bit older and a bit more self-sufficient, he looked after us a lot at the weekends so that she could go out and obviously have a good time with her friends. And I always remember, like, she'd go out, we'd all be like put to bed. She'd go out, and as soon as she'd gone, my uncle would always be like, come downstairs, and we'd all sit and we'd game, and we would game until we heard the taxi door go outside, and we'd all scalper back upstairs. And she always knew. She pretended like she didn't, and we thought we were really sneaky because we'd been up till 2 a.m. playing on the Xbox with my uncle, or the PlayStation or whatever. And then that was where my love of gaming came from, because it was always my safe space. It was always like your warm place, your fuzzy place. And from that, I think my mum realised how much we all enjoyed gaming. So every year, because there was 3 of us, Christmas and birthdays must have been so hard. I have 1 child now, and I know how financially difficult it is and the pressures of society to, like, spend a fortune. So every year at Christmas, we got a joint present, and it wasn't the latest console, but it was always like one behind. So we always had from the PlayStation 1 to PS2. Then we swapped to Xbox. We had the original Xbox and the 360. We had the GameCube. We had the Nintendo Wii. Like, we always each year got like a newer console, and we'd either like sell the other one to then fund it, or sometimes we'd keep both. And that was how we made do. So Time Splitters for me was my happy place when I was a kid, because we used to play that most weekends.
Oh, I love that story. That's amazing. All the love. That's amazing.
Absolutely. There you go. The love on that one to me.
All the hearts.
I'm trying to get it blushed on the stream if I can. Damn it.
It takes a lot for him to blush, to get me blushed, but he knows a couple things to get me blushed, but he always tries to blush someone. I'm glad it's not me right now.
I've tried my job. That's all I'm trying to do.
Don't even test it, okay?
I'm not saying one word, to be fair. The next question, if I can finish this. The next question is, how long have you been streaming for? What are some memorable milestones along the way?
So I've actually been streaming quite a while. I'm coming up to my 2-year Twitch anniversary, which is a week today. So a week today on the 9th of April, I will have been streaming 2 years properly. I did do about 6 months before that, but it wasn't streaming. It was more like just so my friends could watch or whatever. I wasn't bothered about streaming per se. It was just a way to show my friend a new game I was playing or whatever. And it was very like hit and miss. I'd do one stream for 2 hours and nothing for a month. So I count it from when I actually started quite consistently, maybe like once a week streaming. And then since October, I went full time. So I obviously used to work in the pub. The place where I worked, it was just after COVID and everything, it was absolutely draining my mental health. Like I was coming home, I was depressed, I was crying, I was agitated with my daughter. Like I'm a single parent household, it's just me and my daughter here. And I just got to the point, like obviously we're very lucky in the UK where we have a support system financially for people on low incomes, where I just said enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. It's actually going to break me. So like I handed my notice in. And I went to the job centre that we have here, obviously, and I put my case forward and I said, look, I've been streaming, I've been making a little bit here and there. I really think if I put my mind to it, I can grow this, you know, I can actually go somewhere with this. Like, I can't go to that workplace anymore. I've had to have a notice. And they were really supportive and said, you know, you've got basically up to 12 months to get this off the ground. If it's not bringing in what you would working part-time, because I'm only expected to work part-time around my daughter while she's at school, she's still young. If that isn't a situation, then obviously you are going to have to go back to work or, you know, drop back to doing this part-time. So at the moment, I can do this full-time around my daughter being at school, evenings, weekends, etc. when she goes to her dad's. And I would say I've had a few different like amazing things for me, but I think one of the biggest milestones so far for me was hitting 1,000 followers on Twitch. That was something I never ever saw. Anxious, don't you dare try and make me cry. It's something that I never saw happening, like until like, and bearing in mind back in October I probably had, I don't know, maybe 500. So like in a short space of time we really like have busted our balls to get to where we are. And I've actually just hit 1.5k. So but the 1k for me was a solid part. So yeah, I'd say that was probably my highlight, but obviously going to be soppy and like really cliche, but I would say like the biggest part of it for me is obviously the amazing people I've met. Like I have a community and I always say like streamers are not your friends. Like you build a friendship. You don't come in someone's chat and you hang around for an hour and I'm your best friend. It doesn't work like that. I'm here to entertain and I'm here to, you know, basically be here, but you know, friendship is earned. And I will say that there is probably over a handful, maybe 2 handfuls of people that I am closer to that I have never physically met than people in my real life. And the connections that you make, not just through streaming, but through gaming in itself, is undeniable. Like, undeniable. And I don't think that that's something that you'll find in the real world because you don't have society implemented in it. It's just you, them, the game you're playing, and that's it. That's it.
That was perfect.
I don't know why it gave my that one here. I'll do it this way.
I was going to say, Trans.
That's
what's
so
going to
weird.
happen?
Give me a second. Give me a second, guys.
Thanks, Anxious. Thanks, Wes. Appreciate you.
Oh. I mean, it's good to have like the how you like from where you were to like now, and then hitting those milestones and the achievements that you've been doing, especially. And I will say this on stream. The struggles that you've had in the past, and to get to where you are now, and I just think that's freaking amazing. And I'll say this:
you got to be resilient.
Have
to be resilient.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's going on with the shout out, guys, but that should be her channel there, so you should be able to get from the link.
I don't know if it's 1 underscore, 2 underscores. I'm not sure.
No, it's just 1 underscore.
Just 1 underscore.
I've only done the one.
There's only 1 Nat Bram on Twitch, I think. There is an inactive account. That's why I had to put the bloody underscore. One day when I make that, I'm going to be like, yo, get that inactive account. Give me that name. Drop the underscore.
Lol.
That was like me when I did Trans Gamer Girl. I really wanted to do Trans Gamer, but it was already taken. So
yeah, and they're always active accounts. Like this person isn't even there in the search bar, but it's taken. I'm like, hello.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, fair freaking play for where you are now, and keep.
It's not easy. Like it isn't easy, and I like again, you deal with being a female industry, you deal with, you've got boobs, you get easy views. Oh, you're pretty, you get easy views. Like, don't give me that. Like, I absolutely, like, Wes is one of the people I've sat in Discord till 3-4 a.m. with Wes, and then got up at 6 o'clock to get my kid ready for school and gone to school, dropped her at school, come home and I've streamed because I've been up editing, or I'm going through clips, or, I'm scheduling posts. Like, so many people come into this so easily and go, well, it's easy, you just click go live. No, it's not. It's discoverability, and it is like I have like 6 different social medias, as well as my personal social medias, by the way, because I don't obviously intertwine the two. I keep them separate for safety reasons. But it's not an easy thing to do, and with that comes hate, it comes trolls. I got hate raided on Wednesday, which wasn't very pleasant, but we shrug it off and we keep going. It's like, you have to be resilient. So many people don't pass the first hurdle because they're not strong enough, or they don't have the resilience to be able to realize that some idiot on the internet behind a keyboard that you're never going to cross paths with, it doesn't matter what they think of you. The people that are close to you are important. So you've got to keep going with it.
Absolutely.
I have to say that when I first started streaming, I think that trolls affected. I mean, those of you who've been with me since near the beginning, you guys can probably vouch for this. Trolls affected me to a point. I mean, I might have held on to it on stream, but afterwards it was a problem. But then I got to a point, I'm like, I don't care what they think. I used to get comments all the time like, "Oh, you're fat," or "Oh, da 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 da," or "You're ugly," or whatever, and I'm like, all right, that's fine. My boyfriend doesn't.
That's
think
your
so.
opinion. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's the funniest thing is that the people behind these screens that are doing these things, 9 times out of 10, they don't even believe what they're saying. They don't even believe it. They just want to get a rise out of you. And I'm very much like, it's not a case of me saying, like, if you're not strong, you can't make it in streaming. You can, but you have to be able to hold it together on that screen. What happens when you turn that screen off is fine. We're all human. I had dealing with Wednesday. The trolls that came in probably didn't even know that it affected me. I just kind of shrugged it off. I laughed about it. I stepped away, and I obviously put a message in my Discord and said, like, guys, you're going to have to give me a bit of time. I've just had a really bad panic attack. It was very stressful. It triggered, my anxiety really bad. And my community were amazing, but it's like, I am never going to sit there and let them see that they got to me, because I feel like it just powers them more. If everybody has that power, even if you swap straight TB out back screen and you break down, that's absolutely fine. But don't let people see that they affect you, because they are not entitled to that power, and they don't deserve it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And they just need to be shot, those trolls, to be fair. And just
more needs to be done to be tracking down who's behind them and actually making sure it's prosecuted. Because if you did that in real life, if you had a group, like for instance on Wednesday, it was 1,400 messages I got. 1,400. That's more than I've ever had in my chat. All basically, it was all to do with my appearance, saying I looked like a horror show, which, like, whatever, I don't care if you think that. But if you did that in real life, if you had 1,400 people stood around one person shouting obscenities at them, you're telling me the police would walk past and not do anything, or like the authorities? Like, it's unacceptable. Just because it's online, it should be the same. There's enough technology now to be able to track these people down through the VPNs or whatever, and other IP addresses, and ban them from the internet. You should never be allowed to get internet in your home ever again. Like, you shouldn't be able to have access to online if you can't be trusted and you can't be mature enough and to grow up. Absolutely. And prosecute the people that organise it. Simple as that. It's the only way it's going to stop.
There was some worse ones not only with the hate raids as well. I don't know if you remember trans, like I think it was last year or something, when there was like different things going on with like different sexuality and all the other stuff.
That's still happening. It's still happening. The hate raids are normally racial or gender based, but they come to someone like me and think, oh, well, we can't play the race card. We can't play this card. We can't play that card, so we'll go for appearance. I don't care. I don't care. You can say whatever you want to me, your opinion of me, and even if you mean it, and even if it's something that I'm self-conscious about, I'm a very confident person, but I still have insecurities. Even if you touch on that insecurity, I don't care what you think of me, because I don't know you. The people that mind don't matter, and the people that matter don't mind, and that is the be-all and end-all of it. And you're irrelevant.
Absolutely. No, what you said, spot on, and I do agree. I think Twitch, everything really needs to be sorted as soon as, but it's just like they're just never going to get it sorted. It's just been going for like, it's not just the last couple of years. It's been probably
years. It's been going on as long as Twitch is around, really. It's just getting worse. But it circles back around to that feeling safe at work. This is my job. This is my livelihood. I'm trying to build a steady income to support my family. And it just cycles right back around. It might not be a physical workplace, but this is still your line of work. So you should be entitled to feel safe. And there's so many different steps that they need to be doing, I think, to make it better.
Absolutely. Whenever that will be, we never know. To be honest, but we would like to see that.
I think it's best to accept that it's probably never, and anything else is a bonus, and then you're not disappointed.
That's true.
This is why we love Nat on the podcast. Straight to the point, no messing about.
Awesome. Well. I'm all about it.
And I can't believe that was the second question as well out of the 8. So the next one is: who are some of your biggest influences in gaming / streaming?
I'd say the main one for me personally, and you probably hear it from every female streamer that you speak to, is Sweet Tales. 100%. She is incredible. I watch her a lot when I'm not streaming myself. Normally just on lurk. I don't chat a lot, but she's absolutely insane. She is the advocate of females being themselves, not adhering to society. You know, she'll stream with no makeup on. I mean, she sits there on stream to thousands upon thousands of people and pulls the ugliest faces she can. She shows a double chin all the time. Like, she normalizes. Like, she's a bunny girl and she's obviously not got a bloody ounce of fat on her, but she's normalizing it. She's like, look, I'm thin, I've got rolls, you know, like, I'm a person, I'm a human being. And she's just so loud, she's overbearing, but she's absolutely incredible. And I just love the way she deals with everything. She's definitely the inspiration of being yourself, not having to put on an act, because a lot of streamers have like it's like an alter ego. You come on and you're acting, you know, you're not showing people the real you, and that's not my vibe. I've gone with the vibe of Sweet Taylor, being myself. You take it or you leave it. Not everybody will love it, but I'll always be true to who I am, and that's be all and end all. If you meet me in real life, this is what you will get. It's exactly the same.
I hang on to that too, you know, because any streamer that I had watched in the past that I watched regularly, they were just themselves. And that was the best thing about it. And they were genuine, and and my community knows it. Like I said all the time, I said, you guys, this is me. I mean, if you get along with me here, we get along in real life. But I mean, I'm not going to be anything, like,
there's no point, because if you do, you're going to eventually slip up.
Exactly.
So
my bio is hilarious, and like it says, like, I'm a girl, I'm a dork, I'm a gamer. And so, like, I'm straight up like, you know, I'm a dork, I say and do the dorkiest things, but, you know, I'm me. So that's
sounds like, if you don't like the C word, I am not for you, because I drop that like a hot potato. I have the mouth of a sailor. That's
the mouth of a sailor. Ledge. That's what I'm going to say. Ledge. With
I think quite well behaved tonight.
I thought fair freaking play, to be fair. Mad seeds. Okay, so the next one is there a game that is releasing soon that you're super hyped to play, and why?
Inner nerd in me, Harry Potter. I'm so excited for Harry Potter. I'm so excited. But also highly disappointed that it isn't multiplayer. I really, really, really hoped and thought that it would be multiplayer. So I hope they implement something, but that for me is just, it's one of those games. I think Harry Potter, like, I'm not a huge Harry Potter fan. Like, I do love the Harry Potter films and I've watched them multiple times, but I'm not like, you know, I don't have all like the merch and everything. Right. Yeah, I'm not a super fan, but there's something that lights the inner child of me, of the magic with Harry Potter, and I feel like I can't wait to be waving my wand around and doing the Expelliarmus, whatever it's called, and yeah, I'm excited for that. Very excited.
RTK's like, I just have my pronouns in my bio. That's okay, RTK, ain't nothing wrong with that. And Vanilla's comment, contrary-wise, I have a mouse sailors like.
For God's sake, Vanilla.
There you go.
Typical.
Oh dear.
I lost what I was going to say now. Oh yeah, Quidditch. They're not implementing Quidditch on the new Harry Potter, from what I've heard.
I don't think it's needed. I feel like you just want the magic, like.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think the whole aspect for them, I think, is the whole like open. I don't know if it's going to be open world. I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's open world, so it's very much just exploring. And yeah, I'm excited.
because I thought they were going to put a bit of the Quidditch, like, because it's still like open world of the whole arena, because it was part of it. It's how it all like the story of it itself, but they know more than what we know anyway. So what they showed
I'm not sure. I watched the gameplay. I watched the gameplay trailer, and I still didn't get enough from it that I wanted. I still was left a bit like, is it going to be the story? Is it going to follow like the films, or is it just like we know who Harry Potter is, blah blah blah, and it's just like a whole new adventure? You know, it was very. It didn't make it too clear to me.
The story, well, the mention about was you're a brand new character which you can be customized, so you like to whoever.
Yeah, so it's not like Harry Potter story, is it? It's more like the Harry Potter world.
Yeah, so I think if you're joining when you're in year 5, I think, at the story.
I think that's what they said,
Year 5 of the story. I don't know how many years you would be there as such. Do you know what I mean? But it might be that you attend classes, you attend like the halls itself
to like level up, etc.
Yeah, so it's just more like the wizardry type.
It's like you're a student in the Harry Potter world rather than you are Harry Potter or any of the other characters. I think very much.
I much prefer this way, than the Harry Potter way, because I
more personal.
Absolutely, you'd be like, oh. I'll be like one of those kids that just like use the magic wand.
You can imagine yourself. Yeah.
Be like, Ledge.
Make your childhood dreams come true.
Because that's what you watch it for, right? You watch Harry Potter, you're not watching it going like, oh, Harry, we love Harry. It's like, oh, how cool would that be to be able to like turn someone into a frog when they're horrible to you? And maybe that's just me, but it was it was very much like, how cool would it be to have those abilities and be that person, not locked in the cupboard under the stairs? Because
Luciano, what do you mean by that? Do you have an issue with the author or something else on that comment? Kel says, from what I heard, the game takes place before the Harry Potter books, or at least before Harry attended Hogwarts.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's just before how everything all began for Harry Potter.
Yeah. But, okay, that'd be kind of cool then.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, are they going to do like what the Fantastic Beasts themed type stuff? Was that a bit too much behind as such?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Pretty sure they've still got this. I'm pretty sure they're going to still have like similar characters, aren't they? In Harry Potter. I'm sure I saw some of the characters from the films there. So poor Harry getting roasted. I love Harry. You're a wizard, Harry. Hagrid was my favourite though. Hagrid was my favourite.
He was pretty awesome. I liked Hagrid.
Yeah.
Harry.
Oh my god, that's not what I meant. God's sake. Jesus.
Except for artists, there's a line that can be crossed. That okay, fair enough, Luciano. That's fair enough. Understandable.
Fair play.
I got you.
Is she actually involved in the game though?
She might be executive producer. She might be.
I haven't seen anything about that.
For those who don't know, I'm going to give you a little film student knowledge. Okay, guys. So if somebody is credited as an executive producer, it could be as simple as they were a consultant for a movie or a game, just for the record. So she might be somebody they consulted about the world. Maybe she might not be actually involved per se. She might be credited as executive producer of the game just because that's a title they give out, like candy. But
they surely have to have got some sort of consent from her to even use anything remotely obsessed with Harry Potter. But you can buy the rights, can't you, I guess?
Yeah, I mean, you can, but they wouldn't have bought it off of her. But they probably could have gotten, use of the rights at least to say, hey, can we use your copyrighted story for our game? Is that okay? Yeah. And explain to her what the concept was and maybe got her input on some of the world stuff. So,
yeah. Be interesting to see.
It might be, I was going to say, it might be interesting to see
how
it's not being mentioned. Yeah.
It's a good point.
You'd think.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, just hopefully that the open world scenes itself will be a little bit better.
Hi, Anna. How are you today?
Hello.
Good to see you.
Hey.
All love to you, Anna. So happy to see you. Anna's one of my in-city friends.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the chat.
Well,
onion.
God.
You do know you can get rinsed with that now, to be fair.
Yeah.
I think it's independent from her, but I personally don't care about it since she responsible for the HP universe. Okay, that's fair. 100%.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is there a particular? I think you mentioned this, but I don't know whether it's a different one that you're going to talk about. But is there a particular game you grew up playing on console or PC that you would love to see remade at all?
There was a talk of Time Splitters being remade. I'm sure there was.
Yeah, there was.
What happened with it, I don't know. I don't know, because I'm quite a stern believer in things being left as they were. I'm quite traditional in the sense that, like, these retro games should be retro. I don't think they should be brought into the new generation. I don't think they should be, like, revamped. If you're going to do it as a sequel or, like... I don't know. I mean, they've done it with some things, haven't they? Like Mario Kart and Mario, they've constantly been evolved to like keep up with the new generation. But I don't know. I think some of your favourite memories, I just don't think you want them tainted because they'll just get ruined. The remasters are never like they should be. So I don't know. Not really.
Yeah. On that note, though, like when Chrono Trigger was remastered for the DS from where it had been for the Super Nintendo, I think it was, they actually didn't mess with the storyline at all. They just remastered it and updated it and like made it where the technology fit the DS, and they kept the storyline the same. They didn't change anything else. So, I mean, if they did if it's like a remaster of the game and just holding true to the element of the original game, I mean. That's a different concept of the studio, though, to be honest.
I just think if you want to play them games, you should just get the console and play them. I just don't.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I loved Chrono Trigger. That was such an awesome game.
Know. That's just my personal opinion on them, and that pick up now, even if I had the console, and I'd be like, the only thing you're holding on to for me personally is the nostalgia. You know, it's the feeling it takes you back to when you played it the first time. But the actual playing through the game, like you say, things evolve, and I just think. I don't know. Some things should evolve with time, and the other things should just be left to be vintage.
Anna said, anything Harry Potter related, the rights are needed from her, to be honest. And RTK said, Final Fantasy seems to be doing fine with the remake of 7. They made some adjustments to that storyline, though. Like, they made, they added pieces that had been cut out and new parts of the story, and they made adjustments to some of the characters and some of the scenes, so...
Some people love it, and I'm all for it, but for me personally, I don't enjoy remakes. I just like them to be left as the originals, and that's just my opinion. I understand that if they do get brought out, I'm not going to slate them. I just probably wouldn't play them unless they were either cheap or free, because I don't want it tainted. I'd like to just keep that nostalgia where it is. But some people love the remakes, which is why, and the demand for them, which is why they keep doing it. That's absolutely fine.
It's like Crash Bandicoot.
The new Crash Bandicoot was solid. It was so hard. I was like, oh my god, new Crash Bandicoot, love it. I played it. I was like, wow. How did I used to play this? It wasn't this game, but how did I used to play Crash Bandicoot as a 12-year-old and smash every level? Now I'm struggling.
Hey, gamer. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you. Welcome to hanging out in the podcast. It says, normalize adults taking off for their birthday or a random Tuesday or any damn day they feel like taking off. Normalize a healthy work-play balance. Normalize day offs. Normalize vacations. You got to help your employees and yourself take care of themselves and those around them if you want them around. Very awesome point. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I do that. I take days off all the time just because I feel like it. I just don't feel like streaming. A lot of companies nowadays are normalising it. A lot of companies are trying to implement mental health days, which if you've given enough notice, you know, or like to be able to cover it, you know, you can say, I'm not feeling great, and I think that's great. I think that should be like a nationwide thing. You shouldn't be able to take the piss with it, because if you are mentally unwell, you know, you should be able to go and get signed off for a long period. One day sometimes isn't enough. But I think being able to say, look, I'm really not feeling great today. I don't want to adult. I want to stay in bed. Like, I feel like that's important. Maybe not that often, because obviously you've got a business, but it's nice
I usually don't care about remakes because I'm quite young, so I don't have nostalgia for games that are 20 years old, but I think remakes are good if they're executed well. For example, Pokemon Alpha, Sapphire, Omega, Ruby, or the COD 4 and MW2 remasters. Very good point.
COD 4, perfect. Absolutely amazing.
Modern Warfare 2, dog shit.
The story mode.
Sorry.
But did
that come out loud?
Did you...
Sorry.
That was my first foray into Call of Duty. Was Modern Warfare 2.
Modern Warfare.
Back in
Yeah,
the
Something should
day.
just be left.
like COD 4 was great, and then Modern Warfare 2, the remake one about them, they brought it out.
Yeah,
They only did the
yeah.
story mode. They only did the story mode. They didn't do
Yeah.
the multiplayer. I'm like, what the frick?
Yeah.
They had some great multiplayer maps. COD 4 had great maps, and they still
Yeah.
got the.
They have pulled some, I believe.
Yeah.
I think they've pulled some into something else. Good night, Anxious. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. I'll speak to you
Going
tomorrow.
with the hot takes, RKK
Nice.
says, Anxious, have a good rest of your night. Have a great rest of your evening. All the love to you. Glad you can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. But yeah, I mean, COD 4 was great with the remaster. They'd got it pretty much similar type. So I know there was some that was missed off, but they just tried to bring back the old nostalgia, if that's how you pronounce it. I'm crap with words at the minute, but
Yeah.
you know what I mean.
That's right.
Nostalgia.
You're good. You got it.
Thanks.
I
Don't
haven't played the
second-guess
new
yourself,
Pokemon,
Mel.
but it looks good.
Absolutely.
I like
no.
it when they
Gameplay looks
redid a
good.
couple of the other games. That was pretty awesome. Yeah. Like
Some
when
of
they
them are
did,
brilliant, don't get me wrong. It's just there's not a game that I would yearn to be remade, was like the answer to the question. Don't get me wrong, there will be some and they'll probably be remade and I'll go, oh, I used to love that. I'll give it a go. But like, there's nothing that I yearn to be remade, to be brought back to life as such. I just...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It just depends on different personality and understanding about different. Like for me, I would love the games that I see like on the PlayStation, and like the Xbox, just to get like old like Crash Bandicoot at the time was great. They brought the remastered, great, and then they brought out a brand new game. And it was great.
Yeah, it was.
GTA 5 remake.
Yeah.
Oh my god. GTA 5 will be around forever until GTA 6 is released. In 10 years.
You do know GTA 5 will be on every single PlayStation that's ever, well, not in the past, but going forward, going to be everyone until probably about PS10, which will probably be about 50 odd years, and then we'll finally be able to get GTA 6, and that time you'll be waiting at least 100 years for that one, to be fair.
I'll be an old lady by then.
We're always better.
True.
Absolutely. So, we've got 3 more questions left. What are some short-term goals you have as a streamer and also long-term goals?
Ooh. Do you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull it up because I have got goals that I set myself on Twitter at the beginning of the year. I was prepared. Okay. I wasn't, but I can't remember.
I would have done the same.
I always retract back. So I set some goals for this year at the start of the year as like New Year's resolutions, etc. One of them was just to keep continuing growing a safe and friendly community with no judgments, especially for mental health and obviously anyone who is different for whatever reason they claim themselves to be different. I wanted to reach 3K on Twitch, which the way that we're heading is looking very possible, which these were quite unrealistic goals, by the way. Some of them, like the numbers ones, were quite unrealistic. The other ones were relatively realistic. 50K on TikTok, which I'm currently at 17.5K, I believe.
Nice.
Make a YouTube, which I've done. Nice. Complete my first subathon, which is coming up on Wednesday to mark. Nice. I did have one planned, and then my computer broke. I had to send my PC back. I was heartbroken. I had everything laid out. My kid was in London, and it all just fucked up. And I was like, no. Obviously, as a parent, it's very hard to do a subathon because I don't want to be this person that's like, I've capped it at 8 hours. No. So I have had to cap it at 24 hours because I will be getting my daughter back. I need to have some sort of rest, but it is planned for Wednesday. At least 3 charity streams, which I've already done one. We did one on the 6th of March for Women's Aid, which is a UK charity supporting women and children that have fled from domestic violence. There was 10 of us, 10 UK female streamers that all pulled together. I was approached by the girl that was organising it. I single-handedly raised over £200, I believe. And as a collective, how much did we raise as a collective? It was a lot. I'm pretty sure it was like, we had a goal of 10K, which we didn't quite reach, but I'm pretty sure it was over £2,000. So we absolutely smashed it. And that was just in one day between everyone in the UK. So that was cool. And just to regularly push content, which I've kept up with quite well, I believe. So they were my goals for this year. I guess long term, I would love to reach partner, get some sponsorships, secure this as being a full-time income, not just at the moment. It's financially difficult because I'm just trying to grow. The numbers aren't. It's not. Even though financially this is how I'm supporting myself and my daughter. Like, it's not something that I'm like, please guys subscribe and like I need the money. But like financially, it's tough at the moment. So I'd like to get to a point where it was not just like paying the bills, it was kind of giving us a bit to actually live life rather than just kind of scraping on by and having to sacrifice here and there. So like I would love to make partner, because I feel like until you make partner, sponsorships are quite hard. Affiliations are easy to get your hands on, but like worthwhile sponsorships are quite difficult. So that's hopefully the end goal. And we'll just keep doing what we do. Basically.
Nice.
Just don't change whatever you do. Just keep going what you're doing.
Never.
Like
one of the things that we love to do as well is like obviously my numbers since going full time are slowly increasing. Like we're averaging about 18 to 20 viewers now. Where back in October I was averaging like 3-4 maybe. So like the incline is there. So like we now love going, like as much as we've got our normal community that I love to raid out to, like maybe once a week we try and do it where we literally just go pick complete randomer who's on like 0 views or 1 view, and we all just go in, say hello, follow. I never put any pressure to be like, follow this person. I'm always like, if you connect with the streamer, you like what you see, drop them a follow.
Absolutely.
And there's nothing more humbling than being able to go into someone and who's probably sat on 0 viewers for the week that they've been streaming, and being able to go in and be like, hey, and the reactions are so sweet. I love to see it.
Yeah. One of my friends does that. He streams late night. But when he gets ready to end his stream, he usually raids. If he doesn't always raid, I think he always does. Every time I've been in his stream, he's done a raid, and he will look. He'll filter the results on Twitch to somebody who's playing the game he's playing, and he'll look at somebody who's got low viewer count or who's just starting out or who's 500 or less followers or whatever, and he'll watch their stream for a couple minutes on his stream to see how they react to their community, and if he likes them as a streamer, his community of like 20-30 viewers will just pop into their channel and just give them some love. And I love that he does that, because it's really good about how he spreads the love to everybody when he gets through to end his stream. So it's really a good thing.
It's one thing I'm super passionate about. Like anyone who's a content creator, like, or streamer who's watching now, like, always raid every single stream. There's no reason not to raid. It costs you nothing, and like it infuriates me when I see people who are sat on like 20 viewers and they don't raid out. And pure and simply, I'm gonna be blunt. You're gatekeeping. That's all you're doing. The reason why you're not raiding out is because you're scared that your community is gonna go and enjoy someone more than they're gonna enjoy you. If I lose people from my community because they connect with someone else better, or it's embarrassment because you don't have the numbers, I react the same way to someone who comes in with a 1 viewer raid as I do someone who comes in with a 40 viewer raid. And I've had some big raids in the community, and it takes 2 seconds of your time, and it's just such a heartwarming thing. You then leave that person hosted on your channel. It helps the algorithms on Twitch. It boosts you on the recommended. Same with hosts. Like, if you want to support someone, you can't support them financially. That's absolutely fine. There's no pressure there. But host the channel, share their social media posts. Like, that support is worth its weight in gold. Like, your time is something that you can't put a price on, and being in someone's chat and just dropping them a quick host can literally just boost them up the recommended, and then you get new people coming in.
That's something I need to work on more. I need to do some more raids. Guys, when you're in my chat, in my streams on the normal ones I do on Mondays, help me remember to do raids, because I tend to forget. So
once you get in the habit, honestly, it'll come second nature now. And if I know that I'm dropping like 9 times out of 10 during the week, I'm finishing my raid and I'm finishing my stream and I'm going to pick my daughter from school, so I can't stop and chat. So they're the times that I don't like to raid someone new, because I don't want them to feel like, oh, she's raided and she's gone. So like I have a select people in the community that I know I can raid them, and I can say, yo, I've got to go get my kid from school. I'll be back in half an hour. And I know that they're like, yeah, no worries. And it's the same thing. Like, as a streamer, anybody who's established in streaming understands that you're burnt out. Sometimes I've finished a 15-hour stream, which I do quite regularly on a Wednesday, and I'm just knackered. I need to step away from the screens. I need to go get a drink or some food. And I like to know that I can raid out and I can say, hey, just finished a bad boy stream. Like, I just need to go and recuperate. If you're still here in half an hour, I'll be back. And like, there's no pressure. Don't feel like you can't raid because you can't stick around. Don't feel like you can't raid because you've not got the numbers. Like, the thought's there and you'll make a new friend. And who's to say in 10 years time, when you're on 100 viewers, you know, you'll be like, oh my God, I remember that guy. I raided him when I had 10 viewers and he stuck around. Like, it's just a wholesome thing to do. And honestly, it'll make you feel lovely, especially if you've got a few viewers. Try and raid people that are similar communities to you so that you can kind of intertwine and you get to know each other. And yeah, it takes 2 seconds, but it's honestly, it's worth doing 100%.
Absolutely. I mean, when I do the streams as well, I was in the same boat. I was just like, when I'm at the end, I'm like, goodbye. And then they're like, shit.
Yeah. I think about it afterwards. I do. I think about it afterwards. I'm like, oh shit, I should have raided somebody. It's like,
it's just a nice thing. But once you start doing it, if you do a week where every day you stream and you raid out, it'll just become second nature. Like, I honestly, unless my internet dies or like there's something technical that ends my stream and I can't pick it back up, I always raid, even if I'm sat on 2 viewers, which happens sometimes. I don't have my viewer count on, so I don't know how many of us. That's another thing I would say, like, turn your viewer count off. Like, you don't know how many people you're taking to a raid. There's been times when my chat's been very quiet because I have a lot of lurkers, and there's times when I've gone to raid out and I'm like, holy shit, there's 27 of us in here. How? Hello? And it's like, even if they're just lurkers that you're taking over, if someone's pushing for affiliate, it counts. If someone's trying to get their average up, it counts. Like, and 9 times out of 10, I will go over and I'll be like, I'll have a couple of people who are active, and then I'm like, hey, I have got a lot of lurkers. Hope that's cool. Like, have an amazing stream. I'll be back in half an hour. And it's just that peace of mind. So, like, as a new streamer, I remember getting raided and everyone would be quiet and you'd be thinking, what have I done wrong? Like, what have I done? No one's talking. Like, so I feel like it's nice just to say, like, I'm here with a few lurkers, so they know that they're not doing anything wrong. Those people are just going to sit with a tab open for you, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Definitely.
Lurkers keep the stream alive. They're the best. We love our lurkers.
Top notch. Top notch, as always. 2 more questions. What kinds of characters do you relate to the most? Like, game characters that relate to you the most?
That's hard because recently I've been smashing Call of Duty and they're just operators. They don't really, unless you're playing story mode, have personalities. So I'm going to take it back to Apex, which is the game that I probably started on a lot. And I feel like I have different traits from different characters. So obviously Loba's super sassy and confident, and like, I feel like I've got that like sassiness from her and that kind of like almost sexuality, that kind of like really like, I don't know how else to word it really, like that femininity side. And then I feel like I've got a bit of Wraith because she's super paranoid. I feel like her mental health's screwed, and I relate to that. She's always like, someone's looking at me. And then probably a little bit of Bangalore as well, because she's really like cold-hearted and stern and like together and defensive. So like, they're probably the little bits that I'd take from some of them. But I don't think I've ever really seen like a person in a character that resembles me. One of my community members always says someone from Resident Evil, which I'm not a massive Resident Evil fan, so I don't really pay attention. But yeah, I don't think there's anyone that I'm kind of like, that is me. That's me. I'm like a little funky mix.
RTK says there was a system on Mixer where every hour they highlighted a random streamer for an hour, which gives them 10,000 views or something at least. And I discovered some great streamers. I still watch to this day on Twitch now, though I can't really watch them anymore due to my schedule. That's fair though, RTK. I mean,
Mixer was amazing for that. I never streamed on Mixer, but I did watch people on Mixer, and I used to see a couple of them get that, and it was like you say, like a little, showed you like a notification that they were being like boosted. I feel like Twitch solidly is a little bit, again, at the risk of pissing some people off, Twitch is a bit more, it rewards people for the growth. So like, you don't have to be on 200. Like, I've been on the recommended a lot of times, like on the recommended streamers for people, and sometimes only on like 12 viewers, so you don't have to have hundreds of thousands of viewers. But I feel like it rewards the people that are getting the hosts. The hosts are huge for pushing the algorithms. It costs you nothing, So I always say to my community, as soon as everyone's in here, like, you drop an alert, that's amazing. If you can host, please host. Like, if you're already hosting someone else, that's absolutely fine, or you're unable to, that's cool. But if you can, they're the kind of things that bump you up, and it doesn't have to be monetary. So that's where your community comes in to kind of helping push you up. And I feel like they're trying to reward the people with communities rather than the people that come on to just try and make a few quid and don't care about the communities as much. So like, but Mixer was really good for that, because I feel like there's so many people that I know that sit on lower views than me, and I'm like, how are you not absolutely killing it? How are you not up there with the best of them? Because they're either insane at the game, the personality is amazing. Like, people make it for different reasons. You're either a game crutch and you crutch on the fact that you are really, really good at one game and you stick with that. That's absolutely fine. Or it doesn't matter what game you play in, or if you sit there and just chat and your community come through because they like you as a person. So there's multiple different ways, and I feel like that's the difference between climbing your way up there and just sitting at the bottom. And it is down to discoverability 100%, and that's the one thing that's the hardest on Twitch, is getting recognized and getting out there 100%.
I love it when I get the Small Streamers Connect raids or the Binks raids. Those are amazing, because there's people who come in and be like, oh my gosh, you know, I had once, I think I was advertising playing GTA RP. I was playing in a game and I had a whole bunch of people just came in, and I had so many people saying, oh my gosh, it's so hard to find someone who's nice playing 5M.
Yeah, it's like, so toxic. Yeah. And that's it. That's the kind of niche you go for. Yeah. So you like that would be the advice. If you're playing GTA RP, make sure you've got like a right friendly game title, you know, like asking people how the day is, because people will look for that and they'll be like, let me find someone nice that I can watch that isn't a toxic piece of shit playing this game. So it's you know, you work with what you go with. Like, I've gone down like the route of being like, I'm quite a naturally flirty sexual person, so I've kind of gone with that banter, you know, like in my community, people come in, some of them probably think, what the fuck is going on in here, because there's innuendos flying around, there's daddy being thrown around, there's, you know, everyone talking about how horny they are, and it's like, it's just a fun vibe. And like, I feel like I've gone down the route of like, females especially get over sexualized so much that I've just rolled with it and gone, do you know what, I'll make something of this. It's going to happen, so let's roll with it and see what happens. But there's still boundaries and there's still lines that do not get crossed, or you will be thrown out on your ass.
That's true. That's true. Mad scenes, to be fair, and absolutely mad. One more question, and this question I absolutely love the most. Trans will know, because she has heard it many times.
God damn. What is it?
What is it? What is it?
His favorite one.
What is it?
Do you have any suggestions for potential streamers?
Yeah.
I write a book.
I feel like such an asshole doing it, because I have people that come into my community and, you know, or like people in my community that have suddenly picked up streaming that have supported me since day one. And obviously I do everything I can to like help them and advise them as much as possible. I also hate doing it because I feel like I'm like, hey, I'm a streamer, I know what I'm doing, because I don't. I'm not huge, and I feel like some people that can't take advice go, the fuck, you've only got 20 viewers, who makes you know it all? But I've learned a lot from sitting back. So I'd say a huge thing that people overlook, someone said it earlier about the only thing that they had in their chat was in their description was their pronouns. I don't know whether or not they're an actual streamer or if they're just like a Twitch member that enjoys watching streams. But for me, a huge thing is your profile. You have to get your bio done, and you need your about me done. You need some nice panels. You know, you need something. If I click on your profile, tells me about you. I'm not going to go watch a VOD if I don't know a little snippet of who you are, what games you enjoy, your schedule. That's a huge thing for me. You can create panels for free on Canva. Utilize the free software that's out there. Canva's got a free one and a paid option as well, but the free one has more than enough. I've made my community, I've made them panels for free. I've made them logos for free. As if I don't think anyone looks fine. No, if you're just a viewer and you don't stream, that's absolutely fine. But it's like if I was looking at someone to raid, so it's more based at streamers 100%. Because as a viewer, you get to know the streamer. But as a streamer, if I'm looking at someone to raid, I don't care if you look amazing. If I click and you haven't done your about me, I will not raid you. It's as simple as that, because what you're telling me is you don't take pride in your profile and you don't take it seriously enough to tell me a little bit about yourself. I want to know. I don't need to know your name or anything like that. She was screaming at me for this. Yeah, Wes was a prime example. Wes is disgusting at Call of Duty. And how much has it helped you, Wes? Have you not been skyrocketing? It's a huge thing because a lot of big streamers are the same. If you don't take pride in your work, how is someone else? That's like handing me a blank CV. You're going for a job and you just give me a blank CV just with your name. How am I supposed to know? That obviously Raiden again, hosting, and you need to learn Twitch etiquette. That's a huge thing. I have no problem. Anyone in my community will tell you, people in my community can advertise as much as they like. If I ask someone what they're up to today and they've made a point of getting to know my community, I don't care if they say they're streaming it later on. If you're a brand new chatter and the first thing that you come in my chat and say is, hey, just drop an alert because I'm going to stream myself, get out. Get out, because all you're doing is you are coming into my chat for your own gain. I don't care if you stream, and it's something that once you familiarize yourself, I'm going to click on your name. When I see your name popping up a few times, I'm going to click and be like, does this person stream? I'm going to check you out. I might come over with a cheeky raid. I'll ask you what games you play. But Twitch etiquette is you don't self-promote unless you're asked, basically. And it's not a case of being like, this is about me. It's just a case of, basically, you need to prove to someone that you're there because you genuinely want to make a connection and you enjoy them, not because it's something that you're going to gain. I have no time for people like that because they're the kind of people that will never come back again. They're just there to hope that you're... my viewers know fine well when someone does that. No one checks on them. No one clicks on their profile because everybody sees straight through it. And content, pushing content out 100%. Get on every platform you can be on. Schedule posts if you know you're going to be busy with work. Take the time to cut your stream a little bit shorter and concentrate on the content because it's a huge part of being discoverable. And just be yourself. Work out what you want to provide as a stream and stick to that. Don't feel pressured into changing or playing a game that you don't really want to play just because chat says that you should. Like, you have to enjoy what you're doing. 100%. I've played some weird games. I played one the other day, Granny Simulator. I was trying to kill my grandmother and she was kicking me and tasering me. As a toddler, by the way. I was a toddler. But we had such a laugh that nobody cared that I was trying to kill my granny and I was throwing knives at her head. No one cared because we were having a good time. And that's what it's about. It should be like a nice space for people to come and be picked up if they're having a shit day. They'd be my top 3 tips.
Vanilla, I want to stream one day. I feel being a good viewer, following etiquette will help that down the line. Definitely. Yes. Absolutely, Vanilla.
If I could go back now and learn what I know now before I started streaming, I would have not streamed as soon as I did. I would have spent longer being in the communities because somebody who's a staple part in your community and spends the time and everybody knows and loves, the second that they say, oh, hey guys, I'm actually thinking about starting streaming. You know, the second you go live, you've got so many people from that community that are going to come and support you. You're going to be hitting affiliate straight away. Too many people start at the arse end, not knowing anybody, not knowing anything, and just think that they can just click go live and people are just going to find them, which they might, but it's very rare. It's like if you can establish yourself first, like Vanilla's saying, and you know different communities and stuff, and you're in the Discord and you know them well enough that you can drop them a DM and be like, hey, I'm actually going to start streaming. Like, are you around this day just to like give me someone to talk to? Because it's kind of lonely when you first start out. And the amount of people that I know that have started recently, a guy called Brewski, for instance, and I mean, he's nearly affiliate already. He's over 200 followers because he's just got that many people that already know him and have seen him and go, oh, he's a sweetheart. He's always never talking about himself. He's always asking how everyone is. And that's 100% the way to do it if you can. And have content ready.
I think when I started, like way back in the day, I was lucky.
Back in the day.
Yes. I was lucky enough to have a lot of people who I'd already, connected with on streaming channels. Yourself as well, Ted, and a few other people that I made connections with. So when I started streaming and Ted realized I was starting streaming, he's like, Angry Tay is like, we're gonna get you to affiliate. So I think I hit affiliate in like a month. It was crazy. I was like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it. It was crazy. But I had already made connections and I've been hanging out with them. So
another one, please, for the love of God, do not get suckered into follow for follow. Please. If someone says, hey, I followed you, can you follow me back? I had one the other day, right? This guy followed me on Instagram. This is no lie. He was a bodybuilder. It worked out a lot. He was married, blah, blah, blah. And he messaged me, he followed me, I checked his profile and I went, it's not really something I'd be interested in. Like, I'd never worked out in my life. Like, it's not. And he messaged me and he said, hey, Natalie, I'm Neil, yada, 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 yada. Like, checked your profile out, great content, yada, yada, yada. Can you drop me a follow back? Because, I'm not following for nothing. And I straight up replied and I said, with all due respect, I wish you all the best and feel free to unfollow me, but I won't be following you back because it's not the kind of content I want to see on my Instagram. I follow other gamers or people in my community that don't game that I, want to see a bit more about them. Bodybuilding isn't my thing. Like, you look like you do really well with it, but, and he was just like, absolutely respect that. That's absolutely fine. He didn't unfollow me to my knowledge. But I was just like, this thought process of someone follows you, so you follow them back. If someone follows me, I click the profile. 9 times out of 10, I've either had a massive influx of followers and I've not had a chance to click on them all, or I've clicked your profile and your content just isn't my cup of tea. It's nothing personal, but I'll only want to see on my... I don't want the people that I want to support getting lost amongst a load of shit that I don't enjoy. It's as simple as that. Same with TikTok and... same with like interaction based. Like if it's someone that I know that's really important to me, even if it's something I don't particularly enjoy, I'll hype it up because I'm there to support you. Other than that, I like your stuff because I like your content. So don't get suckered into it because you'll end up with dead follows. I've probably got loads. If I actually removed my inactive followers, I'm probably like way less followers than what I actually am.
Same.
But that's where it comes from. People, I have so many people when I'm live who drop follows and don't even speak in chat, and they never come round. And it's like, that is purely people who followed expecting me to follow them back and somehow like look at them and go, oh my God, your content's amazing. No, I don't have time for that. I don't have time to support the people I want to support half the time. Never mind anything else.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, and Mout can vouch for this. If I like you, I'll give you a follow. Especially like we've had some viewers who have been on the show and I've given them a follow. I don't always have a chance to get into the chats, but my follow is usually, if I have a spare moment or whatever, and you're live, I will jump in and say, hey,
100%.
And so, but I don't, and I have people that come into my chat too and say follow. I'm like, no.
For a start, it's against Twitch's TOS. If you read Twitch's TOS, it is against Twitch's TOS. So not only can you get banned for it, you can get your whole account banned, but it's completely pointless. It's completely pointless because, again, all that person's doing is for their own gain. It's as simple as that. Like, just don't do it. You'll just be left with dead follows. I always react to that with, if you like me and you want to follow me, that's absolutely fine. I will only follow you back if I like your content. And 9 times out of 10, if you're even suggesting follow for follow, I'm just not even going to bloody bother checking you out anyway.
Luciano, he's very busy. He's got a pretty high staff position amongst that city. So he stays busy. Like, no questions, like he stays busy. I know because I've been there and I know what he does. So I know that city. Yeah. So he does stay very, very busy. He had his old PFP, I think maybe, but he had a new one that he had made. But when he came back, but he does stay busy in that city. Yeah, you're right, Luciano. He does.
Absolutely. That is segment 3 of the interview with Nat. How did it go? You enjoyed it, Nat?
Yeah, good. I waffle a lot, so I apologise.
That's okay.
I can't just answer
this
the
is
question.
your time. This is your moment. This is the podcast to enjoy as well.
This segment's
if anyone needs anything, if anybody in my community can vouch me, they will tell you that I will do anything for anyone. So if anybody needs anything, any advice, any help, I'm not a guru of Twitch, but I'll be happy to divulge it. I don't gatekeep anything. I have a section in my Discord where I'm currently putting together like free websites you can get free stuff from, for your streams, etc. So waffles, I love waffles.
Damn it, Manila! Now I want waffles. Damn it.
Yeah, me too. And I can't get waffles because it's goddamn 5 past midnight. Great. Going to cry.
I've had some strawberries, so that's filled me up a bit, to be fair.
I'm going to go make some bacon sandwiches afterwards.
24-hour IHOP, guys. Come on.
Bless. So that was segment 3, which is the interview with the streamer. We're going to have a bit of update from the GTRP side. I don't think it's much. I don't think there's not much. So it'll be that. And then segment 4, which is the best part for everyone to try and aim as long as possible with the stream, is the Ask Us Anything part. So we'll go and do the GTA RP. So, Trans, I'll let you do the honors to carry on with your side of things.
Thank you. So there's not really much to report, guys. I will say that the confrontation, you guys who are in my community, you know that I did not stream on Monday because there was an issue that I told you guys on Discord that I probably would have to mute some of the parts of it. At least, luckily enough, for now, that confrontation in and out of city is at least resolved for the time being, thanks to Xander coming in and having a conversation with the people who we had to talk to. But aside from that, we recently had some recent updates in our city, and I am going to start working on getting more materials to the shop. Shop's still open. I had to fire one of my employees because of in-city issues, but one of my employees, I'm down to like a bare bones crew, guys, and it's mostly me. So I haven't been in city a lot this week because I told most of you guys I was going to be really busy this coming week because it was spring break here in our county in the States. Ooh, the drama. It was pretty dramatic. I'm not going to lie, Vanilla. We weren't sure how we were going to deal with it. Plus, Xander hasn't been in city very much because he's got a lot of real life stuff going on as well, too. So I haven't been in city much, but pretty much sat down with our organization, laid down some plans for what we want to do and what we need to focus on right now. And so they're working on that and just trying to pop in when I can and do what I can while I'm there, which is not very much at the moment. At the moment, it's just getting business for the shop. I don't know if I told you guys or not, but Olivia bought her fancy house. So they have a really nice house outside the hills now. So that's really nice.
Yeah, I think he did.
Did I tell you guys that last week? Okay. So yeah, it's really nice. So I'm working on paying back the person who helped me catch the rest of that money and all that stuff. So that's pretty much all there is to it right now. Not a lot going on. The big news is just that the organization drama that we had going on is currently at a standstill, at a ceasefire. So we're okay for the time being.
For the time
Everything's
being.
Stable. For now.
Yeah. For now, yeah. Back in the day, there was no problems. Now, in today's day, that's it.
That's what happens, man. That's what happens when people try to push people into wars in the city. Is what it is. I'm not going into it because it was crazy.
Sort it out.
Currently, we're okay for now, so we're actually starting to get back to normalcy with our day-to-day. Some of my other people that are in the organization have still not been in the city, so it's been kind of slow going right now. But as soon as we get people back in the city and we're able to start focusing on our organization, things will pick up, and hopefully we'll have more to report to you guys next week. So we'll see.
Hopefully, that's the quickest GTA RP news we've ever had for a very long time.
It's been a very, very busy week in my defense. For me and Xander, okay?
I can tell.
I love how it sounds like real life. I was like, oh wait, she's getting materials for a shop. She works in a shop, and I was like, oh wait, it's in the game.
Olivia owns her own mechanic shop.
Love
she owns her own mechanic shop. Yeah, she got married a few weeks ago.
Maybe I should start playing it, and then I can get a boyfriend in game instead of in real life.
Oh.
Well, both
have a nice house.
Both me and the guy who plays Xander, we both have real life significant others. So we have our outside of city life, and then we have our in city life. But
do you have like a secret boyfriend in game?
Well, my boyfriend knows about my in game my character boyfriend.
So you get to have a boyfriend in game too? I am sign me up. Sign me up. I can have multiple husbands in game and not get told off.
I don't know about multiple husbands in game. There's no secret affair. No, Olivia's married, so she's married. She's now. Oh, the name changed, by the way, guys.
Can I be a hooker? I can be a lap dancer. I mean, live out my dream.
There's a strip club.
That's all I've ever wanted to do in That's all I've ever wanted to do in GTA RP is go and be a lap dancer because I couldn't do it in real life.
Yeah, I mean, there's a strip club in our city,
so
you can make money. You can totally do that in city. As a matter of fact, Olivia, she has her mechanic shop, and then on occasion, if it's needed at Xander's business that he owns, she'll help him out occasionally there. But she has her mechanic shop, and then when there's an event, I think there's one tonight in our city at the strip club. She works there too.
So she's like mechanic by day, stripper by night. Let's go.
Yep.
Okay. That sounds like something I'd get down with. I'm gonna have to slide in your DMs, I think, and be like, "Hey, how does this work?"
Absolutely.
I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it all because it's one of those things, GTRP is so hard to get into if you don't know anyone, because I joined the server and I remember just walking around aimlessly like, how do I get an ID card to like go get a job? And I was like, no one answered me, and I was like, excuse me, where's the police station? And then I went to the police station and got arrested. I wasn't even doing anything. I was like, hello? This is a fucked up server. So then I left and I was like, this is not for me.
Anybody who's interested in joining GTRP, you're welcome to join the city that I'm a part of. That
I will drop you a message.
Absolutely.
No,
totally.
there's no such thing as might. It's either yes or hell yes.
Don't use my line. Everyone heard me use that line at the start of the stream. Please don't. It's trademark.
Someone took the line.
Don't take my line. Rude.
Not Martinez, I got a husband. You wouldn't know him. He lives in another server. And Vanilla says, "My strip club. It's not your strip club, Vanilla."
I want a strip club. I want all the bitches,
club, buddy.
Oh. Ledge.
My friend runs the strip club, so.
So that's kind of tempted now to like do the GTRP side now, which
she's got an event tonight.
Yeah,
so it's
I'm gonna get a girl with a big ass.
Yeah,
Vanilla Unicorn.
It is the Vanilla Unicorn, 100%. Yeah.
Oh. Ledge. It
is called Vanilla Unicorn RTK. You're right.
It's got Vanilla's name on it, so technically, yep, they own it.
Yeah, that's true.
That's it.
So, we've just done the quickest ever GTRP news ever.
Sorry, guys.
Which very lucky with that, to be fair. So, we're on the last bit of the podcast, which is the Ask Us Anything.
The juicy bit.
The juicy bits.
The fun part.
Absolutely.
Is anyone going to ask anything? That is the question. Do you ever have it where we just sit here and no one asks anything, and we're like?
Sometimes we ask each other questions when that happens. Okay. And there's no answer to those questions. We just ask each other questions.
So,
okay, cool.
So basically, you can the chat. This is your chance now to ask either me.
If any of my community is here, behave yourselves. Swear to God, or so help me Lord.
Guys, Malk's about to say this, but I'm going to say it ahead of time. I'm going to beat him to this. You can ask any of us. I'm going to do it this time, Malk. I'm doing it this time. You can ask any of us. You can ask us a question. You can ask Malk, Retro Wolf Live. You can ask Trance Gamer Girl, myself. You can ask Nat a question if you have a question for Nat. Just make sure that you make a note as to who you're asking this question, or specify that it's for everybody. If you don't specify a name, we're just going to assume it's for everybody. Okay, that's how we normally do it. So
the first one from Vanilla says, for everyone, what is one or two pet peeves you have as a streamer?
Why does Mark look so lost? Do you know what pet peeves mean?
No, I was just scratching my head.
You was reading that looking so lost. I was like,
it was great timing, though. You're 100% right now. It didn't look like he was lost for a second there.
No,
he was like, pet peeves? I was like, surely he knows what I mean, sir.
Yeah.
If you don't be embarrassed, we can tell you.
I'll let you guys start first, to be fair. So
you could go first, Trent.
Personally, I tend to get frustrated with those people that like follow people. That's a big thing for me. Because if I'm going to follow you, it's because I either have been in your streams and I like you, or I've had you on a guest on the show and I like you. So if I give you a follow, it's because I actually like you as a streamer. I'm not going to just follow you, some random person. That's one of the things that kind of frustrates me, because I get a lot of that sometimes. Also, I would say the people that come in just being assholes, but we have mods that just don't care and will banhammer you in no time. So I think I'm nicer than my mods are sometimes. I'll give you a chance to straighten your act out. I'll give you a chance to straighten your act out. If you don't do it, then you're getting the banhammer. Just straight up.
Like,
okay?
She will do it, guys. So don't
I've done it. But no, so I don't really care about that too much, because we can usually handle them pretty well and lock them down. Also, the people that come in and just try and advertise, the bots that come in and advertise, grow your followers.
One of my viewers, one of my followers.
I've reported those people before. I said reported for I think it was spam. What was it for? For spam and something else. It was I can't remember what it was.
Offensive language. It offended me.
Yeah.
I was offended. If I wanted to become famous, like I'm not already. How dare they?
Doing all right without you. I don't need you.
I once had one. No word of a lie. I once had one, and I banned the phrase so no one could spam it. And it once came in, and I no word of a lie. It flabbergasted me because it actually said something like, not as popular as you want to be, or not as liked as you want to be. Click here to buy me. And I was like, bitch, don't come in here disrespecting my popularity. I was like, chat, can we get a 1 in chat if you think that I'm cool? I was so offended. I was like, bro, you shoot your shot, but don't come in here making out like people don't like me.
Yeah, no, right? But yeah, so those are my biggest things that bug me more than anything.
How about you, Nat?
I've probably got 2. One of which is people who don't. As a streamer, okay. As a streamer, it would be people who are self-entitled because they're a viewer, and like that. I'm talking like those kind of people that sub to you, or like they'll throw a Prime sub or something, which like nobody has to subscribe, no one has to donate, no one has to contribute financially. But if you do, that streamer doesn't owe you anything. You've done that because you're saying you like that content, you want to support that person. I hate nothing more than people like, but I subbed. Right? Just because you subscribe, that doesn't mean you can be a dickhead and get away with it. Like, people are so entitled, and even just viewers that have spent a lot of watch time, like, they think that they can get away with pushing the boundaries because they're a regular viewer. Like, you're not entitled. That streamer doesn't owe you anything as a viewer. Like, you're there because you enjoy the content, you enjoy the person. Like, don't push your luck because everybody has their breaking points, and it doesn't matter how important you are. It's if you cross the line, you have to be held responsible. I can't remember what the other one was. I had another one that was on my brain, and it's gone, I think.
It'll come back to
leave it with that one. Yeah, we'll leave it at that one.
You leave it at that one. For me, when I started streaming, do you want to become famous and all the other stuff as well, like blocked.
No one likes them guys.
No, blocked. I changed the wording. Blocked, and they're still coming in with different bloody hate raids. I didn't get a bad hate raid, but I had one of those where they didn't care. I had one. I don't know if you remembered a few months ago when I was streaming onto YouTube as well. I had a random.
Oh yeah, that was really
weird one. It was a weird one.
So weird.
Yeah.
I was like, okay.
So I had to stop what I did with the YouTube side of things because obviously when I'm doing the Twitch with the podcast, it's a bit different. But it's the follow for follow pisses me off as well because it's like they don't want to know you. They just want to follow me. I'll follow you. And then about 30 seconds later, as soon as they follow you, they unfollow you straight after, and you're like, well, you just asked me to follow you, and you unfollowed me. Answer me that question on that. To be fair, but it's that and famous. Well, not so famous.
Bots become famous.
Famous bots. I mean, I will be honest. I didn't get that weird hate raid or anything like that, and I feel bad for not me. I didn't do anything with it, but I'm just saying, like, in the sense of. I feel bad for all the streamers who have had the hate raids like recently or in the past. I'm like, we're all here to have fun. We're all here to have a great time. If you've had a shit day, shit week, shit month, shit year, shit everything, shit on the pan or anything like that at all, and it's just like basically you just want to come in, watch a streamer, and be like, yes, class. This person's class. And I want to follow and watch, and it's brought happiness. Do you know what I mean? It's just something to get your mind off it after you've had a bit bad time as such. But
I mean, I've made a comment, and my community can back me up on this. I think RTK has been around for a few of these comments. Either we're not at a place where we don't get a lot of trouble with that, or we've sent enough messages to Twitch that people don't come to our channel that much anymore. So I'm lucky enough to not have as many trolls as I used to have. You get the occasional one every now and again, like that once in a blue moon or whatever. But I mean, we don't have to deal with as much trouble as we used to. And RTK can vouch me on this because RTK is one of my mods actually. But we used to be like, every time somebody came in, it was like banhammer, banhammer, banhammer. And it was like, we got to the point, I was like, I think we made enough points. People aren't coming in here, which is a good thing that they're not coming in and causing problems, you know. But yeah, I think I made a joke about that not too long ago.
I will say
don't fuck with this streamer.
I will say one thing, it will come. And I know that's horrible. Yeah. It will come. I was the same. I feel like there's a middle ground there where you don't really get touched. So like when you're a relatively very new streamer and you're on small numbers and stuff, you're deemed as an easy target because they think they can get to you and they can bully you enough that you'll give in before you get there. Then you get to your middle ground where you've got a nice community, like people will come in ready to troll and think, oh, I'm just going to get banned straight away because there's people in chat, there's a nice atmosphere. Then you get to the point where you start growing. That's when they start coming again, because I had the same thing. I had a few right at the start, and as a female, it's always like, you're ugly, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
Sure, bro. And then middle ground, I didn't have any for ages, and I was like, oh, this is great. Like, we've sorted it out. And I'd say in the last few weeks, especially like when I've hit over 1,000 followers, that's when they've started coming in. It's because I'm on the recommended. So, like, I'm an easy, like, oh, her, she'll do. And then obviously the hate raid on Wednesday. And I feel like as you grow, it then goes from being a bullying tactic of trying to get you to stop streaming to then being like, hey, this person's growing, let's try and knock them down a peg or two, or like there's enough people to rile them up and get a reaction out of you. So always be prepared for it. And I would get Seribot. You do it through Twitch. You go into search bar, just type in Seribot, SERY bot, and it'll always be live and it'll talk you through how to get it. You activate it as a mod in your channel, and that banned all of the people that were affiliated that Twitch knew were a part of a hate raid, the accounts that they haven't removed that have been banned for hate raids. Straight away it was blocking them. My alerts went mental because it just would block, ban. And Commander Route is another one that you go on and you can remove any bots that are any followers that are known bots. So always have Seribot active because it's helpful. If you do get a proper hate raid, obviously there's a difference between the odd troll and a proper hate raid. When you get a full hate raid, you get multiple messages spammed. There's hundreds upon thousands of bots accounts. You get follow botted, and you also get a multiple of raids of one viewer. If that happens, your main things, if anybody does want to take note on this, is your first things first, turn your alerts off if you've got alerts on, if it's easy to access them, because they'll go absolutely mental. Put your chat on either remote only or sub only. I would recommend sub only so that it can't be spammed with remotes. Unfortunately, people that are in your channel that aren't subbed won't be able to talk during that time, but nobody can then spam any comments. It just gets it under control for a minute. I now have a scene made on OBS for hate raids that I can flick to, which is like a Be Right Back scene, but it will say, sorry for the sub only chat. We're dealing with a hate raid. Please bear with us. They're the main three things, and they will disappear pretty quickly. And then I was just manually going through and making sure the ones that Seribot had missed were getting blocked. And normally with the hate raids, they come over, and I've actually seen them done live. Someone actually caught the person who was instigating them live, one of the people, and they actually were disappointed when it was locked down so quickly that they very quickly disappear. They move on to the next person, which is awful. But if you can get your sub-only mode on, get your alerts turned off, they've got nothing to stay for. They'll very quickly disappear. And once I'd sorted all that out and I came back, they were gone, and put it back on normal chat mode, and the amount of community that were there was like, oh my God, what the hell? Like, I've been waiting to talk for ages. It's people will stick around, and if not, then it's just one of them things. Try not to let it get to you and just move on.
Absolutely. And I just hope that the Twitch will get it sorted, like as they discussed in the past, but whenever that was
a bit that I was meant to say in the advice bit, my bad.
I helped you out.
Everyone knows. If I didn't know that from like people that I know in the community that have had racial hate raids and sexist hate raids, if I didn't already know that, honestly, Wednesday would have been horrible. It was still horrible. It was still very stressful. But to be able to know what to implement was a hell of a lot easier to be able to like shut them down.
Absolutely.
And turn raids. You can go into your Twitch settings and turn raids to friends or followers only, so people you follow back, so that you can't get random raids.
Okay.
Nice.
Sorry.
Sure. No. The more info, the more that helps us, not only to us, but to everyone that's watching the stream, and hopefully give it a little bit of a boost, shall we say, to avoid these pillocks, as I call them, or idiots, as I call them, as well.
RTK, on that comment, it's okay if you can only be here on the weekends, it's fine. I want to pick up my streams. Right now I'm only doing the Saturdays and Mondays if I'm able to do Monday at all, which I haven't been a lot lately. But I usually, during the Monday stream, since it's midday and, it's a Monday, there's usually not that many people coming through unless they're from a different time zone or a different continent. So I try and keep a tab on that myself. So, but that's okay. I appreciate it either way, because when you are here, you're excellent, RTK. All the love to you. So
nice one.
Some reason why I made you a mod in the first place.
Ledge. And funny enough, RTK did ask a question, I believe it's to all of us. You get $1 billion or £1 billion. That will be epic. But if you accept, there will be an invincible snail following you your entire life and will kill you if it manages to touch you. So would you take this deal?
No. Are you stupid? Do you sleep? It's going to touch you when you sleep and you're dead. You won't even get to spend a penny of that before you sleep. You dumb? No. What a silly question. If it doesn't move, if you have to crush it and it kills you, then I'm in. I don't particularly like life anyway, but... Other than my kid, obviously, but yeah, no. If it has to touch you, then no, because it's just going to slide up the side of your bed and, like, slime on you and and then you're going to die.
Slime on you.
How did she die? It was now a billionaire snail. Imagine. Embarrassment on your death certificate.
You was about to say birth certificate, weren't you?
I was, yeah. You'd probably be reborn as a snail just to, like, really fucking hammer it home. Or a slug, a snail with no house. A homeless snail is a slug.
Yeah, I'd have to put salt around my bed. There'd be no way.
Yeah, but then if it gets hurt, surely you die. No?
I mean, I don't think so.
Oh, so it's only if it touches you. Oh yeah, I'd sleep in a cardboard box then. That's fine. That's fine. And if I'm queuing somewhere, I'd just have to like walk in circles so that it can't catch me. Yeah, okay, I can probably live with that. I thought yeah, there's ways around it. I'll take it. I'll take the deal. When can we do this? Where do I sign?
I had to find a way to protect myself at night though. Even though the boyfriend sits on the outside, so if it hits
well, surely you just shut the door. Just shut the bedroom door while it's outside. It'll be all right. Can't get in. It's invisible, so you don't know. Yeah,
it's invincible.
What about if you kill it first before it kills you? Because it only says if it touches you, if it manages to touch you. So what if you squat it with something that isn't touching you, like a squatter? It's dead.
Yeah, but it's invincible. You can't kill it. You can't kill the snail.
Oh shit! Yeah. Okay, I didn't read the invincible bit. Okay.
I'll repeat the question again as well. You get £1 billion or $1 billion, but if you accept that £1 billion or $1 billion, there will be an invincible snake following you your entire life and will kill you if it manages to touch you. So, final answer: would you take this deal or not?
If you can find a way around it, then yes, absolutely. As long as we can engineer a way around it, that's fine. I'm okay with it. I'll take it.
This is like a Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's like a 50-50 moment.
No, it's like would you rather questions. They're my favourite kinds of questions. I've got them for days.
Really?
Yeah.
We had quite a few of those last week.
I love those, and the sicker the better. I had some fucked up ones. Really? Go on. Would you?
Well, for that question, yes. To be fair, without a shadow of a doubt, just get a cardboard or just block everything off. That'll be it. It's just simple as.
All in fair ward.
That'll be it as well.
Oh, Vanilla says, take the money, pay someone to put the snail in a jar in the middle of the ocean, win. Big brain. I love it, Vanilla.
Yeah, but how would they see it? How would they see it? Because it's invisible.
It's invincible. You can
also, it's not invisible. Oh, yeah, mate. I'll sign up right now. Because, yeah, I would put it in a jar. Because if it doesn't touch you, I thought it was invisible. So you wouldn't know where it was. Oh, okay. My bad. Okay. Please continue. Sorry.
It's all right.
Good job, Vanilla. Big braining that one.
Nice one.
I'll get my kid to stand on it.
Kel says to all, if you could have any artifact or ability from any anime, video game, comic, book, what would it be? So, for example, in Kel's words, neon energy. I nearly said neon energy. Nearly said the wrong words. Neon energy.
Hunter by Hunter.
I can't say the words. Do you want to carry on with this?
I got it.
Yeah.
For example, Nen Energy from Hunter by Hunter, Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball Z, Frostmourne from WoW, Magic from Fairy Tail or Harry Potter, etc. If you could have any of those artifacts or abilities from any anime, video game, comic, or book, what would it be? I probably just want magic. I'm happy with that. I'm very easy to please, guys. Make me rock magical and I'm good. Done.
For me, is it just one ability or is it just many?
Any artifact or ability?
Yeah. Don't be greedy. Come on. I was about to say all of them. Invincible.
Yeah, invincible. Doing all that. That was it. That was epic. Yeah. So I'll go with invincible.
Invincible, nice.
Okay, mine would be the Infinity Gauntlet.
Nice.
Jack of all trades. I could just click my fingers. I can warp time. I can go invisible. I can do it all, bro. Just give me the glove.
Just give you the glove.
You all missed a trick there. It's got magic. It's got invincibility. It's got time travel.
Shit.
I will be Thanos. And I'm quite a sadist, so I would be like, bitch, don't push me. I will click my fingers. You're gone.
I could just imagine the Avengers.
That would be me.
That Avengers Endgame, and it was Nat, not Thanos. Would be like, don't mess with me, bitch.
Don't mess with that.
I would be that sadist person that stood there going, if you die, you die. I'm sorry.
Sorry, not sorry, moment.
Sorry, not sorry. But if you didn't like the outcome and like all the people that you cared about died, you could just rewind time and do it again.
Good point. Good point.
And rewind and rewind.
I'm like, oh shit. Sorry, Esme, that's my child. Sorry, just let me get you back from dust. Keep going until only the people you dislike go.
RTK said on the snail question, I'm getting my friends to put it in a box and keep it in dry and warm box full of salt.
Yeah.
Oh, Day Senpai, you made it! Just had to make sure I got here before you call it quits. Love you guys. Hope you had fun. All the love. So glad to see you, buddy. I'll catch you in City in a little bit. For those who don't know, including you, Nat, Day Senpai is the guy who plays Xander in the City. So hopefully Xander and Olivia will get some time tonight. So it'll be nice.
You've got Daddy and Senpai in your name, so it's a win from me. Hello.
It's been a long day. I know it has, buddy. I heard what you're doing today. It's all good. I told Malk that you may or may not be able to make it in today, but that's all good. I'm glad you did make it in. That's awesome.
Can we talk about why Vanilla would pick a map of all the abilities and artifacts you could have? You're going to pick a map?
The Marauders map.
You get bored? No.
The Marauders map.
Yeah, but couldn't you pick, like, if you picked the Infinity Gauntlet, you could, like, stop time and go into another world and go get it. Like, come on, you gotta be smart. You can have everything. I could go and steal all the artifacts because I have the Infinity Gauntlet. It's OP.
Loopholes.
Yeah, I'm always about the loopholes.
Whoa.
That's great. I love it.
What? I'm just trying to think if there's any questions.
I've got a question for yous, both of yous.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
What plans do you have for this year as far as the podcast and streaming go? Do you have any like goals that you've set or like where you want to be maybe like by New Year?
Malk.
We
How does it feel?
We
haven't discussed this yet, have we?
Well, one thing I know that
or individually.
One thing I know that we're going to do and that we've talked about as well already earlier this year was after this season's ended, because we do 20 episodes per season. So after the season is ended, we'll do like we did last time, take a couple months break or whatever and restart it again and carry on with the show after that. We might have to see where that ends us up for the year though, Malk. I'm not sure how it's going to end because I've got a couple more mandatory things I'm going to miss again this year. Effectively the same things. But But yeah, so we have we know that we do want to do a season 3 and keep us going. I mean, honestly, Malk, I mean, the growth that we've had even this season has been insane, hasn't it? It's been pretty crazy.
I mean, I can't believe like I will be honest, I don't know if you've ever like seen the podcast in the past or anything like that before, Nat, but from our perspective, it was Trance who started everything all off with this podcast.
Yeah,
to be fair, so I thank her more because she does she does the notes.
She's the brains behind the operation.
She did actually. To be fair,
right.
I will say some of the story mode, what happened, but Trance will say it in more depth. We play GTA Racing. See, when you get GTA RP and racing, R is there, the little R.
It's the R. I get it.
GTA Racing. Before she kills me, GTA Racing. We was playing a bit, and then I was doing, because I do commentary, like for league racing, like F1 and league racing and stuff on my spare time. Not with my Retro Wolf Live, just my own personal stuff as well. And Trance was like, "Oh, you're a very good, you're a very good commentator. You like a good show, like show host and stuff." And then she was out of the blue. It was racing. And she said, "Mark, you got a great voice for a host. We should do a podcast." I'm like, "Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it." To be fair,
well, at that point, it was just kind of like a joke between us. I was like, "Oh, you got a really good hosting voice. We should do a podcast." Kind of like a joke. And I was like, "We should do a podcast." He's like, "Yeah, let's do it." We're like, "All right, cool." So we weren't sure what we were gonna do with that. And because he was commenting on the race, he was doing the commentary on the race. I was talking, he had a really good voice for it, and so we finished that race. I'll pick up here. We finished that race, and I went to bed that night, and I woke up the next morning literally with a start. And everybody who's been on the show has heard this a million times, but I woke up with a start, and I just it was like a light bulb going off my head. I'm like, oh my God, we should do a podcast. And I literally sent him a message with 10 exclamation points that said, "We should do a podcast, Mal."
And so she added more exclamation points afterwards. To be fair.
Yeah. And I was like, I said, this would be great. It would be amazing. It'd be great. We had great, we're friends. We have great, banter when we're playing games together. Yeah. We have great communication with each other. And I was like, this could really actually we could actually make this happen. And so we spent a month? Was it a month? Something like that?
Planning? Well, we're planning, it was like a month. Me and Trance were we did not even know what the hell was going to happen, because we did not know whether it was going to be exploding.
I'd never done a podcast. I was like, hey.
I've done wing it. That's the old terminology. Yeah. But I did a podcast ages ago, but it was ages. But I had to be, because I normally stream without the camera. Never have never have the camera. But Trance kept nudging, pestering me as well. If you go,
it definitely adds that personal perspective. I think it's quite important, to be honest. I know not everyone's comfortable with it, but if you're gonna do it 100%. Throw yourself out there.
We spent a month in pre-production planning out how we were going to make it happen and what kind of format we wanted, how I wanted the show to go. One of the things that I was adamant about from the beginning is I didn't want it to be scripted. I wanted it to be natural flow, because we have natural banter anyway, just in general, because we know each other for so long. And, we wanted to have everybody to have a good time. We wanted it to be fun. We wanted it to be informative. So we wanted to have a news segment, but that was the only thing that we actually would have notes on. And then we went into the discussions, and we started having a couple of notes on discussions, but that's the only thing we wanted to see how the conversation would go from there. And we're like, we'll just give it a try. And so by the time we ended the first season, I know Reese was a very big instrument on this, and everybody else was so sad to see the show ending the first season. And we came to about the middle of the first season. We're like, we can do a second season of this. Let's give us a couple months break during the holidays. We can have some time. Some downtime, come back after the beginning of the year, come back stronger, do a season 2, and we can just give ourselves some time between and just do it a season at a time. And so by the time we got to the end of the season, we had already had some growth, and all of our episodes are available on most of the listening channels as well, like Spotify, iTunes podcast. That was Malk's doing, so I gotta give him credit for that. He does a lot of the other stuff, and making sure that our stuff was out there. And we had so many people
retired after that.
We had so many people just waiting for us to come back. I mean, Reese was on the edge of his seat. He was crying at the end of the first season.
It was.
He's like, why do you guys gotta be off season for 2 months?
Oh.
was like, "Going back, Reese, it's okay." And so like he
Love
kept waiting and
that.
waiting. So yeah, every time I did a stream, he'd be like, "I'm just waiting for the first episode of Bish Bash Boss season 2." I'm like, "Okay."
You guys, to be fair, you guys are smashing it. This has been a lot more comfortable than I thought it would be. Even though I stream a lot, like, and I'm on like multiple different platforms, I feel like this was nerve-wracking for me just purely because like talking off the bat can be hard. It
Yeah.
was more,
Yeah.
it wasn't necessarily even like the questions, it was more the dynamic. I was kind of like, am I gonna feel comfortable chatting with you? Is it going to be like free flowing? And you both definitely got the personality for it, and it has been easy. It's just flown so nicely. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank
It's
you.
something that
Thank you.
it's something that I wanted to like touch on because I don't want a podcast, but I've always said to the community I'd love to do. I said to Malk, I'd love to do some sort of like chatting with someone, like co-stream kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's just working out what. I said to Malk, I had like this wild idea to have like almost like a talk show, not a podcast, because you guys have nailed it with like the subject, keeping it gaming related. Like, I feel like you've really organized it and got it planned out, and having like the pre-brief on the notes was really helpful. Just like, I wasn't familiar with like E3. I kind of knew it was an event, but I didn't know much about it. So it gave me a chance to actually look into it and familiarize myself with what we were going to be talking about. So I wasn't just like, cool. So yeah,
Oh.
I will 100% be catching the podcast. I didn't really know about them.
Yeah.
I obviously followed retro for a while, but when you reached out to me was when I was kind of like, okay, before I agreed to this, and I even said that to you, didn't I? Like, I'll go back, I'll check out what you're all about. And as soon as I watched, I think it was the one with Kirsty Kryptonite, and I was just like, yeah, this looks cool. It looks very chilled, no pressure. So yeah, be nice.
It was like saying, I've seen this every week. It's like contract signed, just to pester, just to say, go on, just nudge,
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah.
We've had so many people that have come on, even last season. They're like, I've never been a podcast before. I've never done a podcast. I'm like,
no, me
okay,
neither.
just be yourself, have a
cool.
good time. That's all we're about. We're having a good time talking about games and just seeing where the conversation goes. We really don't care. It's probably one of the most laid back atmospheres that we could possibly offer. And we wanted that. We didn't want people to feel uptight. We didn't want people to feel like they couldn't interject on comments or whatever. So that's one reason why we have the note document available to our guests each week so that they can see, hey, this is what we're talking about. So you can get a heads up on what we covered, and you can just give your input on it. And we want to make sure that, whenever our guests come in, when they leave, they have a great time. And we've had so many people say, oh my gosh, it's already been such and such amount of time. It's gone by so fast. I was like,
yeah, it's flown. I looked at the clock. I was like, holy shit. But it doesn't, it feels like I'm just chatting with two friends. It's really nice. It's homely.
It's brought, I mean, when we originally did the podcast to start off with, we did not know how big it could be, to be honest, because we was just
it's got potential to be even bigger, 100 million%. It's definitely something that would be fun to watch, 100%.
That means so much.
It's
like a little pet project,
I bow down and thank you for that. That was a great moment with that.
Because
it was just, as I said, we just want to make sure that the guests enjoy themselves. And funny enough, I'm sure Trans would agree with me on this, but the people who have never done a podcast or never joined in a just chat only moments like this in a discussion time, that's where you get the more popularity and more discussions to kick in. And I feel like it's more, you get more out of more out of the interview, more out of the streamer, shall we say?
Yeah.
And it just gives you more that. Oh, I've never knew how the streamer would interact with. Like, I did not know that they liked this game, and I've never seen the game because I only come in to like say, oh, like Nat does the Call of Duty, but I've never seen her do like Elden Ring or Like,
I do all sorts. I'm basically a gaming hoe. I dabble in a bit of everything. I just dip my feet in there and I go, I don't like that. But like, honestly, all inoculated Wes will tell you, we have played some fucking weird games this last couple of weeks because I have just been very much like, I was burnt out with Apex. I started on Apex and I was a die-hard Apex day in, day out. And I was just like, this just isn't fun anymore. I'm sick to death of sweats getting me. Then I went to Warzone. I love Warzone, but I can't play it day in, day out because it just gets too much. So I was like, I need some kind of fun little games. What would I play if I wasn't streaming? It was like, I love simulators. I love survival games. 100%. And I've just been like, do you know what? I'm just going to stream whatever the fuck I want to stream. So
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Wes, for that comment. We appreciate it. We're glad you were able to be here and hang out with us. It was good.
No,
And that's one of the things we wanted. We wanted it to be laid back. We wanted it to be fun. We wanted it to be enjoyable for the streamer as well as the viewers. We wanted the viewers to have a say in what was going on. I try and get as many of the comments as I can because we have the audio version. So we want the people who are listening on audio to be able to hear what we're talking about on a comment or whatever if we can. So we try and include everybody so that they're not missing anything. Even if they can't catch the visual, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like I said, we just hope. I mean, we were so excited to do the season 2 of the podcast.
Oh God, yeah.
Because everyone was pestering us. When is it coming back? When is it coming back? Especially Reese saying, when's it coming back? So we've been talking, and at the time before we did season 2, like, here we go. Let's set a date. Let's do this. Sort this out. See what's going to be planned, etc. We had to do something a little bit different on some of the episodes, didn't we? Transfer like the free episode modes and stuff, and some that we could not get the guests at the time.
Yeah,
or we just did
that must be the hard bit. Yeah.
We just make it us just hanging out and chilling and chatting about everything. We sometimes we'll change the format up a little bit. We've had a couple free form episodes this season.
Yeah.
And that's all actually, honestly, for the viewers, it's all actually y'all's suggestions that we tried to incorporate this season, that we wanted to include something different, because y'all were saying, hey, why don't you try this? Why don't you try this? And we're like, hey, let's include that. Let's make it fun, and get something that you guys have an input and have a stake in as well, so you guys can enjoy and look forward to seeing us do that content.
Even if you dropped it to like once a month, having a guest once a month, and the other 3 episodes it just being you guys, and then there's not so much pressure to find people to like fill those gaps all the time with the streamer section. I feel like that would probably be quite a good thing to do if you are struggling or whatever, and then like if you can get extra, then you've got that as an additive. But I can't imagine I don't know enough people to get someone on the show once a week. Jesus Christ, I can't even find people to play with half the time. Other than Wes. Wes is always like, do you want to play? And I'm like, not in your sweaty lobbies. So I get sniped from across the map every time. I do it, and I grin and bear it, and I'm like, yay, friend time. I'm joking, Wes. I'm not. He knows I hate it sometimes. I'm over here with like my 0.6 KD playing in like 2 KD lobbies. I'm like, hello. I don't belong here. Take me home.
Wes is like, what do you mean?
He knows what I mean.
Lol. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do. Trying to be as big as we can on the podcast. And
He does beg. He does.
Oh.
Don't pretend that you don't. To play?
She's calling you out, Wes.
To play. Okay.
Oh. And I was wondering what was that next bit coming off from Wes's side of things. But yeah, that's what we're trying to do with the podcast itself. It's just basically just make sure that we enjoy it. We've had a few people that
we've talked about it too. Sorry, not to interrupt or anything, but we talked about it too. Like, one of the things that we like to do is, if in the future we ever get a chance to go to like TwitchCon or a different convention, we'd like to have a booth for the Bish Bash Bosh podcast.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
For people who come and meet us, in person, as opposed to seeing us in the computer, even though we're pretty much the same people regardless.
Yeah.
And I can vouch for this on his end. He can vouch for it on mine too. But that way we can meet face to face with people and, say, oh, I watch your show every week, or have Reese come in and say, oh my gosh, you guys, so good to meet you guys. I mean, and we originally wanted to do it as just a chance to expose some people that we knew as streamers, give them a little bit more exposure, maybe have a few more follows. We've helped a couple people hit a couple of their goals through the seasons. Amazing. That was really good. We really wanted to, make it where it was a win-win for us to meet other people's communities, as well as a win-win for the streamer who's guessing.
It's like multiple exposure, isn't it? Back and forth.
Exactly. Yeah, totally. And people who like my channel, who like, oh, I never heard of this person. This person's cool, and they'll give you a follow or whatever. That's why they were asking about the follow link in the chat, because they want to, if they like you, they want to follow you and give you the support. So
thanks, guys.
As what following on for what Trans said, it's like we've had a few that hit affiliate after the normal checks. We had a few that have hit their goals, like 100 follows or 200 follows, and all the other stuff. And it was more like and we've had people that come on that've never done a podcast before, and they enjoyed and brought their own confidence in doing their own podcasts, so, which is good, because it's like, it's just more confidence boosts, to be fair. And it's glad to have or the community, just to have, because we'll never forget the small streamers community. We
No.
never will, because that's where we all began. But the big
Yeah.
streamers, they don't even know what small streamers are, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
we'll never forget you guys. We'll never forget you guys at all. To be fair. So, quick question on here. RTK says, the last food you cooked is now on the menu at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. What
Oh my
is it?
god! I don't even remember what the last time I cooked was, because the boyfriend usually does the cooking, because he always teases me about my cooking being terrible. I can't remember what it was. I think it was one of our HelloFresh meals. I think it was like a chicken meal or something.
A chicken meal.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it was a HelloFresh thing I did. It was like a chicken meal.
Or
No, I made
chicken.
burgers. I made
No,
a
no.
burger, a special burger.
It's not
And,
chicken. You know this. It's not chicken. It's
chicken.
chicken. Chicken.
There you
That's
go.
There we go. It's
I
chicken.
think that's what it would have been. Would have been like one of those HelloFresh meals that I made. I think it was one of the burgers, like the mozzarella
bad.
burgers or something. Get a boyfriend
Yeah.
who cooks 100% vanilla. Totally.
The new thing that I will try and get something into that. Yeah, chicken.
Chicken.
Moment. Sorry, I was going to say to all of us. RTK says, last food you cooked is now on the menu at Gordon Ramsay's restaurant. What is it? Trans said chicken. And I said, it's not chicken, it's chicken.
It's chicken. Yeah, you gotta say it right.
You gotta say that. How about you, Matt? What's
Mine
your-
would be, and believe it or not, I think Gordon Ramsay would be quite proud. I am a good cook. Okay, I'm a banging cook. And I made from scratch, including the sauce, a creamy Cajun chicken pasta. And it was
it's not chicken.
incredible.
Not
It's
chicken.
chicken.
It's
A
chicken.
creamy Cajun chicken pasta.
There we
Okay.
go.
Wes is going to hate me because everyone's going to know him as the chicken man.
The chicken man. It's
The
sickening.
chicken-
It was honestly incredible. Like, it was
Nice.
so good. I actually, believe it or not, as well, a little insight to my little messed up head here. I actually made it at 1 a.m. and laid in bed
Nice.
with my massive bowl of pasta, like in like my pajamas, and literally just sat watching Netflix, just like shoveling it in my mouth. Then I went and got a second bowl. I didn't sleep very well because I had indigestion, but it was good.
Nice.
But
Oh my
as
gosh,
long as-
vanilla.
It's a bugger, isn't it? Vanilla.
We love you,
That's
vanilla.
where-
You're
that's
awesome.
I love it.
That's where the innuendos kick in. Right
Yeah,
here,
always.
right now.
Always.
What about you,
Always.
Malk? What did you last cook? Can you cook?
I can
He says
cook.
eating his bowl of strawberries.
Yeah, well, yeah. I've tried
Mount
the
can
strawberries.
cook? What?
What did you
Uh,
last cook then? What's on the menu at Ramsay?
At Ramsay's cook. Well, it was a long time ago. To be fair, I did had
Oh my
chicken.
god.
Had chicken moments. as
Everyone's
well.
had chicken. Chicken is the
Chicken.
easiest thing to make.
Yeah,
Totally.
yeah. If you want about if I had something to eat, like.
No, you've got to
microwave
cook it. The last food you cooked.
stuff. Okay,
Mhm.
the last food I cooked would be the
Wes,
chicken.
fight me. Chicken. He's such a liar. We've already agreed this. When Wes eventually comes to the UK, we're going to have a cook-off. We're going to have an actual cook-off on stream. You should have
We're
seen
gonna
the
have
state of the pancakes he tried to make. They were a mess.
What-
A mess.
Oh my
And this
gosh.
boy says he can cook better than me. Boy, stop playing.
Shit.
Go ahead, Malk, about your
We're gonna
chicken,
have a fight.
chicken meal.
Yeah, it was just a normal chicken stuff, really. But yeah, I'm still saying it now because everyone's got that trend now.
Wes is actually going to hate me. I'm going to get shouted at after this stream. He's going to be like, why are you telling everyone I'm the chicken boy?
Chicken
Wes,
one.
Honestly,
you feel special, Wes. You have now effectively added to our collection of running
There you
jokes
go.
on the show. So there you go.
And vocabulary. We all have a new vocabulary.
Totally.
Absolutely. Do it quick before the chicken guy or the chicken bloke is just going to kill us all, to be fair. So, Vanilla says, for everyone, if plants could speak with Brooklyn accents, would you want to have a garden?
No.
No.
No. Can you imagine how you're trying to go to sleep and them talking to each other? Like, psst, do you think she's asleep yet? I'd be like, shut the fuck up, I'm trying to sleep.
And
No.
being loud at that as well.
Yeah.
Like trying to holler at each other across the garden. No.
Yeah.
I'm
No.
sorry. It's
No
not
way.
happening.
And what happens when a bee comes round? Like, are they all going to be like, get him, quick, get him, help, look, dive? No.
I think that was a straight
Easy
answer
answer.
of no, and absolutely.
Are you going to say yes, Malk?
No.
Okay.
No. Thank God for
Anonymous. That, no. It's a unanimous decision of no.
Yeah, it's a hard no.
Hard
Yeah.
no.
Absolutely.
No, Vanilla. No. I'm not going to have my plants talking back to me. I'm sorry.
Absolutely not. I'm trying to think of some questions.
I've got a question for
okay.
everyone, including
Go
the
for
chat. If you're on death row, you know, you get your death row meal, you get your last meal, it can be anything. If you're on death row, they say, what do you want as your last meal? And they bring you it, don't matter what it is. So if you're on death row, what would be your final meal? It can be a main or a dessert.
Hey, Maxter.
yeah.
Good to see you. All the love to you, buddy. Thank you so
It
much
can be
for popping
home
in.
cooked, or it can be like from a restaurant. Just remember that I'm number one sniper in Sweden. You don't have a sniper, you idiot. I have these.
I think I've answered this question before, actually. I think I have.
Have you?
I think mine. I think somebody else. I think Ted might have asked it to us last season or something.
God damn it.
I want to say, oh, that's okay. It's been a while. I just remember what I said. Though.
I can't remember my
haven't
answer.
heard it. So go.
I think it was. I think mine was like a big sirloin with a baked potato.
Yes. Oh
and
no.
like some.
Oh yeah, no.
Who dreams of a steak with a jacket potato and steamed broccoli? Oh, honey.
I'm just saying.
Honey, no.
I mean, it's the part of it is because of the fact that I don't get steak that often. So for me, like steak's like a special occasion. So
yeah,
steak
I would
is
go
like,
with a steak, but who dribbles over a jacket potato and green vegetables with it? Like, if you have a steak, you've got to have some big dirty chips and nice creamy sauce and
Sus things? Okay. What are you talking about, Wes?
Guys, we're all angels here. I don't know what you're talking about. Just ignore him. I don't know who he is. I've never seen Wes in my life.
For me, I would have said steak. Anyway.
Yeah.
Are we all just going because it's so expensive and we're just assholes and we're like, bring me the expensive shit before I die?
Well, yeah. I'm taking the expensive.
Well, I mean, you can always say lobster thermidor, so I mean, hey.
That's true. You could have steak, you could have surf and turf, you could have the steak with
Hey, that's true.
Yeah. Wes says I would have Nat, in my opinion.
Okay, fair. I mean, you can't actually eat me because I don't want chunks missing. You're dying, not me. I would like to walk out of there in a whole piece. Just saying.
As much as you can be, you know.
I'm not really that vanilla, to be fair, because I know your innuendos kicking in.
I would probably have a giant cheesy calzone stuffed with pepperoni and rich, thick marinara dripping sauce. I mean, he's made it sound sexy, but
yeah.
That's pretty good, actually. That's a pretty good one.
I actually don't know. I would probably go steak as well, to be fair. Like steak, chips. Like I like creamy mushroom sauce, but I'd probably have like a side of cheesy garlic bread, maybe a bit of mac and cheese.
Yeah,
I'd have to go like a full.
What about peppercorn? Peppercorn flavours?
I'm not a big fan of peppercorn sauce. I'm a creamy mushroom girl.
I like peppercorn if it's done right. Yeah. Like I like peppercorn as like a seasoning on the steak if it's done right.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
But it can't be too much. Like it can be overwhelming. Living rent free, and Malcolm said, "Yes, you are vanilla, 100% apparently." Your dream has come true, Vanilla.
God help me with this.
Oh, it's better than last week. He said you were quite the snack. So I mean,
I'm actually gonna go make pasta after this. I'm actually gonna go make creamy chicken pasta.
That you pretty much did it at the same time as what you said last time. To be fair,
yeah, I do. This is my. I'm on demon hours. If I didn't have a daughter, I would 100% be nocturnal. I'd work somewhere like all night, not in a strip club. Maybe in like a bar or something, and then.
Well, I mean, in GTRP, you can do a strip club if you want.
Yeah, but does it pay me, not my character? I need something that pays me.
Good point. That's a good point.
Like, can I sell my ass in game for real life currency? Is that a thing?
I mean, it should be if it's not.
Well, yeah, I'm like, yeah, send me £10 and I'll come and strip for you tonight in game.
Whoa. Damn.
Can you transfer the money, Wes? I didn't know it was a thing you could do.
You can sell your accounts and stuff, can't you? I think VR.
VR.
No, not VR. Yeah. What? No, not VR. Just in game. Is it about VR headset? No.
Yeah.
Don't get Wes started on the things he's watched on a VR system. Honestly.
I won't.
I'm
taking Nat's suggestion on this one. I'm not mentioning it to you. Oh my gosh!
That is so cute.
Thank you so much, Maxter. Oh,
I keep it PG.
For those who are on audio who will be listening to this later or watching this later, Sergeant says, I think it's funny. My 3-year-old enjoys these podcasts. I asked him who his favorite streamer he said U-Trans. Oh, thank you so much.
But it's a mature audience only.
Yeah, mature.
We've got 3-year-olds. What the heck? No one warned me about that, so I apologise in advance.
Mature like cheese.
We have some more family-friendly episodes than others. It's okay.
Yeah.
There are some.
I think this hasn't been too bad.
Yeah.
Heard about VR stripping and you pay real money for it. I saw a TikTok. Of course you did, Wes. Of course it was on your TikTok. I have never seen a TikTok about VR stripping.
On Second Life, you can transfer the Second Life currency, the Linden dollars, into like real money. So I don't know what the conversion is.
Can we get a GoFundMe to get Wes a VR headset so he can try the VR stripping?
Totally.
He's going to be broke. He will be broke. Be like, take my money.
Just rain. Kick it in. Right. Kick it in.
No, we can't. Good. That's a good thing, Maxter. That's a good thing.
I've got a question for you, Nat. Top five games ever that you played.
I hate this question.
Lifetime.
You know when someone asked earlier about the pet peeves as a streamer? This is one of them. I hate this question. You think I'm joking? I find it so hard to put a top 5 together because there's games that I've played that get mentioned and I'm like, oh my god, I forgot about that. But are we talking like quality or are we talking like for me like nostalgia and enjoying the game?
It's more like of your lifetime. So if you enjoyed it the most, pretty much of the games that you played. So like for me,
I'd have to bang Apex Legends up there, even though I don't really play it at the moment because it's burnt me out. But I've spent so many hours on that game. Would I put Warzone up there? I'm not sure. Probably, because it is a game that I keep going back to. Only Rebirth, not Caldera, because Caldera sucks donkey nuts. I'd have to go with some originals. Time Splitter is probably one, to be honest. If I played it now, I probably wouldn't enjoy it, but I loved it. SSX on the Xbox, the snowboarding.
The tricky one.
SSX Tricky, yeah. And another one that I absolutely loved was old school Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
absolutely. That was another one I played with my uncle a lot. Can I go with 6? No, I had another one.
Because you're so nice and you ask so nicely. Go on.
I would also bang on the OG Abe's Odyssey on PC.
Nice.
I used to love that. The little green man was like, follow me. I loved that guy. I loved it.
I always wanted to play that. I never did. I played like a demo, but I never played the actual game.
It's so good. The original one was so good. Until your mum was on the phone with the dial-up internet and it did that noise and you'd be like, no.
Yeah. Those were the days.
They would probably be up there.
Back in the day as well.
Back when I was a nipper. With old school PC monitors where the monitor was like big back monitors and it was like huge. Yeah. You couldn't lift that bad boy by yourself. It was like a 3-man job to move that room to room.
You had, I'm saying this in good context. There's like the CD drive. You got the floppy disk drive back in the days.
Yeah,
as well.
Good old floppies. The only time they've been accepted.
Yeah.
I love it, Nat. That's amazing.
I knew as soon as I said that, I thought, shit, that was gonna happen.
I think that's the high point right there, Malk.
No offense to anybody with, issues. I'm sorry, I feel like I have to throw that out before I get cancelled by all the old men who have to go get the blue pill. Sorry. Floppy lives matter.
Oh my god!
If you're watching this back on the podcast on Spotify and listening to it, that wasn't me. That was just Malk doing a very good impersonation of me. Malk, don't say things like that.
What?
You shouldn't say stuff like that, Malk.
Yeah, Malk. What did I say?
How dare you?
I am freaking gobsmacked, to be fair.
But talking of old school computers, like the nostalgia, I did a Just Chatting stream the other day, and we were talking about all this nostalgia, and it brought so much back of like MSN, Bebo, like all of those dial-up internet, like all of the old school
AOL.
games we went through.
Every one
AOL,
of those AOL
LimeWire
that you got every single year. Like, they didn't make any changes to it. They just sent you a new one just because.
Yeah.
Check out the new AOL. It's the same as the old one. What the hell?
Yeah. That's never changed though, has it? Like, look at like OBS now, how many updates we get for that. Nothing changes. What do you want to update? it's the same. We fixed this bug. No, it still crashes.
We've changed
in so many ways. I'm so glad my son can't read yet or just barely understand what y'all are saying.
Sorry.
That's okay. It's fine. Okay. It's fine. All the love, Maxter. We love.
But what about floppy disks?
And your son. Yeah, floppy disks. I mean, totally. Completely.
They were little square. I mean, your son probably will never see a floppy disk in his entire life, but you'll be able to show him on Google Images. Yeah, I was going to say something else. I realised that was really inappropriate as a parent. I'm sorry. I'm an adult.
Nat needs adult supervision, apparently.
I do. I'm not responsible enough to be left unattended. Sorry.
Oh my
Can't
God.
adult today. Sorry.
Cannot
one of my
adult?
favorite memes is I don't want adult today. I want to dog. So feed me treats, scratch my head, and tell me I'm good.
My brain went somewhere else.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I mean, hey, I've seen my fair share.
Adult
Wes says.
Yeah. That's one of my favourite sayings. I always say I need an adult. I need an adult because I am not one. Whoever gave me this title should take it back very quickly.
Sometimes I'm just like, I don't want an adult. I don't want to be an adult. I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to.
I always say the same with being a girl. Like, whose idea was it to give me because I'm not qualified for this job. I don't shave my legs. I'm a mess. I might look the part sometimes and I've got all my makeup on, but I am a mess. I should have been a man. I like football. I like beer. I like steak.
That's not a bad thing.
I don't want to go shopping. I hate shopping. I'm essentially a man in my head.
That's okay. A man in a woman's body.
Pretty much.
Yeah, that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that.
My brain is stuck.
I was the biggest tomboy growing up, so yeah, I can totally relate to that.
It's so funny because I feel like I'm so girly externally with like my makeup and my hair and stuff, but like internally, I'm a dude. I'm like a surfer dude, a cool surfer dude who's just so mellow.
Totally, 100%.
This is what Wes is like. No, she isn't. I am.
One of mine is I no longer wish to adult. I will now remain in my cozy burrito. If you need me, I will be in my fluffed tortilla. I like it.
You've got the burrito blanket. There is a goddamn blanket that is a burrito on 100%. Amazon that you can wrap yourself up in a burrito. That you are the filling. It's great.
I just thought about it. I just thought about that would make a great gift for somebody that I know. They would absolutely be all about it. 100%.
Yeah.
I need to check it out.
No, nothing. I'm just wondering.
I'm not paying
so lost.
Now, I'm not paying the shipping to send it to you. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
What?
I don't have that money.
Not to me.
I love you, but no. You're my buddy, but no.
Oh God! I did not brought this bit up at all. Jesus.
This is like the uncut versions. This is like the bits that gets clipped out at the end.
Yeah.
Vanilla, that's actually kind of slick.
I'm going to use that one. I will 100%. I'm literally going to go back in the VOD and get a picture of this.
Yes.
I mean, I have a shot with surfer dudes. I'm going to the beach. Yeah, Wes. There you go. You can get the blonde, wavy haired dudes in the surfboards.
Oh God.
Max,
yeah.
Oh God.
I am a sucker for cheesy chat-up lines. Like, we had I think it was it Valentine's Day? I think it was, Wes, where I put my stream title as something like, give me the cheesiest chat-up lines. We had some very rude ones, but we had some hilarious ones as well. It was a vibe.
Okay, what was the best one you've had and the worst one you've had?
Oh, I can remember who it was who told me the best one, but I can't remember it for the life of me.
Yeah.
There's too many to remember. A lot of them I think were just off like Google, but It had me creased. I am pathetic with chat lines.
When Olivia and Xander are in city, sometimes he'll say something that's very cheesy or whatever to her, as like almost like a pickup line or whatever. And she'll look at him and she'll judge it as to whether or not it was smooth or not. She'll be like, that was kind of smooth, or that was completely not smooth.
A smooth pickup line is honestly so like underrated. Like a smooth pickup line is the one, boys. If you're ever stuck, don't just do a little like DM of like, hey, how are you? No.
Are you like tired because you've been running through my brain all day? No, that's bullshit.
Girl, are you a parking ticket because you got fine written all over you? No, get out of here with that shit. Give me some original.
Oh.
Well,
stick with being a security staff. I like it, Maxter.
Yeah. Mad.
All right.
All right. So,
this has been awesome.
I cannot. You are now. I was going to say you are the first person to hit the 4-hour marker of this podcast ever.
I told you I can talk.
Ted's going to be so upset.
I know.
Because he couldn't do it last week. Couldn't do it.
Your fault.
Hey, I'm sorry. Time zones, okay? Time change.
Your fault. Your fault with that.
I'm sorry.
Not mine. But yeah, like I say, Nat, you are new. You're now the record holder of the longest podcast at the moment, at this time of streaming at the time.
If anyone beats me, I demand a recount, okay? And I'm coming back to claim my title. That's it.
That's
okay. I'm all about it.
That's the way.
100%.
Okay. Can I just say a massive thank you to Nat for coming on to the show, and I'll tell you what, I am absolutely hysterical because you are absolutely a legend, an amazing person. And did you enjoy it though? Did you enjoy the podcast?
Thank you so much for having me. Like, it has honestly been an absolute breeze. It's been a lot easier, like, and smooth flowing than what I thought. I thought there might be a couple of like awkward silences and we just kind of sat here like. But it's been really, really, really good, honestly. Kudos to you both. Keep doing what you're doing. Like, this is something that I really hope will like 100% blow up, and you'll have like people knocking your door down to come and get on the podcast. And like, I think it'll go places 100%, and I'm absolutely honoured to have been a part of it. And you will see me in this chat bit in the future podcast, hopefully. Yeah,
that chat.
No, you're both lovely, both amazing people, and you're both so welcoming as well. Like, I knew with the little 10 minutes we had before we started, just like get to know each other, that it was going to be like easy talking. So thank you for making it so easy, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Nice.
Aww, all the love to you, Nat. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of the show. We love it. It's great.
Thank you.
Whatever happens, I hope you do meet your goals that you said earlier on.
Hopefully.
I reckon you will, because it's only April now. But
the hardest one will be a TikTok one. I think the 17K that I've got is just full of thirsty old perverted dudes. So I'm trying to now translate that into actual gaming people that don't just like comment saying, "I love you, I want to marry you," and have never met me ever. I call them out. I'm like, bro, how you don't love me? It's like, I do love you. You don't love me. You don't know me. Weirdos. But yeah, so now I'm trying to translate that.
Instant block?
No, because I need the views and I need the interaction to boost me on the algorithm. So I just reply with a smiley face.
Yeah.
Wes, because that's a good pickup line to Vanilla's comment.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you mean, Wes?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? We have to ask that question to Wes. But like I said, I hope you have a successful time with the streams. 2 years. I can't believe you've done 2 years. You have your subathon coming up soon. I believe it's Wednesdays. Nice. So, Wes, this is hi. What a marry? That's it.
Are you rich? Because that's the only way I'm getting married on a whim. Told you when you're rich.
Saying.
Fair enough.
Is that bread, boy?
Whip. God,
telling you, yeah. That's all.
Well, I'm the better cook, and obviously I'm the one that's domesticated. So, like, he's got to be bringing something to the table. You got to bring the moolah, and I'll cook, and you can wash up.
Holy shit!
It's a pretty good arrangement, actually.
Our agreement.
Not bad.
Absolutely.
I got chicken.
Chicken. Yeah.
Take your chicken. Honestly. But no, thank you so much for having me, guys. It's been great.
No worries.
Awesome. Yeah.
But like I said, check out Nat on her streams. I do
at
hope
your own risk.
Not a risk. It's absolutely fantastic. Whatever happens, check out Nat Brown on her Twitch channel if you've not followed. If you want to follow us, like myself, Retro Wolf Live or Trans, just. We finally got the Twitch link ready.
I shared it earlier, Malk.
Yeah, no, but you got it wrong. You kept saying Trans Gamer.
No, I shared it in between.
Oh, did you?
If any of my community are here, by the way, and you haven't already followed these guys, you better do. I'm going to come and punch you in the butt.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. There you go, guys. Anyone that's on the stream now, follow us on Twitch. Is Retro Wolf Live, and well, it's not as one, but like
you still need to fix that, Malk. It's Trans Gamer, not Trans Gamer Girl on
That's
Twitch. Oh, it's on Twitch. Okay, never mind. I thought it was Twitter. TW. I got confused.
I will be popping by both your streams as well at some point, hopefully.
Awesome.
And I'll check you out and see what you're all about when you're individual and you haven't got each other to bounce off.
Yeah, it'd be like, well, wonder what this guy does or what this gal does.
I'll be like, right, now I've got you on your own.
Well, to be fair, my videos should be saved on the gallery at least the last week or two. Should be saved on the gallery, even without Twitch subscribers. So
to be fair, amazing. To be fair, I have been going back and forth with everything going on lately in the last few months. I'm hoping to get myself back into properly on the streaming side of the weekend as well. But that's I think the last one I did was Diddy Kong Racing, which I did like the retro one. Yeah, just did like the emulator one. So that was the only one I did probably about a couple of weeks ago. But I wanted to get myself back into that, to be fair. So, but yeah, check it out on the streams whenever you can. I'm not sure if I'm going to be on tomorrow. I think Trans will be on Monday. So
I'll try and be on Monday since the situation that I was trying to deal with last Monday is resolved, at least for now. So I'll try and be on Monday for sure. I don't know if I'll do GTRP or Sea of Thieves. It depends on how 5M's been acting crazy lately. So it depends on how 5M wants to act.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see how that goes.
But like I say, just a last one here. Thank you so much to Nat. I wish you all the very best of luck in the Twitch, TikTok, wherever platform you're going to be on. You'll be amazing, and I've really enjoyed your time here. And I hope would you like to come back for another time?
100%. Invite me whenever you need me. I'll be here.
Wicked.
Nice.
No questions asked.
Can I thank you to the hostess with the mostess is Trans Gamer Girl. Thank you so much, as always, each and every single week. Yeah. Get that smile.
That's me.
Yeah.
And
I was your host with the most, Retro Wolf Live, aka Malk. This was
Legends.
Thank you.
I'm getting blushed now. So,
yeah, you thought you were going to make me blush. Now look who's getting rosy cheeked.
I tried everything, but it didn't freaking work.
I've told you, I'm as cool as ice.
Cool.
You'll have to up your repertoire.
Is that what you're
now
say?
You'll have to up your repertoire. You'll have to update it. Your repertoire, buddy.
Yeah. So anyways, guys, we can't do we can't do it with the raids on the podcast because we have to finish it that early. But when we do our own, we're doing the normal raids and stuff. But don't miss out on episode 12 next week. I believe we've got another streamer coming up next week, so check it out. And this was the Bish Bash Bosh podcast, and I hope you all have a fantastic weekend. See you later, guys. Take care of yourselves. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.